I'm doing this on Out of the Park Baseball, so.
Out of the park, huh?
Yup.
The which
And we are live. Yes, we are. Okay, we got a few minutes, though. People hopefully start coming in. Good evening, baseball fans. And we've been wanting Aaron Reed on here and to do something special for him. And so his favorite team in baseball of all time, there's no accounting for taste, is the 1990 Cincinnati Reds. So,
yeah
boy, this thing is still looking fuzzy, and I upped everything in OBS. Oh
the
well, it is what it is. There's John DFW. So,
that didn't take long. Right there.
so I thought, you know what? I mean, just might as well just do the World Series rather than just put together a league of different things. Because you know me, I'm not going to replay the 1990 series, 1990
Right, right,
season,
right.
though it was a good one for the Pittsburgh Pirates. But still, yeah. So I figured we'll just set up and see if the A's, who were heavily favored in this World Series, can actually change
Can
history.
make any noise.
Mhm. All right, so tonight we have Dave Stewart and Jose Rijo. Stewart on the season in 1990 was 22 and 11 with a 2.56 earned run average, and Jose Rijo was 14 and 8, a 2.70 ERA. So should be a lot of fun. Aaron, opening thoughts on our World Series replay here?
The uh, is this are you doing? Is this game one or what? Are we just
This is
kind of
game. This is game one.
one? Yeah, the exact pitching matchup too. I remember my dad used to tell me all the time that when they would drive down the road with mom, they would sometimes be driving there, listening to Marty and Joe on the radio, and I was
Oh
just
yeah.
a wee infant. I was a baby. I came into the world on the 14th of January, 1990, and baseball hadn't started yet.
And the world
Um,
has never been the same since.
no, no, and you know, here I am, you know, 32, 33 years later. I'm just I've really grown into baseball, I guess you could say,
Uh huh.
and you know,
Hey Tim,
it's
good evening. Clee baseball fan.
how about those Guardians, huh?
How about those guys?
Dropping it to the Reds tonight. I think the last I checked on the MLB app, they were winning. They were losing 7-2 to the Reds, and it was in the later innings.
Little cross-state
But
rivalry.
yeah, they don't play each other as much as like with the way the schedule is now. It's like they don't play as often as like I think the rule now is like everybody plays everybody once, if not
Right, which is
twice.
really stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
like
divisional play means nothing now. It means nothing.
pretty
So,
much.
yeah.
You used to have to be able to do good in your own division to even
Yep.
remotely be considered a contender. I
Hmm.
mean, the yeah, the Reds win it all in '90. They got second place in '92, which surprised me. I didn't know anything about that until a few years ago. I said they got second place in '92. They had most of the guys from 1990 still there. I mean,
And
um,
1992 still a that's still a sore spot for Pittsburgh Pirate
that's a sore
fans.
spot for all the Bucco fans, and
Yeah, it sure is. So,
especially my dad.
so,
Dad's a
so
Pirate fan.
I know, right? Tim says the Syndergaard got lit up. Final was 7-2, and it's all about seeing all the good National League players every other year instead of once every 6 years. So let's get to the ballpark, and well, we'll start with the lineups and everything, and again, do some do some great color commentary, and we just have some fun, a little baseball
Let's
chat for a
have
little
some
bit.
fun. Who we got? Who's on the lineups?
Well, I'll let you know here. I'll announce them a little bit
Yeah,
at a
you got to
time.
pull it up.
Okay, game one, we're on our way to Riverfront Stadium. Let's have a check of the weather here. This is always my
Wah,
favorite start
wah.
time. So it's 55 degrees, partly cloudy, and the wind blowing right to left, 10 miles per hour. And this is game one. And of course, as you guys know, the Reds in 1990 steamrolled the heavily favored Oakland Athletics. So can the A's change history? We shall see. All right. So leading off for the visiting Oakland A's in center field, it's Willie McGee.
Ooh.
Batting second at the hot corner, Carney Lansford. Batting third in
Yeah.
left field, the player who could do everything and would tell you that he can do everything, Hall of Famer Ricky Henderson. Batting cleanup in right field, We'll see how many balls hit him on top of the head. Jose Canseco.
Jose Canseco.
Batting fifth at first base, Mark McGuire.
Mark McGuire.
Mark McGuire batting sixth at the Keystone Sack, Willie Randolph. Batting seventh and catching, Terry Steinbach. Batting eighth at shortstop, Mike Gallego. And batting ninth and pitching, Dave Stewart. So, again, we did his wins-losses and ERA. He has a whip of 1.16, 5 point strikeouts per 9 inning, and 2.8 walks per 9. And now for Aaron Reed's hometown, the Cincinnati Reds. And one of the other reasons why, besides Aaron being a good guy, is this is 1990 baseball, not 1919 baseball. So
Yeah,
while I know these teams,
birth year.
right? So while I know these teams, you know, I think you're going to be able to provide some backstories about these players that may not know. So it'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun.
I can, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, man, we're just here to have fun. Don't worry. The curve is higher than the. Oh wait a minute. See, this thing is going off on the bit rate thing. So hold on. I hate OBS. I really hate it. I hate it. I've got to start doing some of using the things that the other guys are using, like Steve's using Prism and stuff like that. All right, let's see if that fixes it.
I have OBS as well.
Yeah, not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Nah.
All right, but anyhow, we'll see what happens. It's higher. It's higher than the recommended bit rate. Whatever. Okay, so leading off in left field. Hopefully, this is still reaching people. I have no idea. I'm guessing it is. Looks like it's still going, so we will just continue. Let me see something here for a second. Yep, we're good. We're good. All right, we're good. Hey, there's Richard Davis. Good evening, Richard. Hope you're doing well.
He's back.
All right, John says he can hear everything. Excellent. All right, leading off in left field for the Cincinnati Reds, Billy Hatcher. Batting second at shortstop, Barry Larkin. Hall of Famer batting third at first base, Hal Morris. In the cleanup spot tonight in center field, Eric Davis. Batting fifth at second base, Mariano Duncan. Batting sixth, right fielder, Paul O'Neill. Batting seventh, a guy who always looked like an insect to me, Chris Sabo at third base. Batting eighth, catching, Jeff Reed. Batting ninth and pitching, Jose Rijo. Rijo with a 1.16 whip, 6.9 strikeouts per 9 innings, and 3.6 walks. So we are on our way to Riverfront Stadium. Designated hitter, of course, used in the when the series shifts over to Oakland. And
which they didn't start doing that until 1986 in the World Series.
Right. And now we'll never see that again because everybody has the DH.
Everybody has it, which, you know.
All right. And here we are. Go ahead.
All right. They were going to, I think the DH thing is like, yeah, it keeps your pitchers, you know, healthy and all that, but they don't have to swing a bat. They're not taking, you know.
It's spawn of Satan. It's spawn of Satan.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, honestly.
But anyhow, we can go into that all night. But yep. All right, so here we are at less than beautiful.
This was a better time we're playing here.
Yep. Here we are at less than beautiful Riverfront Stadium, just as ugly as Three Rivers Stadium. And stepping in to lead off in this 1990 World Series alternate replay is Willie McGee. So Willie McGee in the season with a 274 average, 15 runs batted in, and let's let it do its pan around. And Rijo, you're ready to work. So here we go. Nice crowd here in the Queen City, also known as Porkopolis back in the 19th century.
Porkopolis.
Porkopolis. And here's the delivery by Rijo. And this one inside, 1-0. And I just remembered I have to turn off pitch by pitch because we had a nail-biter game earlier today, 6-5. The Indians came back from a Manny Ramirez grand slam.
Ramirez grand slam.
Absolutely.
I watched that.
All right, here's the 1-2 now.
And do my inner Hamilton.
And Willie McGee looks at a called strike 3 in the inside corner, and we're underway here in game 1. Connie Lansford now to bat, the hot corner. And I know when we get to the Reds is when you're going to do a lot of your talking, but just jump in when you want to do some color, man. All right?
Jose Rijo starting exactly as he did in real life, but go ahead.
There we go.
Striking out.
We're on our way. All right. So Riho ready to deal now to Carney Lansford. Lansford, 268 in a regular season. 50 runs batted in, 3 home runs. Riho deals the full count to Lansford. Lansford, a swing and a miss.
Wow. Jose Rio throwing dynamite.
He threw some
That's
gas
the
there.
man.
Absolutely. 95 on the gun there. So
Jose, blame it on Rio or something. I guess that's
there
what
you
Brian
go.
would say.
All right. So 2 up, 2 down. And here's Ricky Henderson. Henderson with a 325 average in 1990, 61 runs batted in, and 28 home runs. And Rijo winds and deals. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Henderson swings. This one popped into shallow right, and jockeying for it and making the catch is Hal Morris. So the Oakland A's go in order. We go to the bottom of first. Oakland nothing. Cincinnati coming to bat. Billy Hatcher will lead it off here, the left fielder for Cincinnati. What do you got for us on Billy Hatcher there, Aaron?
Ah, yes, the man with the giant egg. I read a story on the internet that there was it was a PC game. This is nothing to do with baseball, but it's Billy Hatcher and the giant egg. That's why I always say every time they say Billy Hatcher was a Red, I always say he played with the Reds and he later would hatch a giant egg, gave birth to a bird. I forget what his name was, but
Well,
it was a DOS game or something like
that
that.
is
But it
some
was
meaningful trivia there. Thank you, Aaron Reed.
Billy Hatcher and the giant egg.
Billy Hatcher and Giant Egg. Ken Castro joining us here. Thank you, cousin. And Robert, indeed that counts. Do you want to know a secret? That counts. Absolutely. Hope you're still on the mend there, Roberto, and looking forward to tomorrow night's finishing up of our draft. All right, Billy Hatcher,
Yeah, that's right.
276 average, 25 runs batted in, 5 times downtown for him. Dave Stewart is ready to go. We got a good pitching matchup here tonight. Rijo and Stewart. And Stewart's first pitch. And showing bunt is Billy Hatcher. And this is going to be an easy play for Terry Steinbach to throw into McGuire for the 2-3 putout. So 1 down, Billy Hatcher, I guess, trying to catch these A's napping. And here comes shortstop Hall of Famer Barry Larkin, 301 average, 67 runs batted in, 7 home runs.
Barry Larkin. I had the privilege of seeing him play at least twice.
Great player.
Once in '03. Once in '03 he played when we went to see the Reds and Mets play as part of our church trip. And another time I saw him play was when, in a year later, same plan, same agenda, same team, and it was his last year in Cincinnati before he retired. And I got to see him get a hit, and it was like they went nuts over him. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
he, deserved Hall of Fame honors. I mean, the guy deserves it.
All right, we'll put this out in the chat and to you. So, of the 3, because we're just talking modern shortstops,
Yes.
so Barry Larkin, A-Rod, Derek Jeter, who do you got? And that's for everybody,
Um.
you and everybody else.
Well, you're probably going to think I'm playing favorites here. But I'm not a Yankee fan,
Right.
but Jeter could do it all. I mean, I don't really care for A-Rod that much because he's kind of a jerk,
Mm-hmm.
but the guy could play.
Mm-hmm.
Larkin, I'm a Reds fan. I was born a Reds fan. I'll die a Reds fan.
Mm-hmm.
But Larkin was like he never played for any other team. He never played anywhere else. I mean, he was always one team and one team only his whole career. Same with Jeter.
Mm-hmm.
But and I get greatest for me would have to be Larkin.
Okay, well, we've got,
But
so for
Jeter
you
is
it's
a very
Larkin,
tight second.
for Ken Castro it's A-Rod, and for Robert it's Derek Jeter. And Richard Davis is saying, and Tim's going to go Jeter also. Richard Davis says maybe we'll get to see the nasty boys out of the bullpen. We shall see as Dave Stewart
We should see, yeah.
winds up, and the 2-2 pitch to Barry Larkin. Larkin swing and a miss. So Dave Stewart hanging up the strike. Looking at this picture, yeah, man, my eyes are so bleary. I'm tired. All right, here's Hal Morris,
Working all
right
day.
fielder.
Hal Morris.
No, I actually don't start back until next Monday, but I've just been exhausted today, man. It's the job I have is so physically demanding, but super rewarding.
Hal Morris, my girlfriend's favorite player.
Well, Hal
She
Morris
loves
did.
to say his name
Shit.
whenever he
Well,
comes up on the screen. Hal Morris.
Hal Morris hit 340 in 1990, 36 runs batted in, 7 home runs. So not playing full time, 309 at bats that year. Dave Stewart deals now. The 0-2 pitch. Morris swings. This one, sharp grounder to short and up with it, but unable to make the transfer
Oh,
is Mike Gallego. And they're crediting Morris with an infield hit. So 2 down, and the Reds with a runner aboard for Eric Davis. Boy, what could have been? What an eminently talented player, and just nada at the end, huh? 260 average, 86 runs batted in, including 24 trips downtown. Morris into his lead at first. Steinbach sets the target for Dave Stewart. Here is the pitch, the 1-2. And that is a strike three looking. So, inning over, we have no score. Runner left on by Cincinnati. We head to the top of the second. All right,
Morris
Aaron.
is left stranded.
So here we go. We have Jose Canseco to lead it off here. 37 home runs in the regular season, 101 runs batted in. Rijo has 2 strikeouts. Jose with a 3-2 pitch to Canseco. Canseco, big swing and a miss. He was way out in front of a changeup there. So Jose Rijo pulling the chain and hanging up K number 3, Aaron.
Yeah, Jose Canseco, the former MMA fighter, boxer. So, he tried. He was Jose's crazy, but one Jose to another, and Canseco is out.
That's it, exactly. And here comes Mark McGuire now as Texags joins us. And John DFW answering, and Richard Davis. Richard Davis has Barry Larkin, and John DFW has A-Rod. He says, even though I don't like the guy. All right, Texags, nice to see some live. Nice, yeah, and it's a
Nice.
shock. It's modern baseball. Ah, all right. It's the first sign of the apocalypse, I'm sure. All right. So McGuire with a 235 average, 39 home runs back when home run numbers were normal, 108 runs batted in. All right, Jose Rijo ready to deal. Count even on McGuire at 2-2. McGuire swing and a miss, and
Oh,
Jose
dang, look
Rijo,
out.
he's out there like as if he's Rue Boisdel. Wow. Okay, so
Four Ks already, and it's the
that is
top of the second
4Ks.
inning. Look out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, Nelly.
Tough, tough, tough. So Ken
He
Castro is
was.
asking this to the chat. Who's on your favorite? Who on your? This is a cool question. So who on your favorite team do you dislike, and why? And while everybody's answering that, Robert, inside pitch the 2016 season. So tomorrow night, that's going to be again on game calendar. So 30 July 2016, the Pittsburgh Pirates at the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm going to be there because I hate the Brewers.
I
Pirates
don't care
weren't
for
so
the
good in
Brewers either.
2016, but got to check that game out. So Ken Castro answering his question first. He says Kyle Schwarber for the Phillies. All right.
Player that I don't like. That's a good question.
On your
I mean, I don't
franchise, yeah.
on my team.
Right, on the Reds. So
Um,
that can be, I guess we're
Gosh,
talking this year. Yeah.
that's a good question. I mean, I've not heard any crazy stories you know, about about any of the guys on the Reds this year. Like nobody's really done anything outlandish or stupid. So
Uh huh.
I really don't think there's anybody that's dislikable on my team. You, you got like it's just like guys that probably don't, you know, that don't do any of that stupid stuff you're saying, what was it Domingo Herman? He's nuts, um, and stuff like that. But like I don't think there's anybody on my team that's dislikable. I mean, everybody seems to be humble and professional at all times, and then but they don't like go out and do stupid stuff like drink till they lose feelings of lose feeling of feelings. I guess you could say. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
heck, you mentioned to me that you said that Mel Allen was a drinker. I did not know that until you told me.
Yeah, that still
I mean,
continues to fascinate you. Bill, Big Clue is joining us here. He says,
it
"Is
should.
AA Ron? AA Ron." So some of the answers coming out here as we get to this next pitch. So Ken Castro says Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies. Tim, Clee Baseball Fan 879, again, subscribe to that channel. He is finishing up a 2007 Cleveland Indians replay on Stratomatic Cards and
Stratomatic, I
Eggs. Yep,
believe.
yep. He says Miles Straw can't stand the guy that can't hit above 250 and still has his job. For Robert
Oh,
and on the Mets, it's Daniel Vogelbach. A Clee baseball fan adds if Josh Bell was still on the team, he would have been ahead of Straw. John
yep.
DFW says in the past, Andrew Jones, such a lazy guy, should have been a Hall of Famer. And then Ken
Anthony
Castro
Jones.
saying Schwarber hitting 180 and complains about every single pitch and yet still leads off. He's saying good choices. All right, Rijo to deal
That's a
now
good
with
pick.
2 down to Willie Randolph. Here's the 3-1 delivery to Randolph.
Ex-Yankee.
Two home runs and 30 runs batted in, and Randolph draws the walk. So 2 out, 1
Ooh.
aboard here for Oakland, and that's the
Oh.
first walk issued by Jose Rijo. And here's catcher Terry Steinbach. 251
Hang in there,
average for
Jose.
him in the regular season, 57 runs batted in, 9 home runs. Randolph will steal the occasional base, but with 2 outs, and this being modern baseball, that's not going to happen. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Steinbach
There we go.
swings, and this one a little flare to left, and going out and making the pick is Barry Larkin, showing that range out there. Side retired, 1 walk in the inning, a runner left. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and we are scoreless in Cincinnati.
Zip, zip.
Mariano Duncan, Paul O'Neill, and the praying mantis himself, Chris Sabo, due up for
Is
the
that what he looked
Cincinnati
like?
Reds. Yes, I always thought he
He
had
looks
a
like a
sort of.
mantis.
He looked like a bug to me. I don't know, man. Went to the Reds were playing in Pittsburgh, and we went, and it was we were harassing Sabo so badly, and it looked like he was ready.
Oh,
We were right off the third base side. Pretty crazy. So a lot of
this
fun.
must have been in the 80s, the late 80s or something like that, early 90s or
Early
something.
90s, early 90s, early
If you,
90s.
I mean,
It was fun.
oh,
It was fun to yell at ball
yeah,
players.
sure.
It was the good old days. It was the good old
You
days.
couldn't hit one if you fell out of a boat,
Exactly.
brother.
All right, Mariano Duncan, 306 average, 55 ribbies, 10 home runs for him. Dave Stewart with 2 strikeouts. He has yet to walk a batter. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Duncan. And Mariano swings, fly ball to deep right, but just short of the track.
Oh,
And making the catch is Jose Canseco. So 1 up, 1 down, and we're going to track if any balls hit Canseco on the head. 1 away, and here is former Yankee Paul O'Neill. O'Neill, 270, 78 runs batted in, 16 home runs for him. Dave Stewart peers in, has the sign from Steinbach. Full count on O'Neill. Here's the payoff pitch. O'Neill swings, and this one lined to left and down into the glove of Ricky Henderson. So 2 down here, and the aforementioned Chris Sabo steps to the plate.
Bugman.
Sabo, 71 runs batted in, 25 home runs, a 270 average. Big Clue putting something in Discord about something. Legend Sports Universe saying good evening to everybody, guys. Great post. If you're on our Ned McGreevy Discord, read the absolutely superb post that Legend Sports Universe wrote. It's fantastic, and yeah. So just read it. It's awesome. All right, Sabo in the
Was that
box
the
now. Go ahead, Aaron.
one he posted last night?
Yeah, whatever. It's like three kind of paragraphs or something. It's very good.
I'll have to check it out.
It's a superb post. So check it out in our Discord.
Oh, yeah.
As John says, if you want to know how great Ricky Henderson was, just ask him about it. Dave Stewart deals to Sabo. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Sabo looks at a called strike 3 on the outside corner. So the Reds go down in order. We are
Sabo, you gotta
scoreless.
swing the pit, brother.
There you go. Thank you, Randy Savage. Randy Poffo.
Yeah.
All right, no scores. We head to the top of the third, and it would be Mike Gallego, Dave Stewart, and then back at the top of the order, and Willie McGee. Mike Gallego with a 206 average. in the regular season, 34 runs batted in, 3 home runs for him. Rijo has been mowing him down thus far, 4 strikeouts. And yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Here's the 0-2
That's why
delivery to
he's World
Gallego.
Series MVP.
Gallego looks at a called strike 3. This one, a little slider in there. So that's strikeout number 5 for the Cincinnati Reds ace. And here's Dave Stewart. And of course, no batting stats for him, being junior circuit scum and all that. So Rijo deals. Here's the 0-1. And Stewart sends this one out to right field. Lazy fly ball to right, and Paul O'Neill makes the catch for 2 outs. We're back at the top of the order. And a man that could belong to the Don Mossy Club in baseball, Willie McGee. Willie McGee, nothing for 1. So baseball historians, you know what I mean when I'm talking about Don Mossy. Anyhow, Rijo deals to McGee. Full count. McGee swings. This one just a 2-hopper to short. And up with it is Mr. Larkin for the final out. So 3 up, 3 down for the crew from Northern California who won, not this particular team, but the Oakland Athletics, winners of Legend Sports Universe World Series in his season 1. Jeff Reed leading off here. Aaron, what do we have on Jeff Reed, the catcher? We know that Reed hit 251, 16 runs batted in, 3 home runs. What are your thoughts on Jeff Reed? This is your team.
No relation to me, just for the record. I thought he was a good player. I know he played in, he was with the Twins. I think he was a Twin before he was in Cincinnati. He was with the Giants. He was a Rocky. When the Reds played the Rockies, occasionally we watch him on TV, and he was good. I mean, but great player. Great player.
Nice.
Yeah.
Christopher Slovic joining us. He's saying if I click on the blacked out icon, it will show me how many pitches in each location. I have no idea what you're talking about, Christopher. Blacked out icon.
Blacked out.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I'm playing out of the park for, every year. I have no idea where that is, Christopher. We'll have to figure that out. Guys, it's going to be a treat coming up. Oh, in the upper right. All right, well, upper right, that's a, would that be that little, is it this one? No, it's not that one. I have no idea. Show hide info widget. Oh, okay. No, that's not it either. All right, well, I'll find it through... oh, there it is, the pitch location. Oh, that is really cool. I've never used that.
Nice.
So what this is, man, is like, when you look at MLB Network, it's showing you pitch location for previous hitters. So thank you, Christopher. Never knew. So it's to the left of the BNN page. Really sweet, man. So, guys, we do have a treat coming up as soon as Christopher and I can coordinate it. Christopher's going to be on some night. We'll just have like Diamond Mine kind of playing in the background just for whatever, so that we can just have a good old baseball chinwag. So look for
chinwag lad.
Looking for Mr. Slovic. All right, now this is all a mess. Now hang on a second. I don't want these guys up here. No, it's okay. I just want. Oh my God. This is why I don't mess with these widgets. All right. So now I've lost who's up. So let me figure that out. But thank you, Christopher. No. No, it's not that. It's and I've got everything. Oh my God. This is why I don't like to mess with things in live streams.
What was that last night you were trying to do? I was watching you.
Oh, I was just trying to work out some, and again, that was just trying to work out some issues, and think I have it set up now and ready to go. Where we're going to be doing some, and I didn't realize this was actually streaming because I hit a hotkey, so that we can do. Oh my God, what am I looking for there? The hitter. Yeah, like Micro League Baseball,
Micro League, Hardball, Earl Weaver.
Exactly. So that's going to be coming up. This is not the way I had this set up before. Oh well, just give me a second here, guys. But thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that, and I'll leave that up there. That's really fun. Didn't know that existed.
They say at Riverfront back when it was around. If you listen closely at the ballpark, you could hear the water running off the river and the boats
Oh,
passing by.
I thought you were going to tell me you could hear the ghost of Ernie Lombardi. All right.
Perhaps
So
that
here's
too.
Jeff Reed. Any relation to Jody Reed? Probably not, as Dave Stewart
Probably
deals.
not.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Jeff Reed swings, and this one a sharp grounder to third. Up with it in plenty of time is Carney Lansford, and he'll make the 5-3 putout. 1 up, 1 down here for Cincinnati in the bottom of the third. Chat blowing up here and loving it to see it. And here's Jose Rijo. So Jose, yep, 161 average, 2 ribbies in the 1990 regular season. This is a tough one for the Pirates. We should have beat the Reds. Don't take this the wrong way, but the Reds didn't beat us. We beat ourselves that year. I mean, we held first place throughout that whole season. And just, you know what, Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla, especially Bonds, choke, pop fly, pop fly, whatever. Bonds stunk up the joint.
If it hadn't been for Bream tying the game, you guys probably it would have been a lot worse. But it seemed like every time
in 1990, Barry Bonds just led us to Bonds and Bonilla were crap in the 1990 LCS. I mean, the Bucks should have gone on to the World Series.
If it seemed like every time the Reds were in the playoffs, it was always the Pirates.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 1970s. Read your baseball history, man. The Reds and Pirates were superb rivalries in the 1970s. Great teams, both of them. Dave Stewart deals to Rijo. The 1-2 pitch.
Go ahead.
Rijo swings. This could be a base hit. Gapper up the alley into left center. And look at Jose Rijo. He's digging for 2. And the slide. And, of course, he's going to be safe by a country mile. So that is the second hit for the Cincinnati Reds. And Jose Rijo trying to get something started in this scoreless tie. And we're back at the top of the order for Cincinnati and Billy Hatcher, who's nothing for 1. You know, one thing I've said many times I wish Out of the Park Baseball would do, because you have to watch the play-by-play, and it won't always tell you what the batter actually did. So you guys know in Action PC Baseball, you just hover, and it will tell you what the batter did. All I know, because I'm not going to sit here and keep score, is that Hatcher's 0 for 1. That's all I know. And drives me crazy. All right, so here's the pitch. And a slow dribbler to third. And the throw across the diamond by Lansford. And that is out number 2. And here is Barry Larkin. Rijo at second, 2 down. Cincinnati trying to tally one here in the bottom of the third. Dave Stewart with a check of the runner. The 1-0 pitch. Larkin swings. This one's going to get down into right field for a base hit. And coming around to score, the throw to the plate. And in there, safe is Jose Rijo. And the Mets drawing first blood here. It is 1-0.
Well, you wish it was the Mets.
All right. So John saying, yep. Yeah, so Legend saying, yeah, by this time, this point, Out of the Park should give you options for how you want those data boxes laid out and what info you want them in. Yep, exactly. Everyone but Bream and Bell were crap in your lineup in that series. I'm telling you, Big Clue, exactly. And I'm not taking anything away from your Cincinnati Reds, but the Pirates lost that LCS more than the Reds winning it. We came in, I'm not saying this with any bias, since Pittsburgh Pirates were a stronger team, and I mean we lost, we choked, man. All right, here's Hal Morris. Go ahead, Aaron.
I actually like Jim Lee. I do.
Well, I should hope. Was he owe you money or something? Yeah, he's a good guy.
No, if he owed me money, he better pay up now. No, he was a hell of a manager. I mean, the guy would fight for his players. I mean, he had I still remember that video of him just giving it to Barry Bonds.
Oh, I love that video. Yep.
Oh my God, I'm the blanking manager. If you don't want a blanking P here, then he was using a lot of expletives.
Leyland. Yeah, when Bonds got to San Francisco, he was coddled, but Leyland had no trouble dressing Barry Bonds down, and I think it was a good thing.
Shut him up.
Had to shut him up. All right, Hal Morris in there now. Morris is 1 for 1. Dave Stewart with the 0-1, and the runner goes, and there will be no throw. So Larkin gets the stolen base, uncontested. So Barry Larkin in scoring position. Hal Morris back in the box in the 2-2 pitch, and Morris swings this one, grounded to first, and fielded by Mark McGuire, who tosses over to Stewart, covered. So that ends the inning, but 1 run and 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left on, and Cincinnati leads Oakland 1-0 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Big clue saying Leyland better than Piniella for sure. Yep, he is from Perrysburg, Ohio. I used to like to watch Leyland sneaking cigarettes in the dugout. And later on, of course, there was no smoking in Major League Baseball parks, and Leyland would still be down there as handcuffed, and it's like, Jimmy, you're a smart baseball man, but everybody knows
Put
this
the
is how.
cigarettes down.
Well, no, it's not so much that. This is how teenagers sneak cigarettes, and there you are, man. It's like you couldn't even go back, in the runway there, the hallway, right, going back from the dugout to the clubhouse, and like he could still see what was on field, or have Gene Lamont do something while he's having a quick smoke, but it was always funny.
There was a story.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you saw it. It was when the Tigers won the pennant in 06.
Mm-hmm.
It was either the division series against the Yankees or the pennant against the A's that year.
Mm-hmm.
And Leland was really trying to curb the drinking and the smoke. I don't know if he ever drank, but he was trying to curb the smoking, whatever it was, or the partying, whatever it was. But this is when Torrey Hunter was on. It might have been 06. Torrey Hunter was on the club.
Mm-hmm.
And the story goes that Leland was like, I'm not going to be with the players because this is their team. It's they busted their ass to get here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but so they're out there celebrating in the clubhouse. And then, but Leland's back there in his office, and on there, and this is how my friend Fred told me. He said, yeah, Torrey went over there, picked him up, and he let him out there in front of all his players. It's like, no, man, you're a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
You got us through this, and
That's
we
funny.
owe it to you. And they all celebrated it, even though Jim was gonna just let them do their thing, but they got him involved.
One of the things that's going to be fun when we have Christopher on is he's going to have some tales to talk about. Talking about Jimmy Leland, Chuck Tanner, a few other people. I don't want to spoil anything. Just looking forward to having Christopher on. So that when you're talking about Jimmy Leland, I just want to remind everybody we will have Christopher Slovic on as soon as we can figure out this 9-hour time difference. Carney Lansford, 0-for-1 now. Jose Rijo deals to him. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And Lansford swings. This one, a sinking liner to center field. That's down for a base hit. And Oakland picking up its first hit of the game. So the little 3-inning no-hitter broken up now. There it goes. And Lansford with speed at first. Here is Ricky Henderson. 0-for-1, as John DFW rightly says Bonds was terrible in the postseason until 2002 when he was great. Yep, agree with that. All right, Rijo deals to Ricky Henderson. The 0-2. Henderson swings. This one sent all the way to center field, and this one over the head and going to the wall in center, and it looks like Oakland they are not going to tie it up. So Lansford thought about going home, but the third base coach flashes the stop sign. Henderson picks up the double, and 2 in scoring position for Oakland, nobody out. And here's Jose Canseco, a swing of the bat, and Oakland is in the lead that easily. Canseco, 0-for-1. Rijo having to work from the stretch for the first time tonight. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and oh my, it's a balk. Boy. Jose Rijo, little twitch move there on the rubber, and a run comes in a very ignominious way. The Oakland Athletics tie it up here. It is 1-1 in the top of the 4th, and Rijo is angry. Oh my goodness, there's some shouts going back and forth. Umpire understanding this is the World Series, just ignoring Rijo. Jeff Reed going out to have a talk to him, tell him, calm down, man. This is the World Series.
This is the World Series.
All right. That's right. All right, so Canseco back. A cheap run in for Oakland. And here comes the 3-1 pitch. And that one missing inside, ball 4. So Canseco draws the walk. Rijo still clearly upset by the balk move. So runners at the corners. And that brings up Mark McGuire. So Henderson at third, Canseco at first. McGuire nothing for one in this game. And
code red.
And there goes the runner. Canseco slides, and he is safe. So Reed comes up firing, but Canseco with a good jump, and 2 in scoring position now. And things looking a little bit ugly here for the Porkopolis 9 as Mark McGuire steps in.
His controllers deserted him for a little bit.
For a little bit. You know, you laughed earlier about Porkopolis. The reason it was called that in the 19th century and the early 20th century is Cincinnati had the huge stockyards. And so that's why one of it's, besides the Queen City, which is still known by that, it was also called Porkopolis. So there's a little, had to bring some dead ball trivia into this modern game.
And
all right.
Skyline Chili.
Jose Rijo from the stretch to Mark McGuire. The full count on McGuire. Strike 3. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, I think on that one, McGuire was aiming for Nebraska and came up empty. So one away, and here comes Willie Randolph. So Willie Randolph,
he hit the air. He contacted the air.
He contacted the air, so you're right. He did make contact, indeed. Randolph drew a free pass off of Rijo last time up. 2 in scoring position, 1 down, 1 in for Oakland. Rijo with his delivery, and this one swung on to short, and they're going to go to first base. For the sure out, Ricky Henderson will come in to score, and Oakland jumps out to a 2-1 lead here in the top of the 4th. 2 down, Canseco in scoring position for Terry Steinbach. So Rijo will have some time here and gets this third out to settle down. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Steinbach grounds this one to short. Good diving stop out there by Barry Larkin to make the 6-3 put outside retire. But the Athletics score 2 runs on 2 hits. They strand 1, and they lead Cincinnati 2-1 as we head to the top of the bottom of the 4th. Let's look in on the chat. Dick Allen, who I'll have to call Richie Allen in the show. Dick Allen is going to hit you over the head if you do that. And he didn't like that, right? Big Clue says, Lesai. Chuck Tanner, new manager, already advocated for Dick Allen Hall of Fame. Why is Dick Allen not in the Hall of Fame? Let's get the chat to blow up here. I mean, I know that Dick Allen didn't have the most cozy relationship with clubs or press or whatever, but what a great player. And
yes.
Yeah? Oh, man.
I mean, Dick like, so I was playing AFBA one afternoon, and I had the Modern All-Stars disc installed, and it had Dick Allen in it, but I guess the person that made this disc didn't think, maybe it was he went on his rookie year or something, because it said Richie Allen. And I'm thinking either this guy didn't know, didn't know not to call him that, or maybe it was based on his rookie season, which that's what they were calling him back then. But luckily, you can change it to his proper what he wanted to be called.
Yeah, it's that's all very easy to do. Dick Allen, just call me Dick.
Richie, Dick, don't call him Richie Allen.
Richie Allen, right. So Big Clue says, when is Hall of Famer Harold Baines going to pinch hit for the A's here? Yes, Harold Baines. As I was getting everything ready, I saw Harold Baines. I'm like, we're going to have fun with this World Series. So we'll see if Mr. Baines comes up. I don't know. Anyhow.
Mr. Baines.
Eric Davis, nothing for 1 to lead it off here for Cincinnati, followed by Mariano Duncan and Paulo Neal. Dave Stewart, the 3-2 pitch to Eric Davis, struck out his last time up, and he's going to look at a called strike 3 here. Fastball, 90 on the gun from Dave Stewart. That's his 4th strikeout, so 10 strikeouts between these 2 pitchers as Mariano Duncan steps in, nothing for 1. What do you say, Randy Savage?
Yeah, Davis has to get that hot fit on fire, yeah.
Dave Stewart deals.
Look out for Duncan. Yeah.
Here's the 1-0 to Duncan, and Duncan pops this one up on the infield first base side. And waiting for this one to come down is Mark McGuire. So 2 away here in the bottom of the fourth. 2-1 Oakland lead. And here's Paul O'Neill now, the right fielder, nothing for
Come
one.
on, brother, you can do better than that.
Thank you, Hulk Hogan. Steinbach sets up. Dave Stewart brings the 1-2 pitch to O'Neill. O'Neill swings, and this one sharply hit into the gap and left. It's going to go all the way to the wall. O'Neill into second with a 2-out double. Hit number 3 for Cincinnati. And tying run in scoring possession. Yeah, tying run in scoring possession. And here is Chris Sabo. So Sabo, nothing for one. Stewart checks the speedy O'Neill at second, and the 0-1 pitch. Sabo swings. This one popped on the infield, and going out at the edge of the diamond there is Willie Randolph making the catch. So the Athletics hold on to a 2-1 lead. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left in scoring position, and we have played 4 here in Cincinnati, and it's Oakland 2, Cincinnati 1. As Richard Davis says, snap into a Slim Jim. You got to do it, Aaron. Go ahead.
What's that?
The snap into a Slim Jim. Go ahead, man.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, maybe the rest of the snap into some Slim Jims. Get that fire going in the Macho Man. This is the place, the cup of coffee in the World Series. Yeah. You can't stop once you get going.
No, you can't. Yeah, right. There you go. Bernard Strom. Bernard Strom joining us. Hey, Bernard. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, Mike Gallego will start it off here for Oakland. Be followed by Dave Stewart, and then the top of the order, and Willie McGee. Gallego, nothing for one in this game. 2-1 your score here, top of the fifth, as Jose Rijo deals. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Gallego. Gallego cuts on this one. High pop fly on the infield and waving everybody else off, and taking it is Mariano Duncan. So 1 up, 1 down. Dave Stewart now. Nothing for one. Fly to right his last time up. Rijo deals. Full count to Dave Stewart. And Stewart takes outside. So Dave Stewart, the first base coach, directing him to where first base is. Stewart aboard, 1 away. And here is Willie McGee. Right? Exactly. All right. Willie McGee, 0 for 2. Dave Stewart, they're pointing him to second base. Right? It's that way, Dave. Rijo deals. Sorry, I have to pick on the American League back as it was. The 0-1 pitch, diving stop at second. And this one, Mariano Duncan cannot hold on to it. Can't make the throw. So this is going to be an infield hit for Willie McGee. Oakland with 2 aboard now. Dave Stewart at second. Willie McGee at first.
Looking to add some insurance.
Absolutely. And here's Carney Lansford. Lansford 1 for 2 in the game. Rijo rocks and fires. And first pitch swinging. This one line to center field. This will get down for a base hit. Lansford, here's the throw to the plate. And Stewart is gunned down. So we have us an outfield assist. We're going to look at this one again. I love me a good outfield assist. I used to laugh when people would try to run on Van Slyke. And anyhow, beautiful throw home. And, oh my God, he might as well have been walking. What a great, great throw.
Was that Davis?
Yes. Eric Davis with the outfield assist. Yep. So 2 away, 2 in scoring position. Lansford at second, McGee at third. And Ricky Henderson, who is a Clee baseball fan, will tell you why he was great, is 1 for 2. The thing about Ricky is he was great. At least he could back it up.
He was great.
All right, Rijo.
Talk the talk and walk the walk.
Exactly. Still was a pain in the ass, though. All right, here's the full count. And Ricky draws ball 4. So Rijo not looking too sharp now, and it started falling apart for him after that balk in the last inning. So bases sold out with Oakland A's, and here's Jose Canseco. And earlier in the game today, we saw a bases loaded situation, and Manny Ramirez went yard. Can Jose Canseco do it here? He is nothing for one. He certainly has the power. Rijo ready to deal now. 2 down. And here's the 1-2 pitch to Canseco. Canseco, big swing and a miss, and a huge strikeout for Jose Rijo to get out
Oh,
of a
he needed
nasty
that.
jam. Couple that with the Eric Davis throw from center field. So, all in all, good inning for the Cincinnati Reds. We go to the bottom of the fifth. The score remains Oakland 2, Cincinnati 1.
Wow.
Dwayne
Game
Martz
half
joining
over
us
already.
here. And so Legends had asked Dwayne Martz a question. And I don't remember if Dwayne answered this or not. So Dwayne's doing the 1961 season replay with APA using Digital Diamond Baseball. So Dwayne, what happens if the Braves and Yankees meet in the World Series? Who are you managing, or what have you? Just curious. Or who are you going to root for? Who's your team? Because I know you like them both. So
The Braves are
Dwayne,
still in Milwaukee at that point in '61. I think
right, right, right,
yeah,
right, right.
they're still in Milwaukee. Lieber
As
Jets,
Legend says, a good few
Penguins.
days for the A's, and so far, a pretty good night for them here too. Yeah. All right, Jeff Reed will lead it off for Cincinnati, followed by Jose Rijo,
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, and then Billy Hatcher. All right, Stuart deals. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jeff Reed. Jeff Reed, to borrow a line from Ernie Harwell, stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by. Strikeout on a slider from Dave Stewart. That is K number 5. And here's Jose Rijo, 1 for 1. How about it? Stewart deals. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Double for Rijo last time, and now a strikeout. So just a good old fastball from Dave Stewart. So 2 up, 2 away. Back at the top of the order for left fielder Billy Hatcher. Nothing for 2 for Hatcher, wearing his Houston Astros livery. Stewart brings it home, the full count. Hatcher swings. This one out to center field, and camping under it and gloving it for out number 3 is Willie McGee. So nothing across for Cincinnati. We go to the top of the 6th. It's still 2-1. And leading it off here, Mark McGuire, Willie Randolph, and Terry Steinbach to bat for these Athletics of Oakland. And
Soon to be Las Vegas.
so watching, I thought it was really, really cool during, and I know that Legends had brought this up, but in that A's Giants series, right? So it's kind of fun how the Athletics and the Giants were kind of historically linked back in the dead ball era, especially. And that white elephant, right? So I'm watching the mascot during Legends games, and I'm like, that mascot is there because of a Giants manager. So it was John McGraw who said, referred to the Athletics as a white elephant, and they wear it as a badge of honor. So one of there are other connections between the Giants and A's too, not only just geography but in baseball history. But I thought that was kind of fun to see that. They're playing the Giants, and the spirit of John McGraw was there. No, I'm talking about the Athletics. It's a white elephant.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right. Well, it's John McGraw who started that. So, and I thought it was interesting. But the ghost of McGraw did not help the Giants. But Rube Marquardt pitched a good game. I was rooting for the A's in that series. But guys, even if you've seen it, watch it again. That Game 7 in Legends World Series was simply amazing.
It was fantabulous.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And here is the delivery from Mark McGuire. Full count to McGuire. Struck out his last time up. And this time he's going to ground this one deep to second base. Duncan to his left, up with it, and disposes of Mr. McGuire for out number 1. So Dwayne says the Yankees must win to have a great season. All right. Dwayne says since he's doing APA and using Digital Diamond Baseball as stats keeper, he says he has to manage both teams by rooting for the Yankees. He says he'll be rooting for the Yankees. The Braves, if they get there, would be a great season. So should be fun. Yep, the black uniforms. That's another. So John McGraw was very much a part of that. So the Giants, right? Starting the 1905 season, John McGraw refused to play the 1904 season. But at the beginning of the 1905 season, they're wearing the black uniforms. And the Giants, right, making that nice comeback, that nice run at the A's in Legends World Series. And the Giants were wearing at least black jerseys. The dead ball Giants of 1904 were clad head to toe in black. But Again, another, and I'm thinking John McGraw's here. John McGraw's here. It was so much fun. All right, Willie Randolph. He is nothing for one with an RBI. Jose
Wait,
Rijo,
are
the
you
1-2
playing the
pitch.
Windows version of Apple, or are you playing the dice version?
He's doing. You have to ask him. Yeah. I believe
That's what I
he's.
was.
Oh yeah, he's doing cards and dice, but you enter in the results into Digital Diamond Baseball. So there's a lot of cards and dice now games, Aaron, that you can play using digital dice or using Digital Diamond Baseball is kind of like a companion to it. So you can do like Status Pro
Yes.
Baseball, APA.
Yeah.
I forget what other ones you can do. So the reason I don't do that on the channel is I don't play cards and dice, and I think on its own, it's a good digital game. But when you couple it in with what you can do with it, integrating app and Status Pro, all the seasons for Status Pro come with the game. When you add in the cards and dice component, then it becomes a
Right.
great game. But you're not going to see Digital Diamond on this channel. I buy it just to support Mark, but I don't think as a digital game alone it's very good.
Mm.
It's good, but
Alrighty.
that's it. It's merely good.
That's it.
But it's great when you add in cards and dice. Then it's like it's fantastic, and hopefully Mark will keep moving in that direction. All right, Steinbach bats with 2 out here, Aaron. He is 0 for 2. Rijo with the
0
0-1
for 2
pitch to
and 0
Steinbach.
indeed.
Yep. And Steinbach sends this liner to right, but that's going to stay up long enough for Paul O'Neill to make the grab. So side retired as Oakland goes in order. And we head to the home half of the sixth here in Cincinnati, and the score remains Oakland 2, Cincinnati 1. Yeah, the fonts are too. As I remember, you can,
Hmm.
Bernard, you can adjust the fonts, but I can't remember how. It's been ages since I played Digital Diamond Baseball. But yes, as Dwayne says, it has Status Pro Baseball built into it, so everything back to 1927. The game itself goes back to 1871 or six. I can't remember, wherever the Sean Lyman database goes to. So it's just that anything before 1927, there's no Status Pro seasons yet for that. I don't know. I guess APA does. So if you had APA 1905, you could do it in Digital Diamond. It's an excellent, excellent game when you bring that in. I as a digital player, I'm like, damn it, come on, come on. But oh well. A lot of people are loving it. I think it's cool. The only thing that drives me nuts about it, and it's just bad graphic design. It's kind of tacky graphic design. Is so they have like the lineup, like the photos of the players at the bottom. And so as an indicator of who's up to bat, there's like this yellow light, and it looks like a halo, and it's really cheap looking. And it's like, Mark, you could have put like maybe just put a little baseball on there or something. So, but I mean, that being said, it's a good game. I'm just kind of picking nits at it. Every time I look at that, I'm like, because the rest of the game looks really beautiful. It really is. It's a nice looking ball game. But that yellow halo around these guys, and I suppose it's me being, because I'm Eastern Orthodox and our saints and all that, right? You know, they have halos on the icons, and I'm thinking, boy, I'm in a bad version of church here or something. I have no idea. Anyhow, here's Barry Larkin to lead it off,
Come
followed
on,
by
Mark.
Hal Morris and Eric Davis. So Barry Larkin with an RBI in this game. He is 1 for 2. Dave Stewart with 6 strikeouts deals to Larkin. Larkin singled his last time up. This one, 2-hopper to third. High throw across the diamond. Carney Lansford. Mark McGuire pulling it down. So 1 up, 1 down for Hal Morris. Is there a good version of church? Yes, but we're not going to get into that.
Yes.
When I start the other channel, yes, there is. I'm Eastern Orthodox, and yes, I would say that there's a beautiful version of church. And all we say is come and see. So yes, there is.
Come and see. Yes.
Come and see. All right, Hal Morris, 1 for 2. One thing that is not good is the designated hitter. All right, Dave Stewart deals. Here's the 1-0 to Hal Morris. Hal Morris swings. This one a gapper into the alley and left. This one going all the way to the wall. These Cincinnati fans on their feet. And Hal Morris pulls into second. Stand-up double for him. All right, so the tying run in scoring position, and here is Eric Davis. Eric Davis.
Come on, Eric.
So Hulk Hogan You got to put some mojo down there for your man Eric Davis, yeah?
Davis has to have a Hulkamaniac bar, brother. He's got to step into that Slim Jim, eat it raw, brother. Come on, Davis. Come on, brother.
All right.
Tell you something, brother. Eric Davis has to be a power threat, brother.
So we have Hulk Hogan blowing a gasket here in the broadcast booth. We have quite a cast of characters. We'll probably be hearing from Harry Carey in the next inning. Who knows? We may have Marty Brenneman or Joe Nuxhall. God knows. We might even have Red Skelton. I have no idea.
Red Skelton.
Yeah. All right. Dave Stewart deals to Eric Davis. Here's the 1-1. Davis swings. Sharp grounder to first. And McGuire will take it to the bag himself. 3 unassisted. Moving to third on a play is Hal Morris. So Mariano Duncan with a chance to tie it up here. Morris 90 feet away at third. Mariano Duncan 0 for 2. Dave Stewart from the stretch in the 2-1. And Duncan golfs this one to short, and that will retire the side. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a runner left just 90 feet away. Oakland maintains its 2-1 lead as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Legend says Macho Man's cage match with Red Skelton was legendary. He was
Red Skelton like crazy, brother.
Skelton was
could not experience the Macho Man's heel.
Yeah, I've seen.
Skelton, I'm gonna beat the son out of you again, brother.
I've seen a lot of YouTube videos with him in it and read a lot about him. He was actually truly a very, 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 truly a good person and a hell of an artist too. Smart guy, funny, and didn't have to rely on. Not that I'm a prude, man. I drop the F-bomb as much as anybody. I'm not a comedian. But you know what? He never had to use profanity. And the man was funny. He really was very creative. And always...
I'm going to run to the fridge for a Coke. I'll be right back.
Why don't you walk to the fridge, Aaron?
Walk to the fridge?
Yeah, as opposed to running. Yeah.
I'm going to walk to the fridge to get a Coke.
All right. We'll see when you get back, bud. All right. Take Randy Savage with you. All right, Mike Gallego now 0 for 2, leading it off here in the 7th. Rijo has 7 strikeouts, 4 walks through 6 innings of work. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Mike Gallego. Gallego swings, and this one a little flare into right field, and coming into his right end, making the catch, is Paul O'Neill. So 1 up, 1 down, Dave Stewart now. Stewart 0 for 1 in the ball game. Jose Rijo dealing to his mound opponent. Here's the 1-2 to Stewart. Stewart swing and a miss. So Jose Rijo picks up K number 8, and we're back at the top of the order. Willie McGee 1 for 3 in the game. Nice tight one here as Rijo deals. McGee cuts on this one, line drive into the gap and right for extra bases. McGee easily makes second on this play and stops at second. 2-out double. So Oakland trying to add some insurance here with 2 down. Carney Lansford having a good day at the plate here in Game 1 of this alternate 1990 World Series replay. Carney Lansford 2 for 3. Lansford wearing his Angels livery here. Jose Rijo ready to deal. Peers over his right shoulder at the speedy Willie McGee. And here is the 0-1 pitch to Lansford. Lansford swings. This one a routine grounder to short. And easy play for Barry Larkin. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left, and the Athletics remain in front as we go to the middle of the 7th, and Harry Carey will now lead us in the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Yeah. Got it loud. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
And a beer.
I don't care if I ever get back for its root. Root for the Red Legs. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Hey, let's get some runs.
Give it up, guys. Come on. That was epicness. Give some love for Aaron Reed in the chat. And Harry Carey. That was beautiful, man. That was beautiful. Brought a tear to my eye. It did. So Henri, welcome in. Yeah, he's asking. I didn't know you're Orthodox, or you were raised Orthodox at least. So, hey, there's two of us in the community. So, Henri asking, recommend out of Park 24 if you're at 23. Yep, absolutely. Unreservedly, as a matter of fact. And it does go on sale frequently. I've seen it. Sometimes it'll go as low as $5.95. So Dwayne Marsh saying, "Great job, Harry." Ken Castro saying, "Bravo, bravo." Bernard Strom saying that was great. So Harry, thank you very much. Please mind your.
Thank you, everybody. Holy cow!
All right, let's go to the bottom of the seventh. That was the most wonderful thing ever. That was killer, Aaron.
Put that to organ music.
Oh my God! Well, as soon as I can figure out what key you're in, Aaron, I'll do that. Definitely will do that.
I was drunk.
You were drunk. All right, yeah, drunk on that. What do you drink? Coke or Pepsi? I don't know. Whatever you drink.
Coca-Cola. Big K, Cola.
I'm not a soda drink. Occasionally a ginger ale, but I don't drink soda. So, just trying to figure that out there. All right. And Richard Davis saying awesome. They loved it. Maybe we can. And Tex Ags. Welcome in, buddy. He says, "Let me hear you." So here's the thing, man. Maybe in the next time we come back to this game too, maybe Randy Savage could like alternate with Harry Carey to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." Do you think those two would work well together?
Perhaps.
What do you say, Randy Savage just singing with Harry Carey?
Oh yeah, brother.
And Harry, what do you think about Randy Savage?
That would be a match I'll never forget, brother. Holy cow.
What was the thing you did the other night? It was Joe Nuxhall, and who was it?
It was Joe Nuxhall, and the interview with Joe Nuxhall and Randy Savage.
That was brilliant, man.
Get a bat.
That was absolutely brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. All right, here's Paul O'Neill. Guys, yeah, Aaron has such a talent for doing these voices. It's so much fun. It's always such a joy to have him on here. And Henri, we haven't seen you in a while, so thanks for stopping in. All right, here we go. Bottom of the seventh. Dave Stewart has struck out 6, has yet to walk a batter. Paul O'Neill will lead it off here.
Radio, actually.
There you go. You were impersonating the program manager, I guess. 1 for 2 for Paul. Let me in. I forgot my keys. And then they let you in, and that was it. The rest was history. All right, Dave Stewart deals. Paul O'Neill doubled back in the 4th, and he sends this one to center field. Back on this ball that's going to get down for a base hit in front of Willie McGee. So Paul O'Neill aboard. And the go-ahead run coming to the plate now, and Chris Sabo. Paul O'Neill, good lead off first. Sabo, nothing for 2. So the Reds with a chance here in the bottom of the 7th to reclaim a short-lived lead that they had. They were leading 1-0 until Oakland answered with 2 in the 4th. One of them due to a Jose Rico balk. Stewart deals the 1-2 to Sabo, and Sabo, good contact on this ball. Long fly ball center field, but making a nice catch is Willie McGee. Oh my goodness! All right,
close, but no cigar.
That gets by McGee, and O'Neill scores and ties this game. All right, so 1 down. O'Neill remains at first, and Jeff Reed frustrated, nothing for 2 against Dave Stewart. Stewart has the sign from Steinbach, the check of O'Neill at first. Here's the pitch. And Reed swings, little grounder to first, and they're going to turn 2, a 3-6-3 double play. So that does it for Cincinnati here in the bottom of the 7th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the 8th, and the A's holding on to a 2-1 lead. It'll be Ricky Henderson, Jose Canseco, and Mark McGuire due up for the White Elephants here in the top of the 8th inning. So Ricky's 1 for 2, Aaron. I think Key throughout the series is going to be keeping him off the base paths. What do you think?
Big Aaron said Terry Fader can do 2 voices. He's a ventriloquist.
I'm sorry, he said what?
He talks with the number. He said, Big Clue says, come on, Aaron. Terry, he said, come on, Aaron. Terry Fader can do two voices at once. LOL.
He's working
He's
on
a
it.
ventriloquist.
He's a
I'm
ventriloquist,
working
yeah.
on it. Except I don't have to talk to a inanimate object
There.
like a
Wait,
puppet.
that's not true. You're talking to me. Haha. See, get it?
Yeah,
I'm playing the straight man
you're
here.
not a but you're
Yes, I.
but you're not a dummy.
Yes, I am playing the straight man here for you, Aaron. Playing the straight man here for you. All right,
All
buddy.
right, carry on.
All right, I shall. Thank you indeed. Oh my God, they don't call him the best color man in the league for nothing. All right, Rijo deals. Here's the 2-1 to Ricky Henderson. Walked his last time up. Henderson, little flare into shallow left, but Barry Larkin again, excellent range there at short, goes out on the shallow AstroTurf, ouch, and makes the catch. So one away here for Jose Canseco. Worst thing to ever happen. And I think
Baseball,
even F-ball players will say too. I mean, AstroTurf was awful. So
Astropos at Veteran Stadium. Whew.
Yeah,
They
right.
canceled one of their F-ball games.
Ugh,
Because
disgusting.
it was too dangerous.
Yeah, I'm glad it's mostly gone. I don't think anybody has anything left in baseball like this, right? I don't think. I think they have better stuff for the dome stadiums.
Rogers plays.
Yeah, maybe the Rogers Center does. I don't know. But I thought they had like something better for these dome stadiums now, what have you. But I'm glad to see that grass is mostly back in baseball. And I don't mean Hawaiian or Colombian. But anyhow, Rijo deals to Canseco. Anyhow, 1-2. Strike that one, YouTube. All right. Canseco looks at a called strike 3. This one was a blue by you, wasn't it? Forkball in there. So here's Mark McGwire batting with 2 down. McGwire nothing for 3. Rijo deals the full count. Payoff pitch. McGwire swings. And this one charging in hard from center field and making the catch is Eric Davis to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down for Oakland. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's the Oakland Athletics 2, the Cincinnati Reds 1. This game we're about an hour and 11 minutes in, so doing fine.
So fast.
And Glenn Braggs. Tell us a little bit about Glenn Braggs coming into pinch hit here, Aaron, for the Cincinnati Reds to lead it off.
Great pinch hitter. Knew how to get the job done. He first, I think he started in 1990 with the Brewers. He was involved in that trade with Billy Bates. I think it was really Billy Bates that sent Ron Robinson to Milwaukee. But great pinch hitter.
So how long was he?
Was a big platoon man.
How long was Braggs with Cincinnati?
A couple of years.
So was he with them after this season?
Yes.
Okay.
Until about 92. And then he spent a little time in Japan for a while.
So he was kind of Mr. Baseball. Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let me see, what do you have? A 299 average. So Aaron talking about him being a good pinch hitter. So that's in 201 at bats, a 299 average, 28 runs batted in, 6 home runs. So the Reds.
See a new arm on the man of the ninth.
So yeah, absolutely. So Rijo exits the game, and again, without that, you take that balk away, and this game is a tie game. All right, Steinbach sets the target for Dave Stewart. Braggs in the box, and here's the delivery. Glenn Braggs swings. This one's going to be a 2-hopper to short, and Gallego has it and fires onto Mark McGwire, and we're back at the top of the order, 1 down. Billy Hatcher, nothing for 3. Dave Stewart has 6 strikeouts through 7 1/3. The 1-2 pitch to Hatcher. Hatcher rips on this one, hard ground ball to short, and setting in plenty of time and making the throw is Mike Gallego for out number 2. Barry Larkin, 1 for 3 and an RBI. Bottom of the 8th, 2 down. Cincinnati trails by 1 in game 1. Dave Stewart with a 2-1 delivery. Larkin grounded out his last time, and he's going to dump this one to the left for a base hit. Hit number 7 for the Cincinnati Reds. The tying run aboard, and here comes Hal Morris. Hal Morris, 2 for 3 today, Randy Savage.
What a D, Hal Morris's head. Yeah. Let's see if we can step into that ultimate Slim Jim and get that big face hit, baby. Yeah. Hal Morris. Oh, Nelly. 2 for 3 today.
There we go. Beautiful. All
There's
right.
Keith Jackson.
Give us the call. Stewart's going to wind up. Do it, man. Go ahead.
Stewart with the wine. Here's the pitch.
The 1-0. Morris swings. Fly ball. Right field toward the line and right.
Fly ball. Right field.
And that's it.
And that's an out.
So Canseco making the catch.
Retired.
Exactly. So we have played 8. Cincinnati got a hit and stranded one. We go to the 9th. It's Oakland 2 and Cincinnati 1. And
the Reds are running out of outs.
And talk about the nasty boys. Rob Dibble will start the 9th here. So Dibble, an 8-3 record, worked 98 innings. And wow, you got to love this. Struck out 136, walked only 34. A 1.74 earned run average. Ridiculous speed. I think ludicrous speed. If you guys remember the movie Spaceballs, ludicrous speed.
Yes.
So Rob Dibble ready to deal to Willie Randolph. Randolph with an RBI in this game. Dibble with a 2-2 pitch now to Willie Randolph. Dibble fires this one in, fly ball center field, and converging out there, but calling him off and making the catch is Eric Davis. O'Neill was ranging over, but Davis making the catch. And Dibble gets 1 out. Here's Terry Steinbach, 0 for 3. Dibble into his wind. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Steinbach, swing and a miss. 94 on the gun. Rob Dibble bringing the gas. Bringing the gas.
Boom, baby.
All right.
Boom, baby.
Mike Gallego, 0 for 3. Dibble deals the 2-0 pitch to Gallego. Gallego swings. High fly ball. Left field. This one going back and just short of the track and making the catch is Billy Hatcher. So 1, 2, 3 go the Athletics. And we go to the bottom half of the 9th inning with Cincinnati trailing Oakland 2-1 in Game 1 of this World Series. And on to shut it down for the Oakland Athletics. No surprise here. Dennis Eckersley, absolutely. So Eckersley with a 4-2. Exactly, right? Kirk Gibson is a big fan of Dennis Eckersley, by the way. Eckersley, 4 wins, 2 losses, 73 strikeouts.
I believe what I just saw.
Now, if you could do Vin Scully, that would be beautiful. You got to work on your Vin Scully, and then we'll do that 1988 game some night, just to have you channel your Vin Scully. So you got to work on him, man.
Oh,
you can do it. You can do Vin Scully. You can do Vin Scully. And then you got to work on Ernie Harwell, Red Barber, Bob Prince. You got to be able to do everybody. So, like John Miller can do a lot of these guys. So, yeah.
If John Miller can do it, I can.
And then we'll get in touch with Appbot, and you can pick up where Ernie Harwell left off, starting in 1998.
For that.
You do need an agent for that. Or just call John Gerson on the phone and say, "Look, wanker, I can do this," and start talking like Harry Carey and everything else. And John, with his backward vision, probably won't hire you. But you know what?
Yeah.
Hope springs eternal, as Ernest Thayer wrote. All right, yes. Eric Davis will lead it off, followed by Mariano Duncan and Paul O'Neill. All right. Looking around, no defensive substitutions for these Oakland A's. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Dave Henderson into play center field now. No sign of Harold Baines, channel favorite here. Eckersley with a 2-2 pitch to Eric Davis. Davis, a swing and a miss. So that one took a little off that fastball.
Was that?
So Eckersley.
Show.
Harry Carey blowing a gasket here up here.
Cow.
Blowing a gasket.
Swinging at?
So Big Clue has a question. He says, "Can Aaron do MV's West Virginia accent?"
Nope.
Okay, I'm trained in accents. I'll have to work on that one. So MV's West Virginia accent. He says, "Well, that would be funny if he could. It might require siphoning some brain cells to achieve." Oh man, Big Clue back there channeling to the ludicrous speed go. So definitely a Spaceballs fan there.
Speed go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dwayne Martz. Dwayne Marsh correcting me. That is Hall of Famer Harold Baines. Oh my goodness gracious. All
Making me
right.
put some respect on his name, apparently.
Yeah. All right. Harold Baines, who gets in because of Jerry Reinsdorf and whatever. Anyhow, Eckersley deals
Ooh.
to Mariano Duncan. Duncan swings in the first pitch. This one, a soft fly ball into left field, and sauntering in on it and making the catch is Ricky Henderson, and it's down to Paul O'Neill.
Come on, Paulie.
2 for 3 for O'Neill. Eckersley rubbing up the ball, has the sign from Terry Steinbach. Here's the wind and the 1-2 pitch to Paul O'Neill. O'Neill swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Oakland A's take Game 1 and this 1990 alternate World Series replay. Let's look at our recap, and then we'll have a little
As
chat
Tommy
for a
Thrall
bit.
would say, that's all Reds' fault if they lose.
All right, Athletics edge Reds 2-1 to open the World Series. The World Series got off to a quiet start today with the traveling Oakland Athletics taking a low-scoring 2-1 win over the host Cincinnati Reds. Oakland right-hander Dave Stewart was marvelous at Riverfront. The Athletics now hold a 1-0 lead in this best-of-7 series. Stewart, the Oakland right-hander, went 8 innings, allowing 1 run on 7 hits, and he collected 6 strikeouts. So we won't be doing this every night. This will be kind of like the 1915 World Series, which, by the way, we played last night, and because I was doing all kinds of stuff all day on my PC, boom, 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 some really memory-intensive stuff, last night's game doesn't count because it didn't save. Everything went crash. So we will be returning to the 1915 World Series between the Phillies and the Red Sox. So, player of the game, of course, Dave Stewart, and I think it was really unfortunate that balk, but yeah, that really changed it up. But just looking quickly at the line, so we already talked about Dave Stewart. Eckersley comes in, picks up the save, worked that inning and struck out 2. Rijo, 8 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 4 walks, 9 strikeouts. Rob Dibble came in and worked an inning and picked up a strikeout. So we're going to go ahead and jump out of that, and we're not going to hit any buttons. We're just going to go back to the Out of the Park main screen because I did that
like
one time.
The newspaper bot little thing at the end of the game. That's kind of neat. I do like that.
Yeah, I love that, and you can edit that any way you want, which is really really nice too. So tomorrow night, we continue with Shanks, and I'll be introducing you guys. I was able to find her, and it's not a photograph. It's not a photograph. It's something that I had created some time back. But the director of player development for the Shanks League, you guys will see her tomorrow night. She's anxious to get down on the job and everything like that.
I shouldn't be doing that. I have a girlfriend.
Well,
I have a girlfriend. I shouldn't do it.
As Robert correctly says, Harold Baines should not be in the Hall of Fame. Believe me, Robert. That Harold Baines. Yes, you're right.
It's like
he led the league. We were talking about Harold Baines one night. You remember, Aaron? And
yes.
So we brought him up on Baseball Reference, and he led the league in one kind of silly thing in his entire career. He manages what I even forget his lifetime batting average. Why he's in the Hall of Fame? Look, is he a good athlete? Hell yes. I mean, he made it to the show, and he played. He stayed. You know, you can't take you make it to the majors. That says a lot about your athleticism. But it's kind of hard, to say the name Harold Baines right alongside the name Roberto Clemente.
It just doesn't.
So
yeah, I mean,
Willie Mays. Come on.
Willie Mays.
I think Baines is Hall of Good, not even Hall of Very Good. I think he's Hall of Good. He's Hall of Good. Yeah. I mean, he stayed. Again, he didn't. It wasn't just like a cup of coffee. I mean, baseball is in my estimation the most difficult of the team sports, and I mean the man stayed up there. I'm not taking anything away from him, but there are so many deserving players not in the Hall of Fame. We talked about one earlier. Dick Allen should be in the Hall of Fame. Maybe we put Harold Baines in after we elect Morgana. I don't know. What do you think there, Aaron?
Morgana.
All right.
I can understand that. Yeah. I mean, it's like guys that I used to watch play are now either going in the Hall of Fame or are managing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
look at Aaron Boone. He's managed the Yankees for forever. I mean, they've not won a World Series under him yet, but pray to God they don't. Pray to the baseball gods they don't. I hate the Yankees,
I think Big
but
Clue sums it up here nicely, though, Aaron. He says, if Reggie Jackson was the straw that stirred the champ's drink, Baines was the paper parasol garnish. I like that.
yes. Oh, that's good. Clue knows how to make, I mean, but it's like you've got Aaron Boone manages the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? Like guys that I used to watch player, like I said.
It's weird
Um,
to think of him as a
what's
manager, isn't it?
yes, I
Yeah.
mean, little. I mean, he is the Yankee hero. I mean, he won them the AL pennant in 2003 for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but had Grady Little not left Pedro in, this could have been a different story. The
Right.
curse of the Bambino could have died in '03 instead of '04, but he cost himself his job. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I used to watch, like ESPN all the time growing up because it's all I think that's the only sports channel we really had was ESPN. It was always back when they would do all sports, baseball, football, or f-ball. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
soccer,
Right.
hockey. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, basket. Heck, even spelling.
Yeah, oh my God. They
I'm
used to do
like,
Magic the
what?
Gathering on ESPN. They did.
They even had paintball wars.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't remember Magic the Gathering on ESPN, but I do remember them doing paintball wars.
Yeah, they did. They
Um,
actually did Magic the Gathering for like 1 year. They did the Magic the Gathering Grand Prix, and I'm like, are you serious? I
I
mean, I
mean,
love
it's
Magic the
not,
Gathering. I play it, but
yes.
come on.
I
Anyhow,
mean, it's weird. I mean, but yeah, like I remember when what was the year when it was '03 when Sammy Sosa had a cork bat,
mm-hmm.
and they did a like a I think it was Buck Showalter. They did a little thing on him that showed him how like how can you how is a bat corked, and they had Buck Showalter telling him how it was done and stuff like that because he managed the numerous teams. I mean, he you
Yeah,
know, Orioles forever,
mm-hmm.
Yankees, Diamondbacks. He did it all.
Yeah.
I mean, but no, I do like Out of the Park from what I've watched of you playing it. It's
It's an
very
excellent
interesting.
game.
I mean,
It's an excellent game. It's on for me. It's on par easily with Action PC Baseball. The two
I
games
don't even know.
are
Is it not
wildly.
accessible?
I have no
I
idea,
wonder.
Aaron, because again, I don't know like the software you use or anything.
Right,
You
right.
might want to go on the Out of the Park forums and ask. Actually, it might not be a bad
I'll
idea.
see
Yeah,
because
it's a brilliant,
um
brilliant game. I mean, again, it's highly graphic. So, but I mean, you're able to listen to MLB the Show and do everything on MLB the Show. So it would be just the
oh
case of
man,
how well does Out of the Park baseball work with the software that you use.
MLB the Show is basically like the same thing, almost the same thing every year. They hardly ever change it.
Yeah. Well,
Menu
this
wise,
is a
that
deeper game, but MLB the Show wasn't meant to be right. I mean, yeah, it's turned into a pretty good baseball sim. It has. Um, but anyhow, please continue. Yeah, I mean, I think Legends would
but
agree with a lot about what you're saying. So go ahead.
I mean, I just played MLB the Show 23 earlier yesterday afternoon. I did you can either play your own game or you can follow the schedule for the day,
Mm-hmm.
which is very interesting because like it's like they they used to say like how the teams were doing as far as say the actual season or like how they're doing on the season, like if they lost any games or whatever it is. But
Mm-hmm.
that got too glitchy for a while because they kept saying, "Oh, they've won 19 straight." Yeah, right. Or
Mm-hmm.
something like they would. It was all glitchy. And now they just you can still follow the schedule, but
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like what they did with what's the game they used to? They did it with the NBA games for a while too, but no, like, I'm hoping that because my dad told me once. He goes, MLB The Show. It looks like you're watching a real game.
It is. It is. It
I mean,
really
it looks
is.
like a real live
Yeah, it does.
baseball game
It
that's
does.
like
And then
this
you
for
get
crying
somebody
out
like
loud.
Legends. I mean, they have broadcasters in the game, and they're okay for the first couple games, but then it's. But yeah,
Repeat,
you
repeat,
get somebody that
repeat.
can call a game like Legends, and it is. In fact, Steve Tate a few nights ago during his World Series was saying, "Geez, a lot of your games are better than the real thing," and it does. It looks like you're watching a baseball game. In fact, it tripped me up. It was in 2020, and I remember I was working doing animal rehab back during when the bug was big, and I was rotated out for a month because where I was working in animal rehab, if you would have something like that spreading through and nobody could come to work, right? Then you got to
Mm.
feed the animals, you got to do whatever. So I was on a crew that was rotated out for a month, and man, I was dying for baseball. I was dying for baseball. I remember because I was off the entire month of May 2020, and I'm going on YouTube, and I'm like, what the hell's this? There's a baseball game on, and I remember it was like the actual Mets broadcasters and all that stuff, and I learned later they were playing MLB The Show,
Yeah,
and then it was just this year because I always thought it was an arcade Twitch game, but I'm looking, I'm like, wait a minute, but that's a Twitch game. What are these guys doing? Are they with the joystick and everything, controller? And then it was Legends said, no, you can actually manage it. You can play this as a baseball sim. My thing about MLB The Show is I love it. I really, really do love it. And I'm hoping, beyond hope, that Sony realizes that these hardworking modders like Legends and there's a guy, is Daddio. He's ATG in the chat. Met him the other day in I think that's the same guy. I'm not sure. Or somebody there named Daddio. Anyhow, these guys are doing really, really, really hard work, and they have an engine there that could be a fantastic baseball sim. Um, like getting into real nitty gritty detail, like Out of the Park and Action PC
yeah.
Baseball, and Diamond Mind too, which I never do in this channel unless we're having just a baseball chat.
Like
So
we did last Friday, late Friday night when we
exactly.
played Diamond Mine.
Yeah, Christopher
And
says, "Wow, the chat exploded since you left and came back. That'll teach you to leave." Yeah, we were at
yeah.
16 at one time, so for this little channel, that's not bad. Just really quickly, Aaron, before we continue, just remind everybody what's going on. So Bernard Strom's next game, he tells me, will be on Friday. So tune into that. RGO Network tomorrow night. Pirates and Brewers. After that, we will be convening here to hopefully complete the Shanks 3.0 draft. And then, however, once Steve has everything ready to go, we'll broadcast a game or two, either be on Steve's channel, MV's channel, or even this one, and then we'll decide where the season is going to be simmed out, and we'll let everybody know in plenty of time, and just have a night where we're just simming out the season in Action PC Baseball. And so want to thank everybody for being part of Shanks 3.0 this time. And we're hoping that it will be a continuing project. Everybody is, yourself included, Aaron. So all you
Yeah.
guys are making great, great picks. This is going to be a fun league. So just, studying the two franchises, man, I got stuck with the Diamondbacks, but Tim Klee, baseball
Oh,
fan, gave me some ideas in case I draw those years. But I'm drawing like all these bad Milwaukee Brewers. So I have the Brewers. I didn't want to even do this, but I got shanghaied by
you
Big
got
Clue.
Shanghai
Dude, I got
walked led
shanghaied,
into the
man.
trap.
Yep. So I got the Brewers and the Diamondbacks. And it's like I hate the Brewers, and I don't know anything about the Diamondbacks. So
Well, they've only been
um,
around since 1998, so that's
exactly, and to me
20
that's like
24 years of existence and one
exactly that's
world
nothing.
championship.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's a blink of an eye to me, man.
Yeah.
So when they're around for 50 years, like okay, so like the Mets, right? So now I consider the Mets, an actually bona fide baseball club because they've been around for what 61 years. So
Wow.
so now I know a lot of things about the New York Mets. But I'm serious, man. I know like the Rangers. So I know that they lost the World Series in 2011, and I know that Toby Harrah played for them in the 70s. Nolan Ryan was with the Rangers, and that's pretty much all I know about Robbie Wartburg's Texas Rangers. Because,
They lost the World Series
well, dude,
twice in
they're an
back-to-back
expansion.
years.
They're like the relocated second Senators. So to me, they're like the
Not even the
ginger-headed stepkids.
first.
I'm sorry, Rangers fans. I know there's a couple of you in here. Well, in the community, Robbie and John. I think John's a Rangers fan. I know he's a Braves fan, but yeah, yeah. So
What happened to the Rays?
dude, I'm struggling. So, what do you mean? What happened to the Rays? You mean this season
Like
or in the Shanks League?
in the
Which?
season, because they were just running away with it. Now it's like they're just ugh.
Baltimore Orioles. There you go.
Orioles happen.
Yeah, the
The
Orioles
Birds
happened.
just plucked their
Yeah.
way into first place.
There's Steven, Mr. Steve Tate. So when you invoke the name of the Divil, as we say in Ireland, the Divil,
The
he
Devil.
appears. MLB The Show's Vault says Bernard Strom Vault allows you to download various different rosters. Yeah, it does, but it's not. I mean, it wasn't originally meant to be, a baseball sim. That was really, I think, the modders that drove that. I mean, then franchise mode. I think they could do so much more with it, and why not? Just they could do it, Bernard. They just include everybody to play baseball. It's not a huge file. I mean, my God, you've got it now to Park 24. You've got it, and you can get every season in Action PC. It's not like it's a huge database that's going to blow up people's drives inside their PlayStations. And yeah, everybody still, you'd
That'd
have
be
to
a
make the
scary
faces,
thought.
but even if they had something like the Action PC product, like the Baseball History Collection, just put it in MLB The Show. People do want to play, even if they are playing the controller twitchy type version or playing as legends, and most of us do as managers and or spectating. I really
I don't
wish.
mind spectating. That's
I
fun.
just, oh no, I love it. I'm just saying, why Sony could just do it. But
Yeah,
instead,
and it,
I know Steve Tate is going to be. He's Legends is working with him, so Steve is going to be, I guess, adapting his 3-year all-time great franchise greats project. He's going to be doing for MLB The Show. I don't know which edition he's going to be doing that on, but
I've often said to myself, if you can do something with more than just the season you're dealt with in the game,
hmm
more power to you. I
hmm
mean, if you can do like go all the way back in time and go like all seasons of I mean, like all seasons of baseball from like the current year all the way back to ancient times or
well,
something
the
like that.
game we just played tonight allows you to do that. Out of
I
Park
mean,
24 does that, and it's all in one
it's like
package.
it's like you said with AFBA, it goes all the way back to 1870, what have you.
1871,
And
same as Out of the Park Baseball. They both go back to 1871. Yep.
yeah, and then with AFBA,
Action
of
goes
course, you
back
have
to
to get
1880. Yeah.
wow.
Yep.
I mean, and you could probably play under the rules at the time if you can tweak the game hard
So
enough. I
that's
mean,
interesting you mentioned that because a couple guys
yeah.
were talking about an 1883 replay that they want to do. And I didn't know this until very recently. So in
Yeah.
Action PC Baseball, as long as you play in pitch by pitch mode and you're playing, um, back when it was like, 6 or 8 balls for a walk or
Hmm.
whatever, if you play pitch by pitch mode, the game will actually adopt those rules. If you play just batter by
Wow.
batter mode, it will just be, 4 balls as a walk and whatever. So I think that's really cool that will adapt and actually play under those rules. So
I
um,
mean,
I didn't know that. But there's a couple guys in the Action PC forums that play 19th century baseball, and they said that it does do that. So I think that's super cool.
um, I don't know when I'll start this, but my
hmm
1990 replay playoffs league championship series are set and ready to go. I don't know when I'll start doing it,
Which
but
game? Which
they'll
game?
APA.
An APA. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Baseball for
Blue
Windows. Nice.
Jay. It's not the Red Sox, but the Blue Jays won the AL East.
hmm
Blue Jays and A's, Pirates and Reds.
All right.
Winners go on to the World Series
All right. Go Bucks.
in my replay because. But once I finish it, I'm gonna of course keep the disc because why not?
hmm
I was wondering about that. Like when you would buy the game for on CD, for example, and you
Hmm.
wanted to buy the data, like the seasons on disc, did you
Yep.
have to like, would you buy like put the season disc in and then let it install it or what?
Yeah, that's how you did it. However, so back in the day, they had the Stats Incorporated Fan Park
Yep,
Encyclopedia.
yep,
So, which was really like for you know, Mark Cohen talks about this in his on the Digital to Dice, Dave Gardner and Ron Jucket's channel, right? He's saying why
yeah,
charge for season? The data are out there, right?
right.
So I'm just wondering if anybody there caught my correct use of the word data. But
Data.
anyhow, yeah, well, because it's plural. Anyhow, that's why I said
Yes.
the data are. So Big Clue would have caught it. So every once in a while, I got
My
it. But here's the thing. So what you could do with the Fan Park Encyclopedia is import any season right from the encyclopedia, and with
mm,
ratings and everything, and do all these what ifs and mixes and matches. So it was actually it was just a wonderful thing. So that when APA reacquired the rights from Miller Associates and updated the game to 5.75,
yeah,
they removed the encyclopedia import. However, in a cool move by APA, they did use there's the migration tool. So for those of us who've had the game and played it, blah 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 blah,
longer than
that's
me.
yeah. I don't have to buy the only seasons I would ever have to buy for baseball for Windows would be 1998 and on. But I'm not really.
Well,
I can play those seasons in other games. So baseball for
that
Windows for
and
me
Ernie,
is
like you said, like you said it, and I've noticed it. Ernie's vernacular can only go so far before he starts just saying
right.
letters and all of that instead
Right,
of
right.
names. Then so
So
you,
you could buy the 1998, 1999, even the 2000 season, and Ernie Harwell's going to say most of the names, but obviously the further we get from 1997, right?
the
He's
less
not
not likely you're
right.
liable to hear
So
something.
Shohei Otani's going to be S or O or whatever,
So
right? And so they were going to have Skip Van Wieren. I believe it was Skip Van Wieren
Pete.
or Pete Van Wieren. Yeah, I'm saying Skip Carey, but anyhow, Pete Van Wieren pick up, but then they decided they just wanted to update the game engine and things like that. So
That
that
would be
doesn't
something
happen.
to
It's not
hear.
going to happen. It is not going to happen. As much as John Gerson of Appa says, "Oh yeah, we're going to make everything downloadable," it hasn't happened. He said
Heck, I would
also,
do it.
he said
Like I
no.
said, I would do it.
He said in that podcast that they want Appa Go, which is really ugh. They want that to be the central hub for everything. You're not going to see anything more for baseball for Windows except releasing of seasons. I'll tell you that right now.
Shoot.
They're
I
not
mean,
they're not going to hire somebody to do it. And that company, I love their product, but they don't have the vision to even try to incorporate AI. The program that's gonna do it, I believe, is Out of the Park Baseball. I think we're going to hear an Ernie Harwell type announcer, that kind of thing, in Out of the Park within a few seasons. I really
that would be
do.
something to hear right there. An AI Ernie Harwell doing out of the park baseball.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to happen.
A lot of people are doing AI stuff right now. If you
Yes.
that seems to be the new trend these days is AI
Mm-hmm.
generation and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
the new shtick.
So
Everybody seems to be doing it.
one night in the well, yeah. Ask Christopher Slovic. So you check out his channel. Those broadcasts that you hear these guys
I've
doing.
seen those.
Those are all AI.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. 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 Watch them closely because you have a broadcaster 1980 talking about some college f ball in 2014, and you see a
Yep.
graphic up there like how they would have like these sort of imposed graphics or however they did right in the news, right? But yeah, he's using artificial intelligence technology to do that, and you have to watch closely to catch it. But if you casually watch it, and it's really cool. One night here in the chat, I brought up Chat GPT, and we just used it for just some baseball purposes, and it was fun. And
Yeah.
it played out a game and all kinds of stuff like that. We had Robbie Wartburg, I think, pitching against Babe Ruth one night. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, so AI is getting sophisticated enough that companies like Out of the Park 24 actually wouldn't have to hire actual broadcasters. But the company that bought them is super, super wealthy. So they could easily get somebody like John Miller or whatever. I think John Miller would be a great choice
What
um,
was that
to
video
narrate
of
this game.
John Miller? playing Stratomatic, whatever it was.
Yeah. Oh
With
yeah. Yeah. He's a big
Was
Strat
that
fan.
him playing it, or I'm trying to
Yep.
think what the deal was with that?
Yep.
Because I
Um,
know the other guy was Dave Fleming, I believe is his name.
so Bernard Strom asked, he said he's not a programmer, but how difficult can it be with AI to change the Microsoft voice to real voice? Not hard at all. And Microsoft talking about its neural things. That's really that they. I think it's moving that way. Again, with AI, I could bring up something right now and just do something really quickly and have like a video and a presenter using a program called Canva, which does just about everything else too. So yeah, so here Microsoft charging through the Azure platform, says Steve, as if they need the money. Um,
Yeah.
so what these companies are going to do is either internally or whatever, AI is coming to the masses. So Microsoft can
Yes.
charge all they want, but people are doing stunning things. So you can create entire web pages now, and having an AI created for you. You want to learn a programming language, you can do it. You want to generate modules for Dungeons and Dragons. You want to study for your MCATs. AI is the big thing, and it's not going anywhere but up. And I think that a company with vision like Out of the Park Baseball is going to jump on that, or they're going to get a real broadcaster. But I think within 2 or 3 seasons, we're going to start to see a narrator, because it's pretty clear with the way they're working on the graphics every year, trying to, but still working on the underlying engine, that they're trying to be the tech sim equivalent of MLB The Show, and I think they're going to do it. I really
I
think they're
wouldn't
going
be
to do it.
surprised.
With computers just getting more powerful, and right now this doesn't tax anybody's system at all. So um, I really think that look, they were the only baseball sim, right? They blazed the trail, the only one to go on Steam. And while they have to pay Steam a percentage, this game has more exposure than every other text-based baseball sim combined, and a cards and dice game. Smart move. And then to get MLB licensing, the only other game that has it is MLB The Show. It's pretty clear, I think, what Marcus and
You
Matt
know,
and everybody is doing at Out of the Park Developments. They want to be, again, the hardcore sim version of MLB The Show. I really think that's going to happen.
I could imagine
Yes, it can.
being
While we're talking, Bernard, we'll do that. Go ahead, Aaron. I'm going to bring up Chat GPT, and we're going to do something while you're talking. Go ahead.
I could imagine being in that studio in the mid '90s, recording all of Ernie Harwell's dialogue and putting and mixing together all of his lines. That must have taken hours. I mean,
He worked 8 hours a day in
that's
that.
I mean, and
Eight
if
hours a
you
day.
like, I was listening to like apparently with the Harwell folder in the app the programs folder on
Hmm.
the computer there you can listen if you I have a program you can listen to the files. It's like I have a program called Go Wave,
Hmm.
and I took all those little clips or those little files and stuck them into a blank file and saved it, and it turns out he recorded over 6 hours long.
Uh huh.
Numbers, team names, city names,
Hmm.
uh player names, first and last, and you got all these little clips and stuff like that.
Right.
It's it's amazing, and it's not an imitation. It's not like I said on Friday. It's not an imitation. It's not a knockoff. It's Ernie,
Hmm.
and it sounds so real.
Yep.
Sure, like he could have said some of the names in more variants, but that's here nor there. But I played a game earlier today. It was the '84 World Series, which the Tigers leading 3 games to 2. But
Hmm.
he did that. Oh, open the window, Anthony, and then of course when the ball goes out, the crash. Anthony
That
didn't make it.
yeah, that came from that actually was Rosie Rosewell, Pirates broadcaster, that started that. But yep.
Yeah, open the window, Anthony.
Yeah.
Oh, tough break for my Reds tonight, losing to the A's in Game 1 of the World Series. And yeah, I'll make sure to do that Harry Carey Randy Savage duo for the stretch one night. That'd be funny. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, it really would.
I always wondered like what variant, like because there are some video games I've played in my life that do have a version of the stretch in it. The ladder hardball games have it. The LaRussa has it. Old
Old
Time
time
Baseball has
baseball.
it. MVP even has it. Um, but like I always look for like little nuggets like that. Like where is the seventh inning stretch, or like are there any like weird things that may happen when you leave the game alone for a while? Like hell in MLB Slugfest, like if you leave the game alone long enough, the players fall asleep.
Right.
I mean, I gotta show you that sometime. MLB Slugfest. It's kind of funny. I mean, the stuff that you could do in that game is hilarious. I mean, but me
Hmm.
and my brother would play that all the time, and he would always just slaughter me because he was so good. But
Hmm.
um, but no, I'm looking to get going on my 1990 playoffs. I'm gonna, of course, I'm I gotta figure out how to stream that live on YouTube because I don't know what the best way to do that would be, but well, the way I do, because if otherwise they'll be uploaded manually
Hmm.
and stuff. But um,
Right.
you,
Seems like Chat GPT right now is down, so we can't do that
oh
tonight.
no,
So no, that's okay. We're fine. We'll mess with it another night on the channel. Todd B says, someone tell MLB the show to hire John Miller. Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, I mean, it would be great. Someone tell Out of the Park Baseball to hire John Miller too.
I would
I,
listen to John Miller
whatever.
on MLB the Show all day. Give me John. Well, Boog Zombie is all right. I mean, he's not as annoying as Matt Vasgersian is,
Mhm.
but you know, you got Boog Zombie, or John Zombie of the Chicago Cubs, and Chris Singleton of the formerly of the White Sox,
Mhm.
doing the play-by-play in the color. Whereas
Mhm.
before you had it was up for, I think it was for like uh over 20 years. You had Matt Vasgersian and somebody, whether it was Rex Hudler, Dave Campbell, Steve Lyons, Eric Karros, uh Dan Plesac, Harold Reynolds. One year he
Mhm.
was bad. They didn't bring him back after one year.
Yeah, wow, Dan
um
Plesac drives me nuts. Um,
ugh
Bernard Strom says that he did. I'm not surprised by this at all. But
yeah.
uh, by what he's writing here, but maybe we're changing a few little things here. He says he did a poll on Facebook and asked what decades people or players prefer playing, as far as baseball sims. Came out in 1980, 90, 70, 60 in that order. Prior to 1920, came in last with one vote. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. And we've talked about this a few times over this channel's existence, about people kind of sticking with players that they've seen or players that they're more comfortable with and familiar with. I'm not surprised. And yet, Bernard, there's you and there's some others that are like, wow, this dead ball stuff is pretty cool. Um, and let me preface this by saying I'm not trying to make myself like, hey, I'm awesome, or I'm some baseball historian. I'm John Thorne or whatever. I'm not. I'm a student of the game. I want to learn the game. And I've just always been interested in dead ball baseball, and I do not understand baseball. I don't get it. I'm not knocking people, but why they're afraid of anything before 1960. Um,
It,
I don't get it. It's like, oh, I've never seen them play. So if you're interested in hearing, let's see. Did you actually see Mozart conduct an orchestra? No, but yet you'll
no.
listen to. So I don't get the resistance to well, it doesn't count. There is, and I won't mention, and I'm actually a moderator, or was a moderator in that channel, a channel one time that said, well, anything in dead ball baseball doesn't count. And I'm like,
Yeah, it
what
does.
an attitude is that? I don't understand the resistance to it. And here's Bernard. He's saying, he likes learning about dead ball era almost as much as playing the games. It's a fascinating time in baseball. A very different game. Everybody talks about, oh, we got to slow the game down. The games were fast. People saying, oh, baseball, it's slow. Dead ball was a fast game. Dead ball baseball has everything, ironically, that baseball fans want. Minus the home runs, and yet there's a resistance on a lot of sim players to go back. And in fact, I'm even surprised some people voted for 1960. Bernard, I would have thought the cutoff point would have been more, say, 1970. So yeah, I mean, prior to 1920, um, probably sim players would maybe know Ty Cobb, Hannes Wagner. Some would know that Babe Ruth pitched in the dead ball era. Would know about Shoeless Joe Jackson and the Black Sox, but I
Back
don't
when the
I
World
don't
Series took 9 games to finish as opposed to 7.
right that well yeah well not always, but yes, some it varied. That the 7 game format wasn't official yet in the earliest days of the World Series. I don't understand the resistance to it. I really don't. And I even watch the communities, and the guys are really cool, but there are some guys that they
I
are
love it.
just they are only interested in modern baseball. They don't want to look at anything back then. And that I get it in one way, but the baseball that's being played now, I can just tune in, catch scores, see what's going on, whatever. Um, but I think they're just if you love this game, don't be afraid to just go in and try, and maybe think of it as this. So you go to a minor league baseball game, right? Let's say you go to
Yes.
to short season A. All right. So these
Yeah.
kids are just out of high school, about to start college, whatever, or some of them are college freshmen. You don't know their names, but yet you go to this minor league baseball, right, ballpark, and you see them. And I've suggested to people, look, approach dead ball that way, at least to get to know the names first. Pretend you're going to see a minor league, two minor league clubs, hooking up.
Back in the day when, or back
But
when
yeah.
minor leaguers travel via bus.
Hmm.
I mean, because
Well, wait.
I
Let me
mean,
let me let me let me before you go on. Yeah, it
yeah,
does Legends, but ever since I was a kid, I've always been drawn to older baseball. So while it makes sense, that does make sense. What doesn't make sense to me is that people that are just saying, no, I didn't see those players play. I don't know anything about them. I don't want to learn about them. I'm going to say something strong that might honk a few people off. I call that willful ignorance. That's willful ignorance. I don't want to learn about history. I don't care about the history of whatever country you're from, whether, Ireland, American, wherever. I don't care. That'd be like an Irish person saying, I don't care about the Troubles. I wasn't alive in the 1970s or 80s. How, I don't understand the attitude that disregards history. So I do agree with you, Legends, that it makes sense that they want to be using players that they have familiarity with. I get that. What I
I
don't
used to
get
feel that way too.
but what I
Actually,
don't get is, but I don't want to learn anything else. I don't want to learn anything outside of what I know and who I've seen. Right? I mean, so many Facebook groups I belong to, people that say the greatest shortstop of all time is Derek Jeter. Really? I
nope.
mean, no, he's not. And I'm not saying this because I'm a Hannes Wagner fan, but that's just patently untrue and displays a lack of knowledge of baseball history. Sorry. Todd B asks, could it be the fact that there is little visual things that survive from the era? You know what I think it is, and again, this is just my opinion. So, America and Americans are notoriously bad in history and geography. There's maybe it's because this country as a political entity hasn't been around as long as but again, as political entities, Germany and Italy did not become Germany and Italy until 1871. So, but there's not a great sense of history yet in America, and I think maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I don't know. No,
You
I don't
know,
think it's. I don't think. Aaron, let me. No, how's it a reach?
you're good.
Legends, and I'm asking. It's not because when you're talking about any sport, a sport is a human endeavor, right? So human endeavor is history, and everything has history, including history. So I don't think that's a reach at all. Not at all. And if and going back to Todd B, could it be that there's little visual things that survive from that era? Well, we don't really, we have some things, a decent amount of things to the American Civil War, but most of Matthew Brady's plates ended up being destroyed. People didn't want to see. the carnage. They didn't want to see it anymore. They ended up in greenhouses, right, or what have you. What
Hmm.
do we have surviving from the Mexican American War, from the American Revolution? Um, I don't think it's a stretch. I don't. And again, I'm answering you respectfully, Legends. I don't think it's to say, well, there's sports and then there's quote unquote real history. They're all real history, no matter what it is. So again. I would argue then for the American. Well, I don't want to know anything before World War II because it didn't matter. Yet 110,000 service people died in the First World War in 10 months, twice the amount that died in Vietnam in our entire involvement there. Why wouldn't we want to learn? Why wouldn't you want to learn about the war that shaped the modern world? Not the Second World War, but the first. There's something about that. If it's before World War II, forget it. I just, again, I think it's okay that we disagree, Legends, because I mean, I word of respect for you. Um, but I think that I don't think you separate sports at all. Just the same as in music, you know, I'm not going to separate music out, from just how we mark our right. How I remember watching some Babylon 5, and it really got me thinking. And it said, isn't it kind of tragic that we mark history by our catastrophes, by our failures? And we do. I've even been doing that. I talked about the Troubles in Ireland, talked about World War II, World War One. We don't tend to mark our history by great achievements, by landing on the moon, things like that. I don't know. I just because maybe I love history so much, and not just the history of baseball, but the history of so many things, that I just don't get dismissing things out of hand. It's not the familiarity for me. It's the I don't want to learn about it. I don't care about what Christy Mathewson did. He's not a patch on Zach Greinke or what have you. So comparing to life problems and global issues to someone not being interested in Dan Bruthers, I disagree. Again, I disagree. Respectfully, I disagree. Um, so life problems. Again, I'm talking about it from the perspective of human endeavor. So whether that would be art, music, sports, and I kind of hesitantly spit that one out because I don't know whatever. Just because I don't like the other sports, I still think that I think it's cool when f-ball people learn that history. I don't think one history is more important than another. Legends, respectfully submitted, my friend. It's not. I think the history is everything, and baseball especially is so tied up in American history. So if you're studying World War One, for instance, which is an area that I'd love to study. That war changed everything. And I don't study as a war gamer. I don't think it was but baseball's Wilson's work or fight order, how that affected baseball. Um, how the game was affected, by the Great Depression. That really saw the rise of the minor leagues. Um, after the stock market crash. I don't see it. I don't see a difference. I don't see as this is more important than that. I don't. I don't see it. I don't see that at all. But I get what you're saying, Legends. I'm not discounting it. I think you make a strong argument, but I don't see a dichotomy there, and maybe I need to sort of revisit my paradigm. But I don't know. History is history to me, and it's the most important thing you can learn. But can we agree on this, Legends? Can we agree on this at least? Okay, that willful ignorance is an issue. I think it is. People just say, I don't want to learn, right? Or people carrying around cell phones. What's this mean? Or who was president there? Look it up on your damn cell phone. Learn something.
You got a phone right there.
Well, look it up. Read a book. Read a book, man. I don't know. Just
That's a
yeah, but you know what? You can focus. But you can focus on the president. But again, you're an intelligent group here. I don't need to invoke George Santayana and his warning about history. I should hope I don't, and I'm not going to. So that would be my answer. So it does come down to personal values. If we value something, we tend to view the world and judge through that lens. But again, if you want to if you want to just out of hand dismiss, not making, and I'm not talking about people making even informed, intelligent decisions like yourself or others. Not saying that you discount history. You said you love history or you like history, um, but just to be saying, I have heard people saying, I don't want to learn about that. I have no curiosity, and it doesn't have to be dead ball baseball. I've met people that say, I don't really care about World War One. I've met people that say, so what? Vietnam's over. I've had people say, so history's the past. Who cares? The past is prologue. You know? Yeah, I don't like other sports, right? Right? No, it's not because,
The past, the
no,
present, yeah.
because here's why. You find it odd because I didn't put in the other part of it. I've studied the other games, Legends. It wasn't like that I just said I refuse to learn about basketball or F-ball or what have you. There's a difference. So I've made that decision based on watching the games, reading about these games. It's not that I've never seen an F-ball game. It's not that I've never seen a basketball game or hockey, and I kind of like hockey and basketball. They're all right. F-ball, no, 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 no. So I get it. Look, I've got everybody against me here in the chat, and I don't think I'm really getting my point across. So I've studied them. I don't like them. I'm talking about people that have said, I have no opinion and I don't want to learn about it. I just don't want to learn. I don't care. Again, somebody on a channel either saying, claiming to be a baseball fan, big baseball fans. Oh, it was the dead ball. That doesn't count. Nothing counts in the dead ball era. Those guys weren't playing against great talent or whatever. That's willful ignorance. So that's where I'm coming from. It's just willful ignorance in general. But no, I'm not willfully ignorant of f-ball or basketball or anything like that. I grew up around it. Most of the people I know are f-ball fans and watched it. It's like, okay, I'm going to give this a chance. And for me, there's just nothing there. But I at least visited it, and not just for like a game or two. Doesn't make me anything special, right? So Ken Castro says, where does that put me? I'm driving around searching for grave sites of 19th century players. In the minority with me, man. We don't have time to learn everything. Of course not. We're not God. I agree with you. I think you guys are really, really missing the point here, and I say that respectfully. Nobody can know everything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you choose to say, I don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to learn about something. I don't want to learn about that. I don't care. I don't want to know anything about it. Don't even give me any little trivia on that. What is that? What is that? I'm not a biologist, but I might be fascinated by some sort of something I had not known about, microbiology or whatever. Little tidbits to learn things. This is a magnificent universe. Everything from cosmology to the history of baseball. So, you know, and yeah, we choose what we're interested in and we dig into that. I agree with that, Steve. I really do. I really, really do.
Yeah.
My interest, I'm a musician. I'm a sleight of hand artist, a graphic artist. I love baseball. I love history. I love literature. And yeah, there's some things I won't read because we only have so many minutes in the day and years in our lives. And I'm not going to waste my time reading hack novelists, There's so much capital L literature I want to catch up on, plus a lot of fun baseball books. But I don't know. Maybe my mindset is a little bit different, and maybe that's why I'm so passionate about learning and why I'm. And remember, guys, I'm an educator, as is Steve Tate, right? And so for me, when I had students that say, "Well, I really don't care to learn about that," or I would have people come up to me when I worked at Penn State saying, "I have a paper due tomorrow and I don't know what to write about." Really? Come on. That is ignorance, and I don't have time for it. Ignorance has nothing to do with intelligence. Ignorance has everything to do with laziness, and I'll stick by that. And whether
Amen.
if that's an unpopular opinion, so be it. It's nothing personal. I'm talking to some very, very intelligent people in here, very
That
intelligent
I
people.
say amen.
So yeah, I mean, I might disagree with Legends, but I respect what he's saying, and he's putting forth an argument here, and it's a good one. It's a good one. But yep, you can. I'm not disagreeing with that part. So Legend's saying, and if you can't learn about everything, then you have to make judgments about what you care about learning. Yes, you absolutely do. But again, so I will repeat, on this channel in YouTube, in this sports gaming community, the owner of the channel said, we don't talk about dead ball in here because that wasn't real baseball. It doesn't count. So,
Wow.
yeah. Oh, okay. So Legends, you're setting up an argument now. So what's my classification of a hack journalist? Unless you've read all of them, how do you know? I can ask you the same question back. How do you know what's a good journalist unless you read all of them? So that question kind of fails. Respectfully submitted.
That's
If you're asking me how do I know what's a hack journalist, how do you know what's a good journalist? We do have to make subjective judgments. We do. I'm not disagreeing here. You know. Steve Tate says if someone said I need to look into cricket history, I can tell you that I won't, as I'm not interested. But again, all right, so stop. Here's what I am trying to say. Here's what I'm trying to say is I'm talking about people that dismiss things out of hand. I am not saying that you need to learn everything. Nobody can. Nobody can learn everything. Where did I even say that? Where did I say
that's
that?
impossible.
Yeah, unless you're God. God knows everything. I'm not God. I mean, there's so much I have to learn. Socrates said, I know I'm the wisest man in Athens because I know that I know nothing. I am not arguing that you
Yeah.
have to learn everything. What I'm arguing is if you dismiss something out of hand, all right? So to that person in that channel, they're saying, well, dead ball didn't count. Well, why? Why? You know? Why didn't it count? What do
Yeah.
you know about it to make that judgment? All right? I can tell you what I think makes a good journalist or a good writer. If we're talking about writing books or writing articles or whatever, I can tell you what I feel is it is. But again, I'm not an editor as you are, Legends. So my criteria could be way off base. It could be, you know. It really it I don't know. All I can say is I don't know. I don't know. Tell me what a good journalist is, and can you make that judgment without having read every journalist in every sport or in everything? Then, okay, if you can do that, that's awesome because I cannot tell you, because no, I've never read every journalist. There's not enough years to read everybody to say, okay, finally, here at the end, I think that Ken Castro is the best journalist, just to use name. Or, well, Legends, I don't know your full name, right? But just say that you're the best journalist. I have no idea. I have no idea. If I read your work and enjoy it, I'm going to say, I really like this guy. I really, really like this guy. But I'm not saying that I would say, oh, no, I don't want to read this guy because I'm a Ken Castro fan. I wouldn't say that. So my thing is about willful ignorance. It is not about trying to learn everything. I'm not really sure where you guys got that.
That
So,
was, that was my attitude too for a long time. My philosophy was, if I wasn't born yet, it didn't happen. Then,
mm-hmm,
I started reading books and all that stuff, like baseball, for example. I didn't know there was baseball before
mm-hmm,
before 1990 because that was the year I was born.
mm-hmm,
You had that mindset of nothing happened until I was born yet.
mm-hmm,
But after sitting around the living room watching documentaries on, say,
mm-hmm.
the Shot Her Around the World, which is back in the 50s, I wasn't even alive yet.
How?
Other people in my family, huh?
Oh, so again, I mean, just to butt it. I mean, I'm getting these. I'm kind of getting educators trying to educate me, and I love to be educated. Steve, what
Yeah.
you're saying to me makes sense. You guys are still. You know what? I think we're just going to leave it here and let's agree to disagree because I'm not getting my point across. I'm really, really not getting the point across at all that I'm trying to make. It has nothing to do with learning everything. It has nothing to do with that. It's dismissing something out of hand because you think it sucks when you haven't even looked at it. That is my point. Ken Castro says someone in this channel told me a certain game won't produce dead ball seasons because, quote unquote, no one cares. That I've got one ally here, and that's fine. I'm not. I mean, it's adversarial, but I still love you guys. I think you're awesome. We're not going to agree on this. We are definitely not going to agree on this, and that's fine. We could go on and say willful ignorance can be positive or negative, certainly, and philosophically that makes sense. But I find it, just for me, and okay, maybe it is just and perhaps I am completely wrong, but oh well. I guess I'll be
You
woefully
know,
ignorant of that which is right, and saying that if you're going to dismiss it and say dead ball wasn't real baseball, and then I would ask, oh well, tell me a little bit about George Sisler and why you don't think he was a great player, and the person answers, who's George Sisler? Yeah, but yet they've made a statement about that era of baseball. Or tell me about Dan Bruthers. Who? Who's Dan Bruthers? And then, I can mess with them and say, oh, don't you know he was in the farm system of the Royals for a while and didn't quite make it? I don't know.
you could just totally, you know, I mean, I used, I never dismissed like, dead ball or anything like that because it was like, I was like, okay, it's out there. Now it's
Hmm.
just a matter of being able to,
Okay, hold on. I hate
say,
to, I hate to interrupt you again, but Steve's making a point
you're
here that
fine.
that I want to address because again, I'm communicating very badly, and I will take that on myself.
Right.
So, Steve says, when my wife says I need to look into the story behind her sister wife show, I say no. So I'm choosing to remain ignorant of positive to me. That's fine. That is
Yeah.
fine. I am not arguing that at all. But you're not making a statement. You're not one of these people that said, as Ken Castro said, no one cares about deadball, or that I saw in a chat. Well, yeah, deadball doesn't count. That was just it was subpar baseball. It was this. And then, somebody else in that chat did ask, well, what do you mean by that? And the guy had no answer. They just moved off and started talking about something else. It's like, okay,
Right.
it's that dismissal. So maybe I should have talked in terms of willful ignorance as making a judgment on something for which you have not even looked at. That's what I mean. Yeah, I know. I've
Exactly.
heard I've heard this one too. Some people's trash is someone else's treasure. Let's leave it at that, guys. Again, it's nothing personal. You guys are mishearing what I'm saying, and I get it. It's fine. I really do. I'm not saying learn everything. Don't. You can't. Yep. And I do know that. Thank you. That people do throw trash away that others will dig through garbage to get. I get that. I get all that. Absolutely. Absolutely, Steve. Couldn't agree with you more, man. Um, there's no disagreement there. I think where we disagree is maybe how we define, in terms of making assessments about something without looking at it. That's my big thing. And so to say, well, no, it just sucked. I know nothing about it, but I know it sucked. That's what I'm trying to get across. So, um, and again, it is a resistance. Well, I didn't see the player play, therefore I'm not interested. That's okay in itself, but then when value judgments come in to say, well, that didn't count because I didn't see him. In some of these Facebook groups, people will talk about, Archie Vaughn and Hannes Wagner. Well, all we have are the stats. I really didn't see him play, so I don't know he was that great. How can I know he was that great when all I have is the stats? In the most statistically intense sport there is, where you can, again, granted with era, normalization and stuff like that, where you can compare, where it says in the Ken Burns documentary, as Bernard Strom says, that the documentary should be required for all baseball fans, required watching. A 300 hitter is a concept. It means something. It meant something in 1920. It meant something in 1980, and it means something now. Um, and that's the thing. All right. Now you've made the judgment, and I'll bet you maybe you've looked at a couple things with sister wives, or your wife talked about it, and you're like, ugh, why do I want to waste my time on that? I don't know. I don't know. So interesting choice of words that we aren't hearing it correctly. I had a discussion earlier, or like this earlier. Funny how this is ending how it began. Um, so yeah, absolutely. No, I've never said learn everything. And I know, Steve, you're trying to redirect, but I do want to finish this, just this last bit. When I say that, I have never said anywhere in this, and you can rewind it and play it back and whatever. I never said learn everything. I've never, ever, ever said that. What I've said is if you're going to dismiss something out of hand, at least offer a reason why. Maybe a little better than saying, well, I didn't see a player play, therefore all I have are his stats, and that's it. Those same people are going to be yelling some years later when they're in their 80s, and somebody can say, "Well, I didn't see Derek Jeter play. All I have are his stats. How do I know he was great?" So that's what I mean. And I know I get the trash. I get the treasure. I really, really do, guys. I get all that. I just don't get the resistance um, coupled with the value judgments to say this was no good, though I know nothing about it. So I think you took that dude's comment very personally. He doesn't care about that era, and you do care. No, it doesn't sum it up at all. That does not. That does not. As far as personally, no, I didn't know George Sisler. I didn't know Hannes Wagner. I didn't know any of those guys. I didn't take it personally because what they were doing was making a value judgment, dismissing something out of hand, and yet simultaneously saying they know nothing about it. So that part, yeah, I would take that personally just by saying, even if I hated it, to say, well, it sucks, I know nothing about it. I find that problematic as an educator. So, Legend says, I think there's an assumption that people who disagree don't ever examine it at all. Perhaps they did. But these people said they didn't, and I've been saying that. They said, I know nothing about dead ball, and I don't want to learn it. All I know is it didn't count. I wish I had downloaded the stream, and I could play it right here. I was really shocked. I'm like, really? That is the thing that was problematic to me. So, yeah. Yeah, and it is hard to stick with something unless you gain some interest to go further. So you guys are saying a lot more truths. I agree with you more than I disagree, and it's not that I disagree with you guys on most of what you're saying at all. You know, Bernard asking the question, how can you dismiss something you know nothing about? Right?
Mm.
Right. Bernard did get into it, and I've said that, Steve. I've said that. I think it's amazing that he has. Would I think any less of him if he didn't? If he would have done 3 games in 1912 and said this sucks, I would have respected that because he tried. I'm talking about a channel. I'm not going to say the channel's name. That just said this and made it wasn't just like a one little statement. It was like, no, 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 no. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That wasn't real baseball, and yet knew nothing about the era to even make that judgment. Didn't even dip their toe into it. But, you know, that's it. Sadly, it is more than one channel. It is, but it's okay. You know, it's okay. But it was that, well, it's only that one channel I know of that actually really put it out there. So this is not against the guys who don't play older baseball on their channels. It's not about that. It's not about that at all. It's about something completely different. So. So Legend says, if I watch one episode of a show and I don't like it, I don't have to give it any more chance. Right, but you've watched it. That's what I'm trying to say. You've
You gave
watched
it a
it.
shot.
You gave it a shot. These are guys that said, and again, I'm not going to say this channel's name, but I don't go there anymore for that reason. Just because, all right, if you're going to make that kind of pronouncement, wow. I'm not saying everybody go embrace dead ball. If you tell me you hate dead ball, okay, you hate dead ball. But if you're going to dismiss it and say it doesn't count as baseball, and you know nothing about it, you haven't cracked a book, you don't know shit about the 1908 pennant race or something like that, or you don't know maybe more than a handful of players, what do you know about it to make a judgment? And to Legend's point, no, I can't tell you how I know how a hack journalist is, I can tell you what I think is bad journalism and what's good journalism, what's good literature, what's not so good, what I'll read, what I won't. I'm a fairly well-read person. I'm somewhat intelligent, so I'm intelligent enough to make judgments based upon investigations. They might have been cursory, some of them. I'll admit that too. I have no interest in accounting. Ledgers, debits, journals, You know, um, I don't. But I'm not going to dismiss it and say, who the hell needs it anyhow? It's just all about money. Well, we need accountants, and I'm glad there are folks out there that do it. Yeah. So, brought up dead ball. Bernard says, brought up dead ball on another channel, and the guy didn't even want to talk about it. So, how is that good? Right? So, and Todd B trying to bring some levity, saying that Stephen Smith is a hack. Guys, I'm not taking anything you're saying personally. I respect all you guys. I really, really do. And I've always been in the minority in this, and it doesn't make me better. It does not make me better at all. It's just that this is what I think, and what you think, and I get it. And I appreciate you guys not kind of saying, well, just an idiot. I might be, but that's okay too. I'm kind of happy where I am. Bernard asks, he's not sure how you can fully appreciate today's baseball game without knowing something about its origins. Well, you're preaching to the choir there, my brother. I'd be curious to see what they said. The handful of players, whatever, can be their one episode. Yeah, okay. Valid point. Valid point. So they dismissed it all out of hand. I don't know, man. I find it oddly strange. I do. I find it strange, but it's okay,
Some folks just aren't dead ball fans. I
and
mean,
that's okay. That's
yeah.
absolutely okay. That is absolutely okay. You
I mean,
know.
it's like,
Um. So yeah. So Ken Castro says that's how I found you, cousin. I was drifting in the ocean of deadball all alone. Um. Holy hell, man! I thought I was the only um, you know, purely or mostly just baseball only fan in America, though I started meeting up with folks like you, Big Clue. I mean, I know that you're a soccer fan and hockey, but I know you love baseball. I know you're track and field, but it was out of the norm. And most people I meet, and it's cool, man. They're f-ball fans, and here I get a chance to talk baseball with really knowledgeable people. All of you, you know, you know,
I mean, I
and
know
yeah,
there's baseball.
right. Definitely excited for the draft. I think it's going to be fun. And Aaron, we'll let you have some time here then. 'Cause we'll steer
Yeah.
away from no. We'll steer away from this. And I'm hoping whatever your estimation of me at the end of the night here, guys, it is what it is. My estimation of you remains the same. I love hanging out with you guys. To me, the game is secondary. And I think your arguments are good. I don't agree with them, but I think they're great arguments. And you're certainly giving me some pause for thought. But I know what I heard in that chat that night on that YouTube channel. And if you guys had been there with me, maybe this wouldn't have gotten to where it has gotten. Now, that being said, so for the draft is going to be a lot of fun. So knowing this was I think really cool for Big Clue to actually bring up this idea. First I was like, this is kind of different, right? Where you're drafting from two franchises, so while you have the challenge of what year am I going to get, studying, getting to know those franchises, like, God, okay, what if I get 1979, and your franchise stunk up the joint that year? You got to pick what you can. um, So wait, what's this? Oh, so wait, Legends is bringing it back. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this. He says you just agreed on the one episode in reference to the show, but you hedge on it about Deadball when I give the correlation or a few players to being one episode because I love Deadball. I'm not understanding your writing here. Let me see that. That he's running away here before. I don't understand here. Wait, you just agreed on the one episode in reference to the show, but you hedge on it about Deadball when I give the correlation or a few players. Oh, you're talking about that show that I thought you meant MLB the show. No, I'm not hedging on anything. It has nothing to do with my love of Deadball. It has everything to do with my love of learning, and it has everything to do. And Legends, you want to split? I get it. That's all cool. Walk, man. That's good. That's cool. Nothing angry. Preference bias is abundant and natural. Well, sure it is. I'm not arguing that. So it's
I'll
confirmation
watch
bias.
baseball till the cows come home, for crying
So
out
so it's
loud.
confirmation bias, right? It's all around. It's all around. I don't disagree with that. Do I love dead ball baseball? Of course I do. Yeah. I mean, that's what I mostly do on here. Um, you know, I, I, I don't really, I love baseball, period. I just feel that this is, you know, that this is an era that's just been neglected, and there's been a few people interested in it, and so that's good. There have been times, and this I will take personally, because that was a bit patronizing. All right. On that note, good night. Okay, fine. You know what? There were times, and whether this loses or not, it's not personal. I'm just going to say this. Yeah, I do love dead ball baseball, and I think that these players deserve to be talked about. Whatever. That is opinion, and that's bias. There were times when it was just Ken Castro in here with me, just Ken Castro, and I wanted to give it up. And I said to him, "People don't give a shit about this. Why am I even doing it?" He said, "Just hang in there, man." He said, "Even if it's just me, I'm having fun. I'm not out here to convert people to the Church of Deadball. I'm just saying, look, you know what? You stop by this channel, and we're going to talk about Bugs Raymond, or we're going to talk about, whomever, or older time players, Nick Altrock, or Howie Shanks. Good God, our draft tomorrow is Howie Shanks. How many people remember Howie Shanks? But thanks to Steve Tate, we know more about Steve, or more about Howie Shanks than we ever thought we wanted to. So
Mm-hmm.
while I don't disagree, and I'm not perfect, I just want to be just understood. I don't say that people should learn everything. I wish God gave us 700 years. That would be amazing. 700-year lifespan. Learn more, learn more, learn more. But, we have what we have, and that's it. So, anyhow, guys, if anybody shows up, cool. Draft tomorrow night after Robert's game. Um, and I do appreciate, and again, I'm never going to stop any opinion or think anything less of somebody who disagrees with me. I'm not a Nazi. You guys have these wrenches here, because it's a way to thank you. And whether we agree or not, we do share a love of baseball. And in that
I've been a
respect,
member.
in that
Go ahead.
respect, I'm no, in that respect, I'm very, very thankful. I really, really am. That we all share a love of this beautiful game, no matter what era we like, where we play, what we read. And Bernie Bernard says he's 72. He's all for the 700 years. You know, hey, you know what? The thing, our Red Sox fan on his channel, he says what he says, and I'm going to say what I say. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I hope that at least you guys can respect that. Because I'm not going to lay down. I am not going to lay down. And I know that you guys aren't going to lay down either. And so,
We'll be
especially
here.
especially to Steve and to Legends, with whom I've been disagreeing with pretty much on this, I respect you guys. I'm not here. I'm not kissing your ass. I respect you guys. Your knowledge of baseball, your knowledge. Just you guys are smart guys. You're good guys. We don't have to agree to be friends, and I hope we can all understand that. And
I mean,
there. Yep. So, Todd B says he won't be here for the draft until around 11 p.m. Steve, do you have any idea how we can handle that? Kind of curious. Well, yeah, no, you don't respect Todd, says Ken Castro. Um, but I don't know how we handle that, Steve, if you're still here. If Todd can't be here till 11, do we do the thing like we did for Shanks, put it in Discord, or any ideas? So I'm not sure, Todd. I mean, we'll. I'm sure we'll figure out something. So I'm guessing Steve probably took off too. So, oh, there we go. He said yes. Clue has a contingency for those situations. All right, excellent. Good to know. So there you go, Todd. All right. Anyhow,
problem
guys.
solved.
Yeah. Yes to what? Just to what Todd just said. Excellent. You know. In closing, what I'll say is this too. is that we pretty much have a good idea of where our politics are and everything like that. We ran into that one night some months ago. And what I think is really amazing at the end of the day is despite our differences, our philosophies, our political leanings, our stances on different issues, that we can come together here, just as, Legends wrote that great post in Discord, that we can come together. And so I thank you, one and all, whether we agree or not, and whether I've pissed you off tonight or you've pissed me off. Still, at the end of the night, I respect each and every one of you. I really,
We're
really
all
do.
still a family, for crying out loud.
Absolutely, absolutely. And families have differences. Although my understanding of family, not really having one growing up in the way I grew up, I it's family of choice, and I look forward to hanging out with you guys and doing these things and going to, Steve's broadcasts when he does them and Legends, and I'm gonna miss hanging out. But baseball will be coming back in a few weeks. Watching Bernard Strom, hanging out at Al's when I can. I value you guys, all of you.
Yes,
So, all right, Aaron, give us a little bit
yes.
of fun stuff here to close off the night, and we'll be around for the draft tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being around for Shanks tomorrow night,
Mm-hmm.
continuing the draft. Um, yeah, like you know, the only baseball I knew growing up from
Mm-hmm.
like the age like maybe like I'm not really sure when it honestly started because I knew it was on a lot when I was a kid. It was like the current day and you know the years that followed. I didn't realize that there was more to go like beyond my birth year. It was like
Mm-hmm.
my brother was born in '86, so the
Right.
Mets won the World Series that year. I didn't know that until I was really enthralled in baseball, which is
Right.
in. But
Mm-hmm.
it's like when I knew there were like people would say, "Oh, it's like I had a mindset." People would say to me, "Oh, like, oh, in 1869, the Cincinnati Red Sox were the first professional baseball team."
Uh-huh.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That was my thought process was what? I didn't know that.
Right.
And then it was like I wish I could have seen them play.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could have actually seen them play. That would have been fun.
Oh,
I
sure.
mean,
Sure.
then then like I said, you know, I knew it was there, you
Uh-huh.
know, and there's audio that proves it because like there's games that go back to say the 1930s on YouTube.
But yeah,
But
classic baseball for radio. I think it's a 1934 game is the earliest one. Yankees Tigers.
yes, with Ty Tyson, and that you can hear the
Mm-hmm.
ticker in the background.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
But like I think I said this before. I told the story where we went for Father's Day. We went to Shaker Village
Uh-huh.
to see a replica, like not really, I guess like a modified baseball game played under 1869 rules,
Oh
and
yeah.
I'm like,
How
this
fun
is
is
what we.
that?
Oh, that was cool. I mean, I'm like, this is what they had. I mean, they didn't have a lot of equipment, didn't have a
Right.
lot of,
No gloves.
but no gloves, no gloves, no gloves. They couldn't wear. They didn't wear gloves, or did
Right.
their
Pitcher,
gloves
least
even?
important part of the team.
Yes, I mean, and the way it was done, it was down to a T. I'm like, wow. I mean, high scoring games were a premium. I mean, it was almost expected because
Mm-hmm.
but the way it was done, it was like you got a feel for what it was like in say 1869 or
Mm-hmm.
1900 or something like that.
Right, right,
And
right, right.
I never got to see Ty Cobb play, but I was interested in learning about the man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like I read books, I
Right.
watched documentaries, movies,
And see, that's my
you name it.
point. So that's my point, my friend. Right. Just to quick interruption here. Right. My
Yeah,
point isn't about that people don't want to learn about Ty Cobb or Hannes Wagner. Okay. My point that I was trying to make all night is people just dismissing it out of hand as those players suck.
they suck. That's what they
So
say.
Steve Tate asking 8:39 p.m. So what I'm thinking, Steve, is probably after Robert's game tomorrow, because Robert's part of the chat or part of the draft, Steve. So I'm thinking, yeah, around 9 because we started at 10 last time. And I'm thinking we get this hour or and that rate started an hour and a half early. So depending upon when Robert's done, fingers crossed he doesn't have an extra innings game. We should be able to get this knocked out because we have the yeah, we have the procedure down. So does that work for you, Steve? Because we definitely need you here. It's most important what works for you in Big Clue. Because you
What,
guys
less
are
than less than 15 rounds to go?
because you guys you know he talks and rolls pretty fast. So yeah, okay,
Just
works
just
for you
let
in
me
Clue.
clue it.
Okay, guys. So what I'll do is I'll get an announcement up. I'll just put it up in the Discord and then on the YouTube channel that will be going after RGL Network. So looking forward to it, guys. It is going to be fun. So Aaron, hold that thought you had. So
Yeah.
hold that thought, buddy. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, you guys are picking some great stuff. Legends with Walter Johnson and Ed Walsh. So he's the new Steve Tate. Um, so the Ken Castro asking, and again, hold on to that thought just for a minute, Aaron, that you
Yes.
had. So Ken is asking, are we simming the entire season one? No, we're not. But what we're going to do, Ken, is like just maybe a couple ball games here and there to showcase them. Largely, it's going to be simmed out probably overnight or 2 nights, though. I would say that was the plan. Originally, it's going to be simmed out one night, but Steve had the idea of let's showcase a couple games, maybe do an all-star game. Right. So he just said there we can highlight a few games over a week or two. So yeah, unlike McGreevy, we're not going to be doing what we did in McGreevy. McGreevy was a little bit more niche,
The
right?
gravy was fun.
Yeah, it was. So Ken, you know, we're gonna get back to McGreevy in a way. So Steve's saying about the draft, if needed, in case we're pressed for time, we could do 10 rounds and then send folks away with homework for the last 5 supplemental picks. We could, Steve. Would you guys be okay with, let's say, for those 5 supplemental picks? So let's say we do 10 rounds tomorrow. We have a 25-man roster. Could the last five, if they already know their franchises, if they're given their years, could they just post those in Discord? Would that be okay for you to maybe collate from there? What do you think?
Ooh.
I mean, we have that, right? It's asynchronous, so I mean, but I don't want to put. I don't think anybody wants to put any extra work on Big Clue or Steve, who are running this league. But if so,
Owner
let's
and
see.
commissioner.
So yeah, so Steve's saying that Ken's team is more challenging for him on the photos. So as you
Yeah.
guys know, so for Ken, we gave him the defunct 19th century franchises. And I assume that also includes the Federal League. I don't know. I should have asked Clue about that. And the Philadelphia Phillies. He says a few petroglyphs.
Petroglyphs.
Bernard says would be a problem with doppelgangers. We'll work it out. Let's see. We might even get to 15 tomorrow, right? So
Too late
Ken's
for those
laughing
few
on the
rounds to be quick.
petroglyphs. See, that's why I love this community, even when we disagree. How many places, right? Are you just gonna hear? Are you gonna see somebody toss off the word petroglyph and everybody gets it?
Petroglyph.
I
Who'd have
love it.
thunk it?
Right there, you go. So that's why I love it. Even if you and I disagree, Steve, damn it. And I can't say how much many hours, literal hours of enjoyment I've gotten out of all the stuff that you've created in Action PC, dude. So I don't give a damn
Yeah.
if we disagree and everything else. We both love baseball. So Aaron, go ahead. So you were
Yes.
talking about your
But
experiences watching baseball as it was played
but
back
I
in the day.
but I watched baseball as it was played, and like in the '90s, it was like I, you know, my little mindset was anything above below like past behind 19 or what was it past 1990 or
Mm-hmm.
anything before 1990 didn't exist.
Yeah.
But then I started watching these documentaries like the Ken Burns one. I did watch that.
Mm-hmm.
And there was more. Well, they grazed over dead ball, which they mentioned. I'm like, well, why not just like talk about it more? Because that's a part of the game. I mean, either way you slice it, it's baseball. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, but when I like Yeah, I'd read books, I'd watch documentaries, I watch baseball movies and things like that. Yeah, it's not real. The movies aren't like the like the fictional movies aren't real, of course, but the like you know maybe like the documentary on Ty Cobb, which
Mm-hmm.
Ernie Harwell did
Right.
voiceover work on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't they I don't know if there's probably no footage of like no audio footage of Ty Cobb anywhere that I
Mm-hmm.
know of, but
Audio
I'm sure that
footage? You mean
yeah
when
like
he was playing?
yes
Yeah, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. Not
well
that I mean, I don't. I'm
they
not.
can
I can't say that for sure, but I know there's a little bit of footage of him, like swinging a bat and running the
yeah and there's
bases.
like little they could probably have somebody they could do like reenactments or something like that
Bernard's
like
trolling. Bernard says, as a Red Sox fan, nothing existed before 2004. I love and I know he's having fun because the irony of
yeah
the statement, of course, is every Red Sox fan knows about 1918. So that's
1918 yeah
yeah. So Bernard, you get if I could can I give him a gold star? Can I give him 100? Can I give him something here? I don't know if that's coming up in the chat. There are
he
these little.
deserves that
I'm sending up little
that is
party streamers and smiles and
yeah
hearts
can bring out the
and
confetti
the
ball
hundreds. There we go. It's all going up here. Bernard, that was excellent.
gold
I
but
remember seeing a game and when I was living in the Midwest for a little bit. And
yeah
so my ex and I went to see because she was a huge baseball fan. Oh my God, we used to go to see the Toledo Mud Hens like 3 times a week when they were home. I mean, she
ah,
just
minor league but go ahead
loved baseball. And but we would go on Sundays. There was a group that played, um, mid 19th century baseball, so 1869, whatever. And it was so cool because I'd
yeah
known it, right, because reading about it, but actually to see it, right. And so as a modern baseball fan, and yes, I am a modern baseball fan, to see that it's an out when it was the ball's caught on a bounce, right? To our minds, if that gets down in front of the outfielder on a bounce, that's a base hit, right? But
right
no, the guy's out, and it was like this is so much fun. And the guy was there, the umpire in the top hat, and the batter's up there, and he could wait all day, longer than a Beatles eternally broadcast, to swing at the ball till he got one that he liked because players could call. They wanted it high, low, whatever. The pitcher's
right
job was just to lob the ball in. Not like today where he's. Well, maybe not so well. I guess he's the
now
center.
he
He's it, right? You
now he
know,
has to engage and
yeah,
he only
yeah.
has so much time to make up his mind
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
I
Exactly.
mean I'm no fan of the pitch clock these days and I know they're trying to speed the game up but
Right.
'cause that's
Yeah.
what I miss the days of because it seems like I'll go back and listen to a game, let's say from my birth year or beyond, like past, way past that, and
Hmm.
it's like, where is this now? It's like a good 3 hour or so game is almost long gone. I
Hmm.
mean, like it's and it can take you know like when we play the games like the Apples and the Out of the Parks and the Action PCs,
They're
we can
fast.
finish a game in like it's faster.
Yeah. Oh, much.
Whereas
Yeah.
when you nowadays, you watch a game on TV or listen to the radio, it's like, it has to be quick, otherwise you're in trouble.
Well, and the thing
Back to
is, like, so Legends, right? He does with MLB the Show, right? In his games, he does everything pitch by pitch, and even
right.
doing that and doing the color that he does, his games are over in an hour and a half because
Yeah,
there's not commercials, there's not this, there's not that.
there's no
Um,
commercial breaks.
But see, I'm one of those wackos that I'll go and sit in a ballpark and have done. I've been to games that have gone 18 innings, and I'm happy, man. I'm like, I'm here to watch baseball. I don't need, I don't care. I don't want them to speed up the game. I'm happy with it. I
Yeah,
I
let them
I,
keep
I
playing.
love baseball.
My
The pitch clock I'm okay with. What I'm not okay with is the limited throws over from a pitcher. So base runner, he's got to like decide. That I think kind of guts the game, right? Because
yeah,
well, we want to increase stolen bases. Well, I don't know. There were eras in baseball in which it wasn't a problem and the pitcher could throw over all day and people were still stealing bases. That one doesn't make sense
it
to
was
me.
nuts. I mean,
But anyhow, man, go
like
ahead, continue, please.
it's
We'll
like
close this off in a few
when I
minutes.
was when I was a kid, the game was a lot longer than you know than than it is now, where you can
Oh,
finish a
really? You
game.
think so?
I mean, I love a nice long well played baseball game,
Uh huh.
even when it goes to extras.
Yeah.
I mean, I've sat in 12 inning, I've sat in 10 inning games, I sat in a 16 inning game one time. We wound up leaving because, well, one, my dad was about to fall asleep,
Yeah.
but my brother said he sat and watched an 18 inning Legends game one night many years ago. He said, yeah,
Awesome.
like he was sitting there watching it, and about, I think it was about maybe like people were gradually starting to leave because they were either getting exhausted or couldn't eat no more because the concession stands were starting to close
Right.
or something, or they stopped selling alcohol by the eighth inning or something like that.
Right.
And then, but and with that stupid, I always say get rid of the ghost runner, but no one will listen to me because you know,
I don't think there's
I
a
think
lot. I don't think it's just you, buddy. I think in that you wouldn't get a lot of pushback. I haven't. The baseball fans that I've talked to and communicated with on different ways, different media, what have you, and even face to face, hate the Ghost Runner. And these are
yeah,
people that seriously are just modern baseball only fans, but they just like, what is this? The guy did nothing. He got on second base just because we're in extras. I don't think you would get pushback on that at all. Not at
could you
all.
imagine in the baseball video games today if they implement all the rules they got on TV?
Oh my God.
Oh man, we would. I mean, we'd be in all kinds of trouble. I mean, like if they had a pitch clock, but if MLB The Show 24 introduces a pitch clock and all the rules that are in place now, no one's
Right.
gonna play.
Well, I think what they'll do, Aaron, is they would make it optional. So, like in Action PC Baseball, for instance, you can choose whether to turn on the Ghost Runner or not,
I
for
did see
instance.
that.
So,
You could
I,
turn it off in the show too.
right, and now what's and so you have like you play in the show, right? You can still like have the shift. You can still have the shift in Out of the Park 24, which is nice. Um, so I hope I'm right on this that San Diego Studios isn't just going to impose this and say you have to play with the Ghost Runner and you have to play with a pitch clock and whatever. Steve says, remember that dude that challenged your flawed logic on assigning a player to one of the 2 years in your. Oh, I do remember that guy, man. What a shithead he was. I remember that. So I don't know. You guys were around on this, but this guy, he had left a comment when Steve was right. It was because I had done a broadcast, one of like 3 or 400, about Steve's 5-year files. Um, so he brought it up. Yeah, when it was showing one of my files in one of the broadcasts. Yeah, this guy was like, so he's trying to come up with this sort of, and I don't have anywhere near the and I would never pretend to what Steve does and what Legends does in terms of rating players and doing this deep statistical analysis. And Steve, which was really cool, I brought this to his attention, and Steve went on his channel, and it was great, and did. In fact, he did a bit of it on my channel, but he went on his channel. I said, Steve, you check this out, man. And he said, well, I'm going to go on and talk about this. And he did. And then this guy disappeared, so he resurfaced. And Steve's saying nasty. I mean, so this guy had no idea what he was talking about at all, right? Because everybody here in this community knows, and we're down to 4 people. You've watched, and all of you that play action PC baseball, you've all benefited from Steve's hard work. And I'll
Hmm.
tell you what, man, playing these 5-year files, and Steve's going to bring up his posted comments, so Steve pastes those in or types those in. Um, we've seen how well those things, how those 5-year files play, how the King of Diamonds stuff plays, how Steve's 80s decades, all those, how well they play. They're superb. And in fact, I will say this: I'm still so enamored of them. I haven't done anything with them except play exhibition games and loving them. Okay, so this guy writes to Steve. Yes, I understand how the game engine normalizes, but again, unless you start from scratch compared to your previous 3-year disc, you're simply not doing what you're claiming to do. It says Lazy Six fans will accept any disc that someone else does for free, I guess. What a bunch of crap. Well, I'd love for that guy to come on
That's
here. Right? Oh my God. Rip him a new one.
that's like a
So,
shot. That's like a just like a stab in the heart. Almost. That hurts. Whew.
Bernard's right. This guy's a jerk. Come on. Look, Steve, you know as well as I do, with this group of knowledgeable baseball fans in here, that if any of us thought that these things were shite, we would say, yeah, okay, Steve, they're kind of fun to play with, but it's no different than playing hardball in the Commodore 64. The guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, man. And
Mm.
yeah, let's do this. That's crazy. Let me see if I remember this dude's name. Because I was like just so blown away by that. Um, um, oh God. Yeah, there he. No, that's not him. Damn it. Is he going by the same name? Hey, there's our. Oh man. It's just yeah, Bernard. What can I say? You're right. What a jerk, right? Steve says then there's the link. If anyone wanted to see the thread as it's stated, referencing my same approach to basketball, can you pull up the thread and show it? Um, so I have right here. If you're talking about that link right there, Steve, I can certainly bring that up if that's the one you're talking about, because I'm seeing the basketball. So let me pull it over here, and let's see if OBS is going to be nice to us here. You hanging in, Aaron? You all right, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, man. All right. Nah, you've been doing great. You've been doing great here, Aaron. I'm just wondering why OBS is doing what it's doing because I have it pulled up on my screen. Let me see if I can do a little switcheroon around here. So the screen's going to go blank for a minute, guys, till I find why the hell OBS is doing what the hell it's doing here. So there's Ned. There's Ned McGreevy, by the way. You'll see him flash up for a second.
Mr. McGreevy.
If not, I can just add this. Oh, wait. No. Damn it. Steve, I've got to ask you sometime about Prism because I'm really. Oh, there it is. Now it's going to go away. Oh, wait. No, it isn't. It's going to go away. Hang on, guys. It's coming up. Okay. Yep. All right. It's going to stay up. Let me just. All right. So let's start at the top. And I'm going to make this a little larger because it's late. All right. Baseball has one. So we're talking about the basketball history collection. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good. So we're talking about the basketball history collection, an analogous product to the baseball history collection by DK Sports.
Yep.
So here's Devils, who is that's either World's Worst Gamer or Mick. I forget which one that is because he sometimes comments as Devils. Would buy it immediately, if not sooner, says Zep. Zep has done a lot of work in the action PC scene. Knew about Zep before I knew about Steve, actually. And then, okay, so Arizona Apaches, you're referring to the franchise All-Star set, see attached. So there's that. Sam Jones. That's it. Is that the guy? Sam Jones? Sam Jones is the name. Oh yeah, Hockey Dad. I've downloaded some of his stuff too back in the day. Sam Jones, I think that's the guy. So the history collection includes every player in that sport's history, not just all-star type players. It's not Sam Jones. What's the guy's name then? Because he made that really crappy comment. History collection's career approach. That's Zep. Zep is awesome. Okay, Joe Winnipeg. There's Steve. Here's what Steve has to write. He says, I agree. We have to go back and get Joe Winnipeg's. He says, I know from discussion with Dave and the idea of a hockey historic collection that both it and basketball are planned. Tons of work, no doubt, to get the proper career slices for each guy, so no idea when. We'll see the light of day. And Zepp saying the history collections also take a career approach to player representation, not the best season. It's more of a peak value using a span of their career. Steve says, I agree. I've been working on my own all-time grades for basketball using a career slice of the best 3-4 years to card the players, also normalizing their stats to the year they are signed. So if I use 1984, 86, 90, 92 for a player that averages to 1988, I would assign them to 1988 and then adjust their totals to match that year. For those years combined, the adjustments are very minor. However, with a player that used 1962, 68, 1974 as an example, those averaged to 1968. Adjusting the average of those years toward 1968 would have more adjustment due to the league data variance for each of those years. Once they've been adjusted accordingly to the year they're assigned, the game can then make the proper internal adjustments for era in an all-time league. A true labor of love on these types of projects. Boy, is that an understatement. I'm adding that editorial comment. I have over 200 players done thus far. I'm also creating photo packs as I go. Below is a link to those I've done so far. Then Zepp comes back, complimenting Steve again. You know, Zepp does a lot of great stuff. Steve, so yeah, and guys, there you go. I mean, just encapsulated there. So Steve, in this paragraph, gets into some pretty fine detail about what he's doing and his methodology. And we know that he has some stuff in his witch's brew that he's not going to share, and nor should he. It's proprietary stuff. And so this guy then makes this comment back, unless you started from scratch compared to your previous 3-year disc, you're simply not doing what you're claiming to do. Oh, he pops in on page 2. Okay, so the drama, let's get to the drama. And I know as soon as I see him, I thought it was Sam Jones, though. Let me see. What is this guy? Who is this guy? I'm trying to remember. Okay, so no, all right, it's not because Sam's saying about some nice things about Steve, which he should. So it's not him. So where is this guy? Is it Harley Quarks? Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay, so Harley Quarks, or Hershey Quarks. Hershey Squirts. Okay, he says. So he starts out with a very patronizing tone here. If this is the guy you were talking about, okay. Yep. He says, as you may know, 1988 was a quote-unquote deadball year, so why choose it because it's simply the average of the random years you chose for a player? In fact, this approach, as I mentioned above, lacks logic. So I guess I missed something up there. I'll have to get back. Your process, as you described it last time, had no such normalization to the target year unless you've changed your approach. If you average Tim Raines' card, for example, using 1984, 86, 90, and 92, as you described it in the past, you were just averaging those 4-year stats and then dumping them into another unrelated year, 1988. You are now saying you have an extra step to normalize his average before placing the player in 1988. He says, I doubt it, ... Okay, yeah, here we go. Back further, where Steve, okay, so guys, you remembered this, the long paragraph the paragraph that I read for you from Steve, where he talks about his methodology. This guy comes back with, I appreciate your work in the upload, but his way of normalizing players is quite illogical unless everyone is expressed in the same year, which there's just all kinds of things wrong with that sentence, so that should say something. Does he jump back in at all? We're just looking for. I should rename this Hershey Quirks. Okay, so Steve comes back, okay, and with class, just as with our bit of a disagreement here tonight, with class, he says, let me address the particulars for clarity here. Some may enjoy this deep dive into my approach, whereas others may be completely turned off. Ooh, nice. Love it. All right, he says, the example I gave earlier in this thread was specific to basketball, but is also the same I'm doing for my all-time greats baseball file. This approach is different from my 5-year franchise file. Parentheses, he's saying players' best 2 straight years averaged and then assigned to the year of those two, they had the most at bats, or starts, right, or IPS, right, innings pitched. Sorry, my eyes tonight, guys. Or my past decade teams, players' best 3 straight years averaged during half decades for a franchise and then assigned to the middle year. What is different is that I am normalizing to a specific year. Let's use an example was provided for Tim Raines. I love this, Steve. And the following years of 1984, 86, 90, 92, which averages him to the year of 1988. And then in parentheses, he says, not the ones I'm using per se, but let's roll with it. Here are those ERA factors for those years being used averaged. I'm sticking to the main categories here as they are also used in adjustments based on parks. However, the era adjustments also include stolen bases hit by pitch, error rate, etc. I'm going to pause this right here for a second if you guys want to take a screenshot here. So Steve's breaking down hits, doubles, triples, home runs, walks, and strikeouts for the years 84, 86, 90, and 92, and then coming up with how these average out, okay, after they're totaled. Okay, so if anybody wants to take a quick screenshot, and is this doing anything? Of course it's not, because it's OBS being weird. Okay, so I'm just going to go on. He says, above are the specific era info for those 3 National League years and 1 American League I'm using for Raines. I'm sorry that OBS isn't cooperating, gents. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll just continue to read. I just thought the guys would like to look. Check, guys, just click on that link if you want to see what I'm talking about. Go to page 2, and you'll see Steve putting together this awesome table, getting deep into the methodology, and I'll continue here. And I hear Skype there. Anyhow, it says above are the specific era info for those 3 National League years and 1 American League year I'm using for Raines. Now, let's compare that to the year I've chosen to assign him to, as the game requires a player to be assigned to a year their stats are based on. I'm going with 1988, as that is the average of the years I'm using for Tim Raines. So then here you have for the 1988 National League era, right? So 248.3 hits, 43.1 doubles, 6.3 triples, 19.5 home runs, 88.4 walks, and 168.3 strikeouts. So here is that adjustment from the averages to the 1988 National League year, and shows how Raines' totals got adjusted. So Raines, right, it's showing, so you have Raines' line here first, hits 170, 27 doubles, 8 triples, 8 home runs, 79 walks, 55 strikeouts. Raines adjusted comes out to 165 hits, 26 doubles, still the same amount of triples, home runs, walks from 79 to 72, and strikeouts 1 more, 56 and 55. It says, now let's factor in the ballpark's impact. I will show how this adjusted to 1988 Olympic Stadium. I will also show it assigned to a neutral park for comparison. In my approach, I am adjusting to the year and park, but I could easily choose neutral as Action did with their history collection peak file. So parenthetically, guys, let me tell you something. I've said, what a douche canoe. I hope you mean this guy. Steve saved our asses in the first McGreevy. It was Ken Castro that first brought it up. He said, what the hell's happening here? Willie Keeler striking out all over the place, and the 19th century guys are woefully underperforming. Well, we're not Steve Tate. We're not smart in that way. And Steve, I say that as a genuine compliment. So by that time, Steve's starting to hang out, discovered our little McGreevy League, and he said, well, what do you guys normalize to? And we said, well, we just decided to split the difference and do 1906 National League because it's halfway between 1880 and 1919. He said, let me look into it. And he looked into it. He said, try 1900. And we tried 1900, and all of a sudden, Willie Keeler is not striking out anymore. The 19th century guys are performing well, on par with the dead ball guys in that same league. So to Hershey Squirts, which is, I'm going to call him not Hershey Quarks, but Hershey Squirts, I will say, dude, there's myself and 10 other people who participated in this league, or however many teams we had, that will tell you that what Steve's doing is right. He knows what the hell he's talking about, because he took a project that we were doing and saved it, and it worked out beautifully. And there was another problem that we found out later that had nothing to do with the normalization, but just not having the manager pick quality player, which was why Slide Billy Hamilton wasn't getting playing time. That said, we know going forward what to do. All right, so anyhow, Steve has a table here, guys. If you're following along, if you've clicked the link, and actually, Steve, I should put that in the description afterwards, but I don't think anybody's going to be watching this far in. So he has the ballpark impact for 1984, 86, 90, and 92. Three of those for Olympic Stadium in Montreal, and then 1992 for Comiskey Park. Breaking it down again by hits, doubles, triples, home runs, walks, strikeouts. Then he does park adjustments, and then we're seeing rains in 1988. I'm sorry, Olympic, and then neutral park. So there's a bit of a difference in the numbers here, and let me bring this back down so I can read things. Okay, so for instance, for hits. When you have him at Olympic Stadium, it's 177 hits, 173 in a neutral park. So going forward, the first number is going to be Olympic Stadium. The second park is going to be a National League neutral park. All right, doubles 35, 34, triples 10 and 8, home runs still at 8. His walks go up from 66 to 73. Strikeouts one more, 55 to 56, and the batting average. I'm sorry, I guess that was batting average here. Drops from 320 to 313. He says, and yes, I'm doing this for every player in my all-time greats approach. I do the same for basketball, but it's a little easier as there are no court factors like there are ballparks. So there's no issue using 1988 now, as the game understands his stats in relation to that year, and can back behind the seasons. Let me bring this back up. Okay. And can back behind the seasons, back behind the scenes needed adjustments when playing a different year in park. There's another way to better represent. Is there a better way to represent this? If I'm averaging several years, what year should I use? With any year chosen, it would to be adjusted. It would need to be adjusted to reflect that year. The strange issue with my approach reminded me of a similar issue brought up on Beatles Eternally YouTube broadcast a few months ago, where has to be the same dude. A guy claimed I had a flawed approach when I chose to just assign a player to one of the 2 years. I was using my 5-year franchise approach. Why would you doubt my approach? This is the stuff I enjoy. I have no issue with someone challenging my approach or not agreeing with it. However, just because someone doesn't understand it or agree with it doesn't mean it is flawed. This is all fun, what if stuff anyway. It ain't real. As Zep mentioned, there are many here who have done their own work and provided their approach and made their work available to the community. Many folks here have contributed to other projects and helped to guide those approaches and have influenced how I do my projects. I have many that give me input and even quality check my work, etc. Hockey Dad and Arnold Hunter, etc. And again, I know Hockey Dad does great stuff here, and we all know Arnold in the community. And Steve has everybody play test everything. I got to play test the Negro League file that he was working on, and we've all been working, the 5-year file. So yeah, he doesn't just put the stuff out here and say it's free. Steve goes on to say this is a great community. I'm not sure I've seen anyone come in with this disgust toward folks here in a long time. In fact, I would have to go back many years to when, and I'm not going to say this guy's name, but was arguing endlessly about Wilt Chamberlain. Not sure if anybody remembers those days. Laugh out loud. It's one thing to question my approach, as I can defend that, but what is it with insulting the overall community to enjoy these files? Crazy. And there is no page 4. So Steve schools us here. This was just a day ago. It'd be interesting to see, but Hershey Squirts hasn't been back since that, and the dude only had 3 posts. So click on that link, guys, and especially what I've just read through, but really give yourself some time to look at these numbers and appreciate what Steve's done and where this guy's coming from. Yeah, and you know what? Yep, it was still on. Yeah, it's you're back, Christopher, and I know you're about ready to start school over there and stuff like that. Got to get you on here. So guys, I know we went way off the rails earlier. Again, I actually respect. I respect you guys so much, and we don't have to agree on anything, but we do agree that we love baseball, and I mean that's really the ticket, isn't it? At the end of the day. And yep, Legends is right. There are real life problems out there, and I'm not diminishing those at all. But again, it's all in what we do in here, man. Yeah, I know we've been on a long time because this thing has now jumped to it's recording, so OBS will automatically start doing that again.
Uh,
Oh man.
well,
Anyhow, I should leave Ned McGreevy up there because he's enough said. Christopher Slovak, yeah. Steve says Slovak slept, ate, showered, vacationed, and we're still here. Yep. See everybody tomorrow night, Steve. All right, Aaron, you
yes.
can go ahead and a couple more minutes here, and we're gonna cut it out. Then it was kind of funny because I
So,
said to you, but really quickly before the broadcast, like, yeah, let's not go so long. It's three
and
hours and
here we
15
are. We've been
minutes.
on there
Yeah, I
live for
started
what?
it. Yeah, we do need to
So,
get Mr. Slovak in the next Shank, Steve. I appreciate it, man. I'd love to have Christopher on here. So buckle up. Christopher Slovak's going to be on here some night. Hopefully we can do it this week or next. So whatever works for
that'd be
him.
fun.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Do that again. You sounded like Christopher a little bit. Can you do that again?
That'd be fun.
Oh my God, Christopher, he's starting to get your voice, man. He says, so Christopher says, commenting on others' mods is like saying Picasso is horrible because he drew two eyes on one side of the body. Modding is art. Yep. Yeah, Dwayne, see you tomorrow, man. And enjoying what you're doing with those 1961 Braves and Yanks, buddy. Christopher says he's free right now. Dude, we've gone 3 hours. I want to get it to where we've got people in here and they're not all pissed off at me and shit like that. So,
So for the hell of it, I've got Appa playing in the background. I'm doing the 1984 World
well,
Series, and
but
the
Christopher wants to
Detroit
hear.
Tigers are slaughtering the Padres.
Can you get he wants to hear some impressions. I don't know if you want to work on that a little bit, but I think that'd be fun. Yeah, give him some because that you did that little snippet. You're starting to get
That'll
that
be
Western
fun.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, but I think Christopher got a new mic because you still sound great, but it sounds a little less radio and a little bit more like before you had that it was like that
Mm,
1950s jam going on, and now it sounds like you're calling baseball from now, and you still sound great. He says to do a real impression of me, crash a game, and start an ordinance swearing that goes on along with it. Christopher said he's got a new mic. I know you were talking about. He said he had to. You still have that delivery, man. That just harkens back to the broadcasters we hear in classic baseball for radio. All right, Aaron, have at it, man. Go ahead. It's the Aaron Reed
It,
show while I smoke this cigarette.
so for the hell of it, I had put Appa on in the background. I did a little, I guess a little playing of the what was it? The what the hell is this? The
I get
the
nervous when people ask, "What the hell is this?"
what the hell is this?
Right?
But I was
Pardon
doing
me.
the '84 World Series. The Tigers just won it 4 games to 2,
All right.
13-3 against the Padres.
Go Cats.
Padres.
Go Cats.
And now if I hit resume, it's gonna play game 7 and it's not gonna matter. So
Yeah.
but yeah, like I
Hmm.
thought I'd put that on in the background because I wasn't doing anything else. But
Yeah.
no, I'm looking forward to the Shanks League tomorrow and keeping the draft going and
Yeah.
doing the working on the Macho Man and Harry Carey doing the 7th inning stretch duet.
So, what do you, in
Uh,
terms of your like the Shanks thing? If I just ask you, I
yes,
mean, how do you like the idea that that on one hand you have the entirety of baseball history, well, almost the entirety, 1880 to now, but
Yeah.
you're restricted to two franchises. What do you like or dislike? And it's okay. I mean, or maybe dislike's a strong word. What are you finding cool about it? What are you finding that do you feel that there's anything,
I I
you
think
know?
I understand having to only pick two teams because you know with the amount of people we have in the strength in the thing they to begin. I mean, not
Mm-hmm.
everybody's going to get picked. Now, if we had like three teams or more
Mm-hmm.
to pick from, then we probably run through the whole gambit league almost. I
Right. Right.
mean, but having like granted, my team's only go back the like Kansas City, goes like at least to what 50s or 60s because of the Athletics played there.
Right. That was their
Um,
second city. They went from Philly to Kansas City. Yeah.
Kansas City, and then
And
they
then to
moved west
Oakland.
to Oakland.
Right.
Then Houston debuted in '64 with the Colt 45s,
Yep.
which I have heard one of their games before,
Mm-hmm.
where a young Joe Nuxall pitched.
All right.
Um, but so it's easy. I mean, I could easily pick, say, Dick Hauser if I wanted to, or Mo
Sure.
Drabowski, who you know. But it's so cool. I mean, but yet, you know, like the Astros have had good teams and all. Like I'd like taking teams that had good years or something like that, or had a good set of years. I mean,
Right.
the Astros in the '90s, they had good playoff runs. They just could not get past a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the Cardinals in the '80s, the Royals in the early to mid '80s had those playoff caliber teams.
Love the
I
Royals.
mean,
Love the Royals.
oh gosh, I mean, Frank White, Bo Jackson,
Mm-hmm.
Danny Jackson, George Brett,
Yep.
all those guys, and it's they have the whole like most of the history there. It's like, wow, it's
So let
here.
me
You
so
know,
let me ask you a question. So
yes,
you've got the two franchise the two what are the two franchises you have again? I forgot.
the Royals and the Astros,
Okay, Royals
The
and the
Royals and the
Astros.
Astros.
Right.
Yeah,
So you're away from Reds and Braves, right? So I don't
yeah.
have Pirates and
Um,
Cardinals, right? I've got oh
I
my God,
think
I've got the
uh, I
Brewers and
think
Diamondbacks. It's like a
I think
nightmare.
Steve Tate has the Reds or something like maybe Clue has the Reds. I'm not sure which one
I think
has the
Steve has the
Reds.
Reds. I think Steve has the Reds.
Steve, because
But let me
I know
ask
we've
you
got the Jose.
this.
Yeah.
Do you so like I'm just asking just because I again just for sake of everybody here's viewership's dropping here but it is late.
Uh huh.
Um, so you get a bad year, right? And let's say
Yeah.
it's both franchises. So what are you taking into consideration when you got that bad year? What are you looking for?
Who tried to produce the most, I guess, or a
Okay.
formidable name sometimes.
Okay. All right.
Like I may want to get a name that sounds, like that I would that's recognizable or something like that. Like the '71 Astros, I picked Jesus Alou.
Right.
You know, like
Royalty
his
there.
whole family. I mean, and then, but it's easy to if the team had a shitty year, then but there's somebody that tried to produce
Hmm.
in some way that did, and you gotta but I like to do that, or I like to get a name that's pretty formidable, I guess you could say.
Hmm.
But that's the
Okay.
idea,
Interesting
you
approach. I
know.
like that. I like that. I mean, the formidable name is one thing because you might get that formidable name. So so you could get 1935 and say, well, I might as well grab Babe Ruth, but 1935 Babe Ruth isn't 1921 Babe Ruth, for instance, right? Or
No, where he was smoking the ball
1917,
left and right.
right? 1917 Hannes Wagner isn't 1908 Hannes Wagner. Um,
Right.
Christopher, and we're gonna knock this out because it's you, me, and Christopher, and that's it. You are the two concurrent
Oh
viewers,
my.
right? So Christopher says he wants to do a league with out of the park baseball, the '80s and '90s teams that could have won the World Series but didn't make the playoffs by one or two games. I think that'd be a lot of fun. That
Oh
would be a
man.
fun league. That would be a fun league at all, or just even throughout history, because then you could bring in the Seattle Mariners. But yeah, I think that would be great.
What
We do
was
tend
it
to
when the
focus on these great teams. Oh, so Bernard's still here. I forgot Bernard. It's not terribly late for Bernard. He's still hanging out. So
Bernard?
Christopher talking about the '91 Dodgers, 101 wins and no playoffs.
Yeah,
imagine,
they were fighting the
imagine,
Braves all year.
imagine being on. a team, right? Imagine where you won 101 wins and you're not in the postseason. That's got to be
That's what
demoralizing as
happened to the
hell,
Giants in '92.
right? Right?
The
Exactly.
'92 Giants went over 100 games, did not make the playoffs because they were busy. They had to fight the Braves, and the
They had to
Braves were
fight the
just too
Braves.
good.
Yep, exactly.
And then it's
79
like,
Expos. Yep, because that was the year that the Pirates, the 92 Giants. Again, you just mentioned Christopher bringing up here. Absolutely, I think that's a brilliant idea. Is that something maybe after the Creators Cup, Christopher, that you're thinking of doing? Is that something online that you want to do, or what? Late 80s Brewers. Yeah, there you go. Um, yeah, I'd like to say 90, 91, 92 Pirates, but they did make the playoffs and
they made the
died
playoffs.
3 straight seasons in a row. So this will
The
be after the Creators Cup. Okay, cool.
Wow, that'd be
And
something. I mean,
Bernard, he's doing something kind of cool. So he's doing 1950 on PC Replay, and then the next one he's going to do is 1949. I like the idea of going to the season like right before that you've just played, kind of going backwards. I think that's a cool idea. Looking forward to that. You guys come up with these amazing projects.
I mean, I
Oh,
would
after the
love
Beatles
to.
Little League World Series. Oh my God, I'm loving that. I'm loving that to
The,
death.
Be-
The
the
Beatles Eternally Little League World Series. Just it's bloody hilarious,
I
man.
wonder if that's still going on. The Little League World Series.
Oh, you mean the actual one in
Yes, I
Williamsport,
wonder if
PA?
that's
Yeah. Uh-huh.
yeah. I
Oh
wonder if
yeah.
that's actually still going on
Yeah, 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 yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Oh, you mean like this
Because
year's? I don't know.
this year's, yeah.
Yeah, I have no. I thought you meant is it
Because
still going on? I'm like, oh my God, yeah,
I know
Williamsport.
it's still going on. I just don't know if it's going if it's on right now. Because
I
usually,
don't
like
know.
between so it's always sometime in August, between mid to late August, and probably close to September is when it usually ends. I know that because
Right.
the championship game is always on a Sunday, and it's in the
Mm-hmm.
middle early. ABC covers it, and they use the ESPN guys.
I don't know, man.
But
I'm about 2.5 hours from Williamsport. I have no idea. I
I
usually don't
know
keep
they
up
do
on the.
the.
I don't keep up on. I'm just like Major League Baseball. I mean, I love it
I
that
know they
these
do. I
kids are
know they
doing that, but
do. They're they're doing the Field of Dreams game if they ain't done it already,
yeah, I remember that.
which
It's kind of cool. Kind of
they did
cool.
that on Fox
Yeah,
twice.
having Kevin Costner on that first one, I think was great. Coming out of the cornfield. That was
People
nice.
will
And
come.
Todd B said way back he wished baseball would embrace its past. I would agree, and I would think that's the key. But anyhow, Bernard says the later 1970s Red Sox won 97, 98, and 99 games in 3 consecutive seasons. Yeah, so yeah, so it was easy following Taiwan in the 1980s in the Little League. Christopher Slovik says same players for all 10 years. It's true.
I mean,
That was
till
crazy.
Bucky damn Dent,
Bucky F.
you
Dent,
know,
huh? Yeah.
Bucky F Dent.
You
I
got it.
mean,
I've heard one Red Sox fan actually say he forgives him. Only one.
he forgives him.
Well, kind of not forgives him completely, but it's like, okay, maybe Bucky isn't so terrible. Now, from a Red Sox fan, that is like as close to complete absolution as you can get. And it was not Bernard Strom, by the way. So you gotta love Red Sox fans, man. I think more than any baseball franchise in the world, they can hold a grudge, and I love it.
They said, what was it? Bucky Dent had his greatest moment
A
on
Red
the
Sox
field and
fan.
his
Okay,
worst
yeah.
moment off the field
Who's
at
that?
Fenway Park because he got fired in 1990 while he was managing the team.
Who's this? Who?
Bucky Dent.
Oh, Bucky Dent.
They
Yeah,
said he hit that home run in 77 or 8,
78.
78, and
Yeah.
then what was it? 12 years
So we did
later,
that
he
game on my
managed the
channel
Yankees.
years ago. It was fun.
Huh?
Yeah, because we replayed that game on Super Bowl night 2019 on this channel as part of a doubleheader.
Oh, I wish I could have known it
Okay,
back then. I would have watched that.
so Bernard is saying he says he still refuses to rewatch the 1986 World Series. So note to self: never replay the 1986 World Series on
Never.
here. Bernard saying, as they say in Italian, "Baffangustunar." I'm not coming in to watch that.
Yeah.
So, oh
It
my
gets to
God.
the partner.
So yeah, it was our Red Sox fan. There's World's Worst Gamer sneaking in from Canada, and he says, "Is the
Yeah,
draft still on for tomorrow?" It is, right? It'd be
it
about
is.
15 to 20 minutes or so, roughly, after RGO Network's game. Absolutely, World's Worst Gamer. So,
It's
welcome
gonna
in,
be a
dude. Welcome
blast.
in, man.
But
So,
yeah, like
yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
but no, like learning about the aspects of the game
Mm-hmm.
from 1990 all the way back, when they started doing things like the
Phew.
designated hitter, or
Mm.
when they started doing like back I used to be back in the day that all games started at 3 o'clock
Mm-hmm.
in the afternoon, and they would a lot of times in the early 20th century and beyond, they would stop the game if it got dark.
Yeah.
They would
Yeah.
call the game on account of darkness.
Yep. No, no lights in
And
the ballparks. Yeah.
and then I read in Japan that, I know not a lot of you are fans of the Japanese leagues, but some of that stuff's interesting. But I
Mm-hmm.
read in Japan that there's a 3.5 hour time limit, and a 12 inning limit on games.
Oh, I had no idea. I did not know that. I did not
And
know that.
if
That's interesting.
and if nobody wins, it marks it down on the calendar or on the schedule as a double loss.
Oh, a double loss.
Um,
That's interesting.
yeah, and
I did.
then
I didn't
in
know that, Aaron. That's really cool.
yeah,
Not
I
that I
think
want
in
Major League
also
Baseball to do that, but I think that's
they
that's
won't.
just a
They're
neat bit of
smart. They
knowledge. I
won't.
like that. I learned something
And
new
then
today. Thank you.
in Japan, in the Japan series,
Mm-hmm.
their version of a World Series, it can go 7 to 8 games if there are, if a team is, if the rules I mentioned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
if all games say go, you know 7 games, no wins, no losses, etc.
Uh-huh.
They can play an eighth game, but in the eighth game, there's no time limit, no innings limit, and there must be a winner. It's kind of like what they do in the Stanley Cup
Crazy.
around, because like I think the rules, I think they still do this now.
Uh-huh.
It used to be that overtime they would go and keep playing until they had a final goal, um, till there was a winner declared.
Right. Kind
But
of like we do in
um,
baseball. Yeah.
exactly. I mean, I'll
Bernard,
the old
go
go ahead.
ahead. Go ahead. Go. Bernard has a comment on here, but which
The old
I really
saying is
love.
anything can happen in baseball. I mean, it's like a team can be
Yes.
down by 8 to 10 runs and can come back very easily.
Dude,
It's just a matter of
you know what? You're telling this to a
timing.
Pirate fan, but it happened to us in reverse. So I'm sure you heard about that infamous game in Philadelphia, right? So
If
the
we lose
Pirates,
this game, I'll walk home. Jim
yes, Jim Rooker,
Rooker
and
said.
of course they made it into a
Rooker.
charity thing, which is really cool. But the Bucks were leading the Phillies 10-1. And Rooker's like he said, because they were on a losing streak. Was it 1987? Whatever year,
88 or 89.
somewhere around there, right? Yeah, late 80s. And yeah, so it was infamously Rooker. You're right. He said, if we lose this one, I'll walk all the way back to Pittsburgh. And I'll be damned. The Phillies came back and whooped the Pirates. Well, didn't whoop them, but they did beat them. And Rooker did do the walk from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. It's about a 300-mile walk, roughly.
It's a charity
Because
walk now, I think.
Miller Beer actually sponsored it, and they did make it a charity, and so Rook actually did it. Bernard says he's so old. You're not old, dude, but yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe chronologically, but you're in here, man. You're playing games with us, buddy. But he says I'm so old. He says I was around when all World Series games were day games. Had to rush home from school to watch. So yeah, the first night World Series game, I'm proud to say, was the 1971 World Series, and the first World Series night game was at Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. The same
Yeah,
year
you have
that
that distinction.
not only yeah, we have two great other distinctions too. So the first night World Series game, we also won the World Series that year. But the most important thing the Pirates did in 1971 is this: they were the first Major League Baseball team to field an all minority lineup in a game. They were the first to do it.
Yeah, they
Every
beat the
every
Orioles, Weaver's
It
Orioles
was
that
well,
year.
no, but I'm not talking about in the World Series. It was just it was a regular
Correct.
season game, and the
Yeah.
Pirates everybody that started on that game that day, and I have to go back and look at what the date was in that game in 1971. Every player who started in the lineup that day was a person of color, and I'm very proud of the Pirates for being the first to do that. I think that's
Yeah,
awesome. That is awesome. So the
they had a good
Dodgers were the
lineup
first to
back then.
integrate, but it took from 1947 to 1971. But then finally the Pirates, yeah, man, the Pirates were tough in the 1970s. Um, oh my God! So Bernard says he says I remember watching Maz's home run on TV in the 1960 World Series. I wasn't around for that one, and neither were you. Bernie, Bernard, you keep, I don't, you go by Bernard, Bernie. I keep calling you both. I'm sorry. I don't know
Bernie Williams.
which
No.
you prefer, but I love hearing the stories that you tell, and that Ken Castro tells, and that Pib 99, who we haven't seen in ages. Aaron, one night we had those guys on here, and
Yeah.
so it was after a game as usual, and we were just saying, I said, would you guys talk a little bit about what it was like? Because here we are in this digital age where we can create anything. Like it took me, what, 3 minutes to set up this 1990 World Series.
Yeah.
What was it like to play cards and dice baseball back then, and your connection to the game? And I think it went 3 hours. And to this very day, it's the most favorite, it is my favorite thing I've ever done on that channel, was listening
Yeah.
to these guys talk. And when Bernie, thank you Bernie, okay, when Bernie talks about his memories, right? Because to me, right, the Mazeroski home run is something that I've seen a film of it on YouTube. I've read about Maz's home run. The most unlikely player. I mean, the Yankees were really dominating that 1960 World Series. Not to take anything away from the Bucks, that Game 7 was crazy, but you wouldn't
It went
expect.
on for
You
a
said
while.
anything can happen. Nobody would
Yeah.
have expected Bill Mazeroski, right? That should have been Roberto Clemente, but it was Bill Mazeroski, and he
Well,
saw
look,
it.
I still hear Jim Woods calling it sometimes.
He said he hated the Yankees even then. Well, I wasn't born yet and didn't like them. I should
I
say
hated the
this. I mean,
Yankees.
my
I hate the Yankees. Period. Regardless of what decade they were
well, here's the
good in.
thing. I hate the Yankees, but the Yankees had some of the greatest players in baseball that I don't think anybody hates them. You can't hate Lou Gehrig. You can't hate Babe
You
Ruth.
can't hate Lou Gehrig. You can't hate Mickey
Mickey
Mantle.
Mantle. Whatever. But yeah, as the Yankees as a franchise, yeah, I despise them too. Somebody told me that the analog at one time to them in F ball was the Dallas Cowboys, and now it's the New England Patriots. Like, so the Yankees
When
have
I was
always
growing up, it
been.
was the Dallas
It
Cowboys.
was the Dallas Cowboys, yeah.
Yes.
Right, and so the Yankees, right, but the most successful sports franchise in history, and you can't take that away from them. And I
No,
hate them.
20 some odd World Series.
I hate them.
And
Um,
I hate them too.
so yeah. Oh,
I got
wait a
mad because
minute.
they beat my Braves in '99 and '96.
So world's worst gamer who's having issues with his 1961 replay of the Yankees. He says,
Oh
"I'm
no.
certain the creator of Out of the Park hates the Yankees." And then Bernard's giving us a brain twister here. He
Yeah.
says, "This may be hard to understand. I hate the Yankees, and they're my second favorite team." Yeah, okay. I'm kind of, and especially because you're a Red Sox fan, Bernard. So you've completely twisted, like, my cerebellum,
Possibly.
my cerebrum, the midgel, everything. I don't
Cerebral
even.
cortex.
I can't even get my head around that one.
You know,
I mean, this is from a
I'll tell
Red
you a quick.
Sox fan saying that. If it was a
Yes.
Braves fan, if it was a Pirates fan, I could almost understand it. But this is a Red Sox fan. Bernie,
I was
you got to expound on that, whether on voice sometime in one of your broadcasts, or if you're up to typing a little bit here, because I gotta know, man. I gotta know. I don't. Yeah. So
I'll tell you a quick story. One
yeah,
time
please.
me and my brother were coming home from a Legends game one night, right before the school year, close to when the school year resumed. I think it was 05, the year the White Sox were running shit in the American League. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember we were coming home and we were listening to a White Sox Yankees game on their radio station. You could pick them up really late at night.
Mm-hmm.
And we were listening, and whenever it was Bob, it was a Yankee stadium, so naturally we're going to hear Bob Shepherd, Shepherd,
Uh-huh.
and he like, I was talking, and his voice is booming. I'm like, oh, there he is. There's Bob Shepherd, and it was like Joe, Creedy, Creedy,
Mm-hmm.
whatever his number was, and then. Like, and then there was him, and there was the Astros PA guy we always made fun of because Dad said it sounded like there was two different guys. I said, no, it's the same guy.
Uh-huh.
But when I was in Houston, we were in Houston for the World Series in '05. That was very, I don't, we did, I had my radio with me and couldn't find what channel the game was on.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't no ESPN station, I don't think, in
And that
Texas.
was an
I don't know what
historic
it,
World Series, Aaron,
yes, it
because, if
was.
I might, because everybody forgot that the Chicago White Sox hadn't won a World Series since 1917. Right?
Right.
Everybody talked about the
Before,
Cubs and Red Sox, but the White Sox, right? I mean, they made it to the World Series in 1959 and were beaten by the Dodgers. And
if,
they had some decent teams in the 1970s, but they had this long drought, and the poor White Sox. Nobody forgot that, and that was you were at that World Series. That's cool. Continue. I just wanted to interject that about the
but,
White Sox.
but I'll tell you, when we were there, it was like, you know, you hardly sat down because the Houston crowd was so loud and
Hmm.
it felt like Minute Maid was rocking. I mean, it
They
was
didn't
so
cheat that year,
loud. I
right?
mean,
That came later in 2017. But go ahead.
huh?
I had to get an
They
Astros
did
dig in there.
they didn't cheat in '05. They just got
Right.
their asses kicked.
They just got their asses
Well,
kicked by the
not
White
really.
Sox.
They
Yeah.
tried to fight, but it was
Right.
like it was the only time I got to see Jeff Bagwell play in person. But it was like they had the killer bees, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, listening to the crowd on TV, like the way all the chanting, I was like, we're gonna get to do that in a few days. It was like, unless the Cardinals beat them, which they did not. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember that week I took Monday off to get ready. When we got up Tuesday morning, we flew out
Mm-hmm.
of Lexington, landed in Houston. They treated us like freaking royalty over there. We were like, it was like we got limo rides everywhere. We won it as part of a drawing
Okay.
for our minor league team up here.
No, that's
Well, they're not
awesome,
minor
man.
league; it's independent ball. They're not the
Right.
legends anymore. They're the counter clocks.
Right. The counter clocks. Yeah.
But yeah, don't ask me why. It sucks. But basically, we won a drawing to go, and it was like, holy shit, we're gonna go to a. We
We're
were
going
all
to the
debating where we're
World
gonna go between
Series, man.
Atlanta, Houston, St. Louis,
Right.
and but it was like one game, and the time zone difference between us and Houston is an hour behind,
Right.
and it was like, you know,
Yes, we are,
they
Chris.
would. It was long. I mean, it was the longest World Series game at that time, like 13, 14 innings,
Uh huh.
and went over 5 hours and I think 51 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking people are going to call in sick from work if this keeps up.
I
But
just think it's awesome that you were there. I've never been to a World Series, so
oh,
you,
it
you're
it
one up
doesn't
on me,
compare. I
buddy.
mean,
Oh yeah, I can't.
it
So to me, and yeah, bias. We were talking about it earlier. To me, the greatest thing in sports, and I've watched NBA playoffs. I've watched some Super Bowls, and I've watched, maybe hockey's close,
yeah.
but I think, for me, and I realize it's confirmation bias because I'm a baseball fan. I don't think there's anything more dramatic and greater than October baseball. And you were
Hmm.
part of it. So Bernard answers the question. And yes, we are still here, Christopher. He said, I just had a teacher's conference. So we're still here. So for those of you who don't know, Christopher's a teacher. Um, Bernard says, he's talking about the Yankees. I've watched them so
Wow.
much that I got to know all their players and know more about the Yankees than any other team except the Red Sox. If I wasn't born in Boston, I'd probably be a Yankee fan. That makes sense. And
I can
so
understand that.
Bernard was in an amazing World Series game. He says the only World Series game he ever attended was the Gibson home run game.
In '88,
Like
the
wow,
Dodgers.
like wow. Oh my God!
Wow.
Because I was at a pub a few weeks ago, and they showed that game, so I got to see it on TV at a pub a few weeks ago. But you were actually there, and oh my
Did Buck
God,
did
who
Buck call it, or could you not tell?
Vince Scully,
Vince Scully.
and you
Hi,
got to
friends.
hear.
This is Vince Scully
Oh
on
my
the
God,
Los
you know
Angeles
what?
Dodgers.
If you've
Okay.
never heard it, Aaron, it's on YouTube. You can find.
Yeah, I have.
Oh my
And see
God!
it
But the
gone.
way
That was
Vince
probably a
Scully
little loud
called a
at the end.
game, we could be another 5 hours here. But Vince
Oh
Scully,
shit.
oh my God, it was
I mean,
poetry. Bernard says, I really loved watching Mantle Maris, Barrow Ford, such great players in the 60s. Lou Clinton, Bob Tillman, Don Budden, get the point. I do get it. The fact that and the fact that you got to see the Mick and Maris and Yogi and the chairman of the board blows my mind. But you also
Whitey
saw
Ford.
Yaz. You saw these great Red Sox players. Holy hell, dude! You saw right. You started baseball in 1960, right? So you
Bobby
got to see
Richardson.
Ted Williams in his final year
Dave
of
Allgame.
baseball. Yeah. Christopher Slovic, were you the guy in the car with the brake lights on, with the background leaving while they hit the home run? That Gibson home run was amazing, right?
I mean,
Gibson
he
Gibson
walked the
hobbling
plate.
out. He's hobbling out to the plate, right?
He's got one good leg,
If that,
from what I,
exactly. And
and
facing
he
Dennis
jacked it.
Eckersley. Yep, I know, right?
Yes.
Jesus.
The
Never
day
forget
that
that one, huh?
Jack Buck died, I remember that day. It was the summer of '02 when he passed away.
Great broadcaster.
Yes, the day that he died,
Hmm.
they did like all radio stations did like tributes to him, playing all of his greatest calls, which included the Gibby Homer. And it was like,
Yeah, I never heard his call of it. It was always Vin Scully's. So
yeah, like even and sometimes when they show it on TV, they play sometimes they play the Jack Buck. I mean, I've listened to Jack Buck off like nowadays, like on YouTube, because that's a lot of his games are there. I mean, with the Cardinals and
hmm.
like, but he really was reining back his schedule a lot because of his illness he had.
Right.
I mean, he had, what was it, He had Parkinson's disease or something like that.
I think so.
But I miss Jack. If he,
Yeah.
I think there was a game that Joe and Jack Buck did together, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, he learned
Um,
nothing from his dad, man. Jack Buck is
I
a
mean,
legend. Joe Buck should be working at General Motors. But anyhow, now
Joe Buck
listen
should
to
be an
this,
ad
man.
for General Motors, for crying
Here,
out loud.
now think about this, guys in the community. Anybody who's masochist enough to catch this on the back end, and nobody is at 3 hours and 46 minutes. So we got somebody in our community here, and he says,
Yeah,
I saw Ted Williams in April 1960. This was in his first game ever at Fenway Park, and the Splendid Splinter hit a home run. Think about this. This is a guy who, for the rest of us, we it's just vicariously we've got Ted Williams, right? We see Ted Williams on film. We play him in our games. We read about Ted Williams and all these great baseball books. Bernard
yeah.
saw one of the myths of the game actually play and hit a home run. I mean, come on,
That
we're
and
sitting here and we can talk about George Brett, or we can talk about
this
you know
man saw Ted
Barry
Williams play and
Larkin or
homer in the
whatever. And
same
I'm not
game.
right, and I'm not knocking George Brett and Barry Larkin, but those guys aren't myth status. Ted Williams, right? This is a guy in the 1946 World Series, right? The Cardinals put the shift on him, and Williams refused to go opposite field, and he was a great hitter. He could have, and you know what? Williams didn't bitch about it. He said
No,
that was sound baseball. And when anybody says the shift is a good thing, I'm going to say Ted Williams, one of the greatest hitters of all time, says it was a good thing. And the Cardinals were able to win that World Series largely by Williams hitting into that hard shift. But the
I
fact
remember
that the
when.
fact that Bernie saw Ted Williams, I mean, let that sink into your head, guys. I mean, this has nothing
Bernie.
to do with being old. It's not that, because Bernie, you're not old. You're not this crotchety old dude and stuff like that. You're in here having fun with us and playing. We're playing games here, man. The fact that you saw Ted Williams, I didn't see him. Aaron didn't see him. Chris didn't see him. right? He says, I also was at Fenway Park. Oh my God. Yeah, not such a nice memory. The night Tony C was beamed and attended the last two
by
games at Fenway
Jack
Park.
Hamilton.
And yeah, but in 1967, the Red Sox beat the Twins to win the pennant. That Christopher says, don't underestimate his masochism. Oh my God. So, like, being part of these historic moments. I mean, the Canigliaro thing, I can't even imagine
He
what.
tried to play after that some more.
I know, but I mean,
It just
like that. I think I again, not having been there for obvious reasons, but I have to imagine that Fenway just went deathly quiet. It had to be. It had to be. I mean, that was just oh my God, and what
that's
could have
almost
been
as quiet as Dave Dravecki in '89
Tony
when he
C.
broke his arm.
Tony C. could have been Hall of Fame. He could have been Hall of Fame. I don't know whether that's an opinion shared by many or not, but I think Canigliaro could have been a Hall of Famer, but for that beating.
What ended his? What was like a spitball or something like that he hit him with or something?
I'm not sure what the pitch was. I mean,
He got
now,
hit in the eye.
so
I know that.
historically, I mean, I don't know if there was something on the ball, but historically, the spitball wasn't a fast pitch. I don't know if you know that or
No,
not. It was not. Scholars have said that the pitch that killed Ray Chapman was most likely a fastball because the spitball
he got hit.
acted sort of like it was sort of like a knuckleball type pitch, and a knuckleball's not going to kill anybody, really. Well, it
Yeah,
might it might
what
kill a
was
kitten, I suppose. But
what?
oh my God, Bernie says he said that he was in the bleachers and could hear the thud as the ball hit his face, and he said it was not a spitball. There you go.
Oof.
Now, the man was there,
That
so I can just call
the
upon
man was. He was
scholarship.
there.
Well, that had to be horrific.
Terrifying. I'm sure. I mean,
Yep,
you.
that's why we have the ear
I mean,
flap on helmets today. I couldn't even imagine. I remember of course he's committed suicide, but Ron Luciano, the he used to be a professional football player. And he said, football, I've seen all kinds of things. He said, but the most sickening thing, and the thing that made him like want to retch and whatever, was when Paul Blair got beamed. And he said he will never forget the sound when that ball hit Paul Blair. So this is, I guess, when Blair got beamed. This was, cause I guess this was before they put the ear flaps in the helmet. I don't know what year that was. Paul Blair got
did
beamed,
he
but
get hit in the ear or something like that?
yeah,
Like,
yeah. He said he just crumpled down, and he said, I guess Luciano was a lineman or something. He played for the Detroit Lions, is it? And
yeah.
he said, for all the things I saw in football, he said that day when I saw Paul Blair. And so thinking about Tony Canigliaro, and I'm thinking, I mean, not that I want to go back and see that. I'm sure it's probably on YouTube somewhere. But boy, you talk about the old thing. If you could hear a pin drop, that had to have been utter shock at Fenway Park that day. Oh my God! He
That
says, Bernie says he can still hear that thud today. That was 1967, the summer of love.
summer of
1967.
love.
Oh my
I mean,
God!
and then Woodstock was 2 years later.
Or was that 19? Was that wait? Was that being in 1960? Yeah, it was 67. Yeah, it was 1967, right? Yeah.
Bob Gibson broke his leg in '67.
That's the scary
Or he
thing.
hurt his ankle. One of the
So I mean,
two.
in the dead ball era, the pitchers did headhunt. That's a change in baseball. I'm glad that happened. As much as I love the dead ball era, I don't want pitchers to go back to headhunting. I really, really don't. August 18th,
I'm
1967.
wow.
My God,
And he was there for
he
this
was there. He was there, and he was there, and he saw Ted Williams hit a damn home run. Ted Williams,
in the same decade,
Ted
no less.
Williams, who starts his playing career right the year that Lou Gehrig takes himself out of the lineup. Right? Seeing the great Ted
Wow.
Williams, a myth, every bit as mythological as Babe Ruth, as Wagner, as Cobb. Bernie saw Ted Williams, and
Bernie got to see him.
I think
Wow.
that is beyond amazing. That's
That
amazing, right?
I remember when Ted Williams died. It was in '02.
Yeah.
And I remember we were at a Legends game, and the announcer, his name was Larry Glover, who's a close friend of mine. He, I don't know if it was him that did it, but they mentioned his name, and he played some kind of clip of Ted hitting a home run. I think Kurt Gowdy called it
Didn't he have a great
because he
swing?
was.
Oh my God, he had a great swing, Ted Williams.
Yes, that's why they call him the Splinted Splinter.
Yeah.
He had that. He could. If you swing a bat hard enough, it can burn. I mean, the wood can burn really.
I would
But
have loved to have seen him play. I would have loved to have seen
oh
Ted
man,
Williams play. I would have loved to have seen Joe DiMaggio play. Graceful ball player. Um,
Joe
you look at you like you see like guys on YouTube videos. There's some footage of Babe Ruth. What a beautiful swing he had. This big bulky dude, man. At least from the waist up, right? And just that beautiful swing. You watch Williams, and then him clapping. I forget what that was, a World Series or something. Hits his home run, and Ted Williams is clapping as he's going down the first base line. Oh my God.
He
Um,
was so proud of himself.
Bernie says that Will Clark had a swing like Williams. I have to look at that. That's kind of cool. But I think it's just amazing to see that, and I love. I mean, you
I
think of
know
some guys that were sluggers that didn't have that beautiful swing, right? But
Jeff
then you get
Bradlow
guys
had that
like
weird
Griffey
stance
Jr.
that can make your knees ache.
Mel Ott did too. Mel Ott had a weird stance, way before everybody's time in here, including mine.
Shoot.
But so Griffey Jr. had a beautiful swing. But I mean Williams, like one of these hitters, man, like just I don't know. It didn't. To me, my favorite hitters when I watch them, whether it's these old films of guys I never saw in person, like Bernie did, like Ted Williams, or what have you, or the guys that look like they're just. It's like they swing and it's like, where the hell did that come from? Because that ball still hasn't landed yet. You know, I mean, where other players I've seen, and not taking anything away, but I mean, Mickey Mantle when he swung, you saw that was brute force power. You could see that. But with Ted Williams and with Griffey Jr., it didn't look like that, right? It was just this beautiful, this thing of grace, beauty, almost like ballet, and the ball's gone, just like that, right? And Williams is this tall, lanky dude. The other reason he was called the Splendid Splinter. You look at Williams, pictures of him. In 1939. I mean, this dude was tall and he was lanky. Probably a stiff breeze might have blown over Ted Williams, and yet look at what he did. And had he not
Oh
lost
man,
time, in two wars, I think he would. I think he would have surpassed Babe Ruth. Um,
no
so,
surprise there.
oh yeah, I know. So Bernie twisting the dagger a little bit, but I totally get it, man. Our two favorite players from Pittsburgh, Dick Stewart and Tim Wakefield. Oh my God! So Tim Wakefield. So there are things I can never forgive the Pittsburgh Pirates for. There's a lot. One of them
Letting him go.
is letting Tim Wakefield go, right? Because Wakefield, damn fine pitcher. Then they kind of give up on Wakefield. He goes to the Boston Red Sox, and he's a bloody legend. And rightfully so. And I'm thinking, we could look what we could have had, and there was Tim Wakefield. And
I
I
mean,
would
heck,
listen. I would listen to Boston Red Sox games, and there's Wakefield, man, floating them in there and doing it. I'm like, damn it! But
Wakey was a floater. I mean, he would float his pitches, and you
oh
couldn't
yeah,
really time it.
great knuckleball pitcher, man.
I mean,
And I mean that wasn't all that Wakefield had, but I mean, of course now I don't think there's anybody left that's in the game now. Wasn't there a guy with the Mets? Was he a Met or who did he play for? Who was the other? It was the other guy. So it was Wakefield in the American League, and there was a National Leaguer left. I don't think there's any knuckleballers left now. That's it.
he was with the Mets.
Yeah. So Wakefield. Oh, okay. So Bernie just retracted it. He was talking about Tim Wakefield. Yeah, and Dick Stewart. Dick Stewart was a good player. God, yeah. I mean, yeah. Red Sox fans, you're welcome. I'm. I was always happy for Tim Wakefield. That he did have an excellent career with the Boston Red Sox. I mean,
The
I liked the Boston Red Sox too. So, I mean, I probably would have been more angry had he gone to the Yankees. So, I mean,
sure.
we lost Garrett Cole to the Yankees, and it was like shit. Damn it, damn it, damn it. But it is what
I
it
mean,
is.
like
He,
the Reds,
Garrett
the
Cole was
Pirates
our
had
only chance. Garrett Cole is our only chance at a possible future Hall of Fame pitcher. And yeah, he went to the Yankees. Bernard
I
says
mean,
Wakefield won 192 games, he thinks, with the Red Sox. It's 192 games that the Pittsburgh Pirates didn't win. So you guys are welcome. You can thank our idiot ownership for that shit move. So World's Worst Gamer says, can't believe you didn't say them letting Bonds get out of Pittsburgh was one of the worst things. Um, no, it wasn't a very good move. But the thing is Bonds was playing great baseball. Wakefield has, he's a bit off, whatever, not having such a great season, and yeah, to just borrow from Dropkick Murphys, shipping up to Boston, and look what happens. Wakefield wins 190 plus games. Um, as far as Barry Bonds, we knew he was going. We knew he was going. Somehow, I think at the end of the 1992 at that LCS, we knew that was it. We knew Bonds was going to go. But Tim Wakefield, and it was really, really, Pittsburgh fans really liked him. And you could see those flashes of greatness. And I think the Pirates just, I wish they would have, they should have sent him down, should have done whatever, should have worked with him. The Red Sox very shrewdly recognized, no, here is a superb pitcher, and yeah, there you go. But again, we had so many excellent players that begged to stay in Pittsburgh, and Nutting unloaded them. You know, um, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Life goes on. I mean, we lost Kutch for a while. Now he's back. This will probably be his final season, although he's claiming it
same with
isn't.
Miguel Cabrera.
Miggy, yeah. What we didn't
He's
have.
talking about Miggy's talking about retiring at the end of the year, I think.
I don't think. I think Cabrera is going to try to get one more year in. I do.
They were talking like they were Minnesota Twins were talking about, oh, it'll be the last time we get to see Miguel Cabrera. So I was like, really?
Well,
I
everybody
mean,
thought Pujols was going to retire a year before he actually did. But so
he
what he
retired
finished with,
last year, didn't he?
yeah. So I forget how many career homers he has now. He's one of the elite. He's one of the top three now, right?
I thought it was fitting to have him come back to St. Louis and get that pop he got last year.
Yes,
That was just
yes,
I
yeah.
watched that. It was opening day. I was watching that game on TV, and it was like Albert Pujols, and the play and Bush just went nuts. I mean,
So here's a funny thing about
like,
baseball. So just
yeah,
hold that thought for a second. I'm just thinking about this with the Cardinals and Yankees. The two teams that were late to the dance of the original 16 to go to the World Series, the Yankees and the Cardinals, are also the two most successful in terms of World Series appearances and victories. The Yankees have the most in baseball, and the Cardinals have the most in the National League. Cardinals don't go to the first World Series until 1926. The Yankees' first World Series is 1921. So the older
mm,
franchises like Pittsburgh, well, or other older franchises, I shouldn't say older because St. Louis is an older franchise than the Pirates, right? But so the Pirates, right? We're five, I think we're 5-2 in World Series play. The Cubs, certainly we know about the Cubs, the White Sox, the Tigers, right? And they were all in World Series before the Cardinals and the Yankees. And the Cardinals and the Yankees, the two most successful in baseball. And I
wow,
don't know why I find that interesting. But the two late to the dance of the original 16 are the most successful. I don't know.
I mean, baseball's been around since good Lord knows when,
Yeah,
and you know,
yeah.
like before 2006, the last time the Cardinals won a World Series was 1982,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then because that like I mean
It's
in
weird to see them in
03,
last place this year. I'll say that. It's weird to see the Cardinals in last place. I'm not used to that.
it's strange to see them in last place. Period. I mean, not just this year. I mean, they've sucked this year. I never thought I'd say that. They suck
Yeah,
this year.
yeah, yeah. They're worse
I
than the
mean,
Pirates. So yeah,
that's
no,
scary. I
yeah.
mean, it's like the Pirates were doing well, and they they've
Dude,
falling
I
off the
knew,
ship,
yeah,
so
but
to
that
speak.
wasn't going to last. I knew that. I was just enjoying the ride.
You said the ride wasn't going to be a long one.
I said
You're
that in
right.
April. I said, yeah, because Big Clue was, and which was really cool. Classy guy. He's a Reds fan, and Reds and
Yes.
Pirates fans. We have that rivalry. He said, "Congrats to your Pirates." I said, "Yeah, it's not going to last, but we're going to enjoy it." And then they tanked it in May, came back a bit, end of June, whatever, and then we're just above St. Louis, and I didn't have any illusions about it. We have a good young ball club, but to see the Cardinals, I'm so used to seeing the Cardinals at or near contention. And to see the Cardinals in last place in a weak division, the National League Central especially, used to be a
You
strong
know it's big
division.
if the Brewers are leading.
Yeah, well, there you go. But I mean, I don't like the Brewers, so. But nobody in the National League likes the Brewers except or the National League Central except the Brewers. But it's a weird thing for me to see the Cardinals in last place.
I mean,
I'm just not used to that in
I
my
tell you,
lifetime. The Cardinals were not a last place team. They weren't.
never. I mean,
And they're probably going to finish last this year unless the Pirates really tank.
you know, I would like to see the Reds get back on the winning way. They can't get a good rhythm going.
Yeah,
You know,
you guys are in. Are you guys in third or fourth right now?
it's like they
Where are you
win
guys in
one,
the
they lose a
standings?
few.
Are you guys in third place or fourth place in the
I
NL
think
Central?
third or fourth. I can,
Because I know the Cubs
let me,
caught fire for a little while this year.
I
Let me
could
just
probably
look.
go on the MLB app and take a
I'll
look
I'll
real
I'll
quick.
beat you to it, man. I'm going right there now.
Sure. But
So yeah, we lost to the Mets tonight. Son of a bitch. Don't like the Mets, but that's
the
okay. No,
Mets,
I don't like the Mets when they beat us. I should put it that way.
the Mets
Um,
are a joke themselves.
um, this year, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. All right, so let's look at it here. Yeah, the Mets marginally better than the Pirates. So
Wow.
let me see. So you guys are in third place. Yeah, you're playing pretty decent baseball. You guys are 63 and 59, Aaron. You're tied. Actually, you're tied for second. You and the Cubs, 2.5 behind Milwaukee. So you're definitely still in the hunt.
They
Your
may be
run
a while
differential
if they make the
is not so good, but it's not as bad as the Pirates. The Pirates have the worst differential in the National League Central. We're at negative 91. You guys are negative 20.
if the
Um,
Reds could just get a good rhythm going,
right?
like get on a consistent. They may if they make the playoffs, they may be a good wild card team. They won't win the division though because the Brewers are playing too hard to catch.
Yeah. Well, as
I
far as
mean,
wild card, you guys are in the hunt. I mean, Pittsburgh and St. Louis were cooked. In fact, Pittsburgh and St. Louis have identical records. We're 54 and 67. And St. Louis is 6-4 in its last 10. We're 4-6. So St. Louis. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cough, guys.
you did, you did.
Um, so St. Louis may not finish last this year. It's weird to look at the standings and see them down there in the cellar
In
with
the
the Pittsburgh
cellar,
Pirates. Yeah, they're in the cellar.
are the
So
Yankees bad this? I mean, the Orioles are leading the AL
so
East
that well,
right
the
now.
American League East is such a tough division, right? The Yankees are the only team in the American League East playing under 500, and they're just one game under 500. So Bernie's Red Sox are 63 and 57, and they're 10 and a half out and 3 games back in the wild card. The Jays are 7.5 out. Tampa Bay's now 2 games out in the main standings, but they're leading in wild card. so, so the American League East is tough. When you've got the last place team just a game under 500, that's a tough, tough, tough division.
Wow,
It really is. The Yankees are
I
60
mean,
and 61. I wish the
I
Pirates were
mean,
60 and 61 at this point. Right? We're at game
I think
122 in the season now, and the Yankees are going to go away with, even though they finished last, with a better record than your club and mine.
I'll tell you I'll tell you
Well, you're
what
doing better
makes me
than the
mad.
Yankees. Yeah.
I'll tell you what upsets me sometimes. There was an analyst who said at the start of this season
Yeah.
Literally day one, he goes, "The Yankees are going to win the World Series. That's it." And now here we are, what, uh, 4 months later, and they're in last place in their division.
Hmm.
That is just, I mean, with all the problems the Yankees are having, though, I mean, the, it's like usually we're so used to them being contenders every year,
The
and now
Yankees,
it's
yeah.
like,
Hmm.
Cardinals are the same way. I mean,
Yeah.
and then you got the uh, the Guardians playing average baseball. I mean, they lost tonight, but
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, and then I was reading, I think the Reds have an off day tomorrow before they stay home for the weekend to play. I think the Blue Jays. I think they're
Do you know
playing
what?
Toronto this weekend.
I don't know, man. The other weird thing is World's Worst Gamer says Yankees under 500 is insane. It is. And look at the Boston Red Sox. Hell of a record this year, and they're in fifth place. That American League
That's
East is nuts. And but I thought Tampa Bay was going to just stay atop, and then bam, here come the Orioles. It's like where the
the
hell did that come?
birds.
Where that? And I'm used
The
to the
birds pecked
Orioles
them out
like
of.
the Orioles like middle of the pack, lower the end. Not taking anything away, they've had some great teams in their history. From moving from they did much better as the Baltimore Orioles than they did as the St. Louis Browns. But here's the Orioles
Yes,
sitting atop arguably the toughest division in all of baseball. But it begs the question, and I'm not taking anything away from any of these teams. What would it look like if divisional play still mattered?
that would be very interesting, to say the least. I mean,
Because it doesn't. Everybody plays everybody. Big deal.
yeah,
I, I don't know. I mean, like, so let me ask you, right? So I
yeah.
could ask a Red Sox fan, maybe. I don't know. Like, so as a Red Sox fan, Bernard, do you really care if the Red Sox play the Arizona Diamondbacks? Like, does that have any meaning? Like, is it like compelling? I mean, from beyond the fact of, let's say you're sitting at Fenway, it's like, okay, here's a team that may not have ever played here before or whatever, and I'm going to get to see some Diamondbacks players or whatever. I don't know. I just think this idea of like everybody playing everybody. Big Clue some time ago came up with this great geographic realignment of things that would have actually made some amazing baseball, right? So you would have divisional alignment based on like some geography and stuff like that. So the like Pittsburgh and Cleveland are 85 miles apart. Now, those of you who follow F ball know that rivalry between the Steelers and both or three iterations of however many there have been of the Cleveland Browns. But how about making it meaningful? But now it means no more if the Pirates are playing the Cardinals or if we're playing the Indians just 85 miles away, or we're playing the Oakland A's all the way across the country. Um, Bernard doesn't like the balanced schedule. I wonder if there's anybody out there besides Rob Manfred that likes it.
Uh,
It just doesn't
I
make
don't care
sense.
for it. I don't like
The,
it either.
having
I
the
mean,
divisional play means nothing now. Yep, want to see them play in their division. Means nothing now. We're just so again as a Pirate fan, and we're not in contention, but you know what? I'd much rather see the Pirates playing the Reds, the Cubs, the Brewers, right? The Cardinals,
the
than
Cardinals,
playing the Diamondbacks, the Blue Jays, um, and God knows who else.
the Braves,
Yeah,
the
well,
Orioles.
at least the Braves are in the same. I don't, but you know what? I'm not a fan of interleague play either. So I will qualify that. I don't like interleague play. I want the
I mean,
American League and National League to meet in spring training, at the All Star game, and at the World
and the
Series.
World Series.
And
Yeah, I can
well, and
understand that.
right. I don't want that cross pollination, but that's not gonna ever go back to it. But this
We have our ideas of what we want the game to be, but is anybody going to listen to us? No.
Well, but divisional play, man, you could make or break in your division, man. Right? So you could go out and beat up on all kinds of teams, but when you had to play in your own division, and all of a sudden, right now, your record could change drastically. So
Yep.
a 3 game losing streak within your division is a hell of a lot worse than outside your division in one way. I mean, essentially, I'm just talking about when you're playing within your division, it hurts more, right? So as a Pirate fan, right, in the National League Central, losing to the Reds in divisional play is more painful in a way than losing to the Toronto Blue Jays in that other league. Um, that is I don't know. I'm not making a very clear point, and I have a habit of doing that lately. But I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. This balanced schedule. It's stupid.
Speaking of crazy moments, did you see the Tim Anderson Jose Ramirez fight they had a couple Saturdays ago?
I did not. I
I
was
like
probably drunk. I go out on
like
Saturdays, whatever.
that's all right. Nothing wrong with going out on Saturday night. Well, I
Yeah.
was supposed to have a, date that
Hmm.
day, but her mom got sick and couldn't take her to the fairgrounds,
Right. Hmm.
so we had to scratch it for another day. But I
Hmm.
was sitting there, checking out YouTube, and somebody posted a video that said, "White Sox Indians have a beef," and it showed the guy was talking. He said Tim Anderson bowed up to Jose Ramirez after he doubles, and then
Hmm.
Anderson slugs him. He just draws back and just punches him and knocked him out.
Yeah, I missed that
Then,
one.
but yeah, like I used to read a lot of stories about baseball. Not fights, but like brawls or whatever. Maybe a few disagreements here and there. Heck, in my 1994 replay I did with the Reds, Eddie Taubensee almost got into it with a pitcher for throwing inside.
Hmm.
They almost started fighting. I'm like, holy shit, they're gonna go, and then they just calmed down and started
Well,
walking
Nolan
through it.
Ryan knew how to put a smack down.
Oh, but look what he did to Robin Ventura.
That's what I'm saying,
Grabbed him in
man.
a headlock. Yeah, he
I
took him down and grabbed him in a
He
headlock.
was hitting him, dude. Bam, 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 bam,
He
bam.
was he was slugging him, boom, 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 and then and that was his last year, I think. He
Bur-
retired at the end of the year.
Bernie
He got hurt.
says Red Sox are playing the Nationals today. He says he'd rather watch a game on YouTube. So, yeah, and World's Worst
like,
Gamer said you're making a clear, balanced schedule with so many divisions. It is. Anyhow, I'm sorry, Aaron. Go ahead.
but like Nolan Ryan was like slugging Robin Ventura hard in the head, bam, bam. He was just
Yeah.
like punching, and then
Don't mess with the
he
Ryan
goes,
Express, dude. Jeez.
"Don't mess with the Ryan Express,
Yeah.
no." And then, of course, it's sad the way he went out. He got hurt on his way out the door.
Yeah.
I mean, his arm went, and then
Yeah.
that was it. His arm gave out. He couldn't pitch anymore. For
Well,
a guy who played from the 60s all the way up to 1993,
and would ride a damn
him,
exercise bike after a game. Jeez. Nolan Ryan was a
him,
beast.
let's see, Nolan Ryan, Carlton Fisk, and Rick Dempsey are some of the are only mostly the three guys I remember that played in 4 decades straight. There's probably
Well,
been
in other
more,
words, yeah,
much
like the
more.
end of a decade and that, yeah, because, well, you have Ted Williams, so technically you
Ted
could say
Williams did it,
30s,
yeah,
40s, 50s, because he started in 1939, ended in 60s, so touching 4 decades, yeah, I get you.
yeah. Ted Williams did it. I mean, like, and like the Dodgers have a good team now, and so do the Braves, but you know, they, it's like,
Yeah.
what's it going to matter when postseason comes around and they're out after the first round? I mean,
Bernie says here nobody had better brawls than the Red Sox and Yankees when Munson and Fisk played. The legendary
oh,
rivalry
I
there
remember
and those
that.
brawls. Yeah, my God.
I heard the clips on YouTube, like what was it? Fisk was slugging away at Stick or whatever. Who was the one they called Stick?
On the Red Sox,
I think it was the Red
you
Sox. They
got to
called
ask
him
You
Stick.
got to ask Bernie. He's going to know more about that than I am.
Bernie, who was that? They called him Stick or something like that. Because um, I swear I've heard his name before, but I forget. Um, but and then of course there was that '04 ALCS where they got into it a little bit.
Um,
I mean,
it was Gene Michael.
Gene Michael, they called him Stick, and yeah, like they had some pretty good brawls to get with the Yankees and Red Sox. I mean,
Hmm.
it was like I mean, yeah, the teams hate each other. Obviously, they play each other like 1,000 times. Well, Probably not much so nowadays. Like maybe once or twice, 3 times a year, but that's it. I
Well,
mean,
World's Worst Gamer here says, too, to your point. He says Detroit and Toronto rivalry needs to be revived. It's asinine that they're not in the same division. Couldn't agree more, man. I could not agree more.
I mean,
Because it's killed rivalries. It doesn't like it's so I'll go back to the Reds and the Pirates.
yeah,
We were rivals in the 70s and again in the 90s. Now it means nothing. It really really means nothing. Just like I'm like so you have like these three great rivalries in baseball that I think of when I think of the original 16. The Yankees and the Red Sox being the big one, right? But let's not
yeah.
forget the Giants and the Dodgers because that was
Hmm.
happening way back when they were both in New York, right? And the Cubs and the Cardinals. So those
Oh man,
rivalries, I wonder if over the year, if they keep this bullshit balanced schedule in place, does it really matter? It'll be about city pride. But back then, right, the Cubs, Cardinals, Giants, Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox were fighting it out in their divisions. They were all in the same divisions. And going back to even when there wasn't divisions, remember that all these rivalries started in intra league. Right, Cubs and Cardinals, Giants, Dodgers were National League. Yankees, Red Sox, American League. You had 16 teams, and only the best team from each league met in the World Series. There was no playoffs, none of that
there was a lot
bullshit.
of good dog fights for that spot.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
Dogfights is a great analogy, right? So we go from that to then, okay, we had divisional play, but it meant something, right? In the
yeah,
standings and the games lost, games won, games back, what have you. Now that has been, for lack of a better term, emasculated. So it doesn't
I
mean
mean,
anything except that now, what do Yankees and Red Sox fans have? Okay, well, we have our historical rivalry. But there's no room for other rivalries now. And any rivalries that could have been, like the Tigers and Blue Jays, that's gone. That's gone. And
yeah, I mean,
who does Cleveland have? Okay, so they could play little cross-state rivalry with the Reds and
yeah.
play the Pirates down the road, but it doesn't mean anything, right? Like I said, Pittsburgh and Cleveland are 85 miles apart. They might as well
I
be
know the
eight.
Indians and
They
Pirates hardly
they
ever play each other.
well, they might as well be 8,000 miles apart. But yet, if you look at the NFL, the Steelers and Browns, that's like one of the great rivalries, in
Yeah,
that game. Steelers Browns, man, that's like big, and Steelers and Browns fans hate each other,
yes,
right?
they do. They do.
And
They do
it's
not
kind
like,
of
just like Steelers and Bengals don't like each other either.
it's kind of ironic that a sport that maybe doesn't have, well, not maybe, it doesn't have the same rich tradition of baseball
Nope.
has still has some meaningful rivalry that baseball should still have. But again, I don't know. I guess does in football does everybody, and I swore my channel, but it's late. In F ball,
We'll bleep
do
that out. Don't worry.
do thank you. Do does everybody play everybody?
No,
Okay, so they still
no.
have, so is it, would I be correct in saying that divisional play? See, because where I get messed up in F ball, all the other three sports, right, is you don't have two leagues. You have one league with conferences or what have
One
you.
league with like multiple
So
conferences.
if you're, because I know you like F ball, so if you're playing F ball,
Yes.
are the games more meaningful in your division's conference than playing outside your conference or
You have
whatever?
to do well in your division to
Okay.
get a good like I think you
Like
play
it used to
like
be in
you play like
baseball, right?
yes.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
I think
Educate me, man.
I think they've added like an extra week onto the season so it could end at the start of the year. So it's like
Hmm.
19 weeks now. I think you have like what
Oh, is
like
there? Okay.
maybe I think it's like because like there's two conferences with four divisions in each with
Mm-hmm.
32 I think 32 teams in total. I think now I've lost count. I don't really care, but um, like 16 teams per conference,
Right.
and you add maybe you might play maybe one or two out of conference games
Okay.
or interdivision games
Mm-hmm.
during the season, but mainly you have to do good in your own. You have to win in your own division practically to even think about a playoff spot. I mean, it. Like the only thing only football I watch is college. And I'm with my dad on that one. He loves his college F ball.
Yeah, a lot of
I
people I
told
know
him
prefer college over pro. Bernie here says this helps me at least because you guys all know this because you guys all like f ball. He says each team plays home and away in their division in the NFL. Then they rotate around to the other teams. So isn't it kind of ironic that baseball sheds something that not only worked in baseball but seems to work. I'm guessing they do the same in basketball and hockey, and it's working in f-ball. So what are they thinking there in New York? What's Manfred? Well, God, I don't even want to get into what I think Manfred's thinking because the
how
easy
can I
answer
mess
is
up the
he's
game even
not.
more than it already is?
Well, they'll continue to do so. Now some
But
baseball fans
Manfred's not
are
really a
into it.
baseball
So
fan.
who? Rob Manfred? Yeah,
That's what you said. He's not really a baseball fan. He's
I
just
don't think he
you know,
is. I think he's an executive. I don't think he cares about baseball. He talks
if
bullshit, man. He's not a baseball
he's
fan.
full of bullshit. I mean,
So you know who I'd
like
love to see as commissioner? George Will. A lot of people might blow up about this one. I wouldn't mind seeing Bob Costas as a commissioner. I want somebody who loves baseball to be commissioner of baseball.
a true baseball fan to
And
be a
George Will, I
commissioner.
don't agree with his politics, dude, but read his book Men at Work. One of the greatest baseball books you could ever read by George Will. And he's
I
a
mean,
conservative. I'm a liberal, so I don't like him politically, but I think he's a very, very brilliant man, and he understands baseball. And wherever they dug this Rob Manfred guy up, I wish they would just put him back in the plot where they found him. Seriously,
yeah,
he's the worst.
I
He's the
mean,
worst baseball commissioner ever, 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 ever,
I,
ever, ever. Holy shit,
let's
Bowie
see.
Bowie Kuhn was like parsecs so much above him, even.
What was it? I mean,
Happy
we've had
Chandler, who was kind of just a mouthpiece, right? I mean, so he was the first commissioner after Landis. I mean, oh my
yep
God,
the
right?
color barrier.
Giamatti was better.
Mark
Uberoth,
Giamatti.
Peter Uberoth. I mean, come on. And then, dare I say, and World's Worst Gamer might slap me through the screen. Bud Selig was a better commissioner than Rob Manfred.
I
And,
mean,
and
Bud
I
Selig is
know I'm
commissioner.
sinning when I say that. Here's a guy that basically, gerrymandered everything to move the Brewers from the American League to the National League. Oh
Yeah,
no, no, it's my daughter owns the team now. Come on, dude, you're the commissioner of baseball, and that move happened under you. Give me a break. Give me a
I
break.
mean, what was it? He was effectively named commissioner in 1998
Selig,
when
yeah,
the whole yeah Bud Selig
yeah,
because they didn't have a full-on commissioner until they made Faye Vincent quit.
right. Well, here's the thing about the
Um,
commissioner. So if you watch games, it used to say, right, by this broadcast now
authority
be
of the commissioner,
retransmitted,
Major
blah
League
blah. It was
Baseball.
right now. It says the office of the commissioner, and that's
Yeah,
no accident, dude. That's a little legalese there. It's not called by permission of the commissioner. It's the office of the commissioner. But Manfred is killing the game. He's killing the game. I know there's folks in here that think the pitch clock is great and all that kind of stuff. All right, we don't have.
I
I'm
don't
not.
care for it.
I don't care for it either. But that's not what's killing the game is this divisional play stuff. Um, and then Manfred's bullshit during the lockout last year, right? That
Oh,
was
I
like
watched all that
I'm
shit
like
go
I'm
on.
like, are you kidding me? You're
He
gonna
was
really
such a
stand there
dick.
and say that and baseball fans are good. You think they're gonna buy that?
Nobody. I mean, I watched that shit. I mean, it was like I thought for a while that there wasn't going to be any baseball last summer because of the way that everybody was
It
bitching
was
back and forth with each other, like, "Oh, I want more money. I want more money."
it was
Blah 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 blah
dicey. It
blah.
was dicey, and the Mets were kind of throwing a monkey wrench into that shit too. World's Worst Gamer
Yeah, I
says
mean,
the whole world is a mess.
good.
We need a reset button. You're preaching to the choir, my man. Yes, you are.
Yeah, I mean,
Bernie
like,
says, if you don't mind, I because I get these comments too. Get these guys in here too.
yeah, yeah.
Bernie says, I don't mind the pitch clock, but the Ghost Runner's idiotic. The Ghost Runner, what does that, I mean, yeah, right? So we can get games over more quickly. The guy on second did nothing to get on
Right.
second base except for a stupid rule that was brought in because of a pandemic. And
It's
said,
the
let's
last
put him
guy
over
that
there.
made an out. Apparently, is the guy that's supposed to go on second. I think
Yeah,
it's
so
dumb.
World's Worst Gamer and I agreeing on the. So I don't like the pitch clock. I also the thing I hate even worse than the pitch clock, though, is the fact that the pitcher can only throw a limited number of times on first
Yeah,
because we want to
I
increase
mean,
stolen bases. Well, I don't know. I don't even have to get back to the dead ball era. Ask Maury Wills about stealing
mhm.
bases, or Bert Campaneris, or what have you. Barry Bonds back in the day when he had speed, he didn't give a shit. Let the pitcher throw over there all damn day.
Yeah. If anybody falls asleep, that's their problem. I mean, you know, like I think what if you do it too many times, then that's like an automatic stolen base
Well, yeah,
because they give you a second base.
exactly. So the smart base runner is gonna take advantage of that,
He's gonna
and then that. But the
bait the
stolen
pitcher.
base and right, but then that stat means nothing. The stat means nothing. Okay, because if the pitcher goes over there over the limit, the runner's awarded a stolen base. But
That's
he didn't
stupid.
steal the damn base.
He walked over basically.
He didn't steal it, but yet he's going to get credit with a stolen base.
I
Why
mean,
do I dislike
that's
the
like
pitch
what the
clock? So
that's
that's
like
a
what
good
Ellie De
question.
La Cruz did before the All Star break in Milwaukee when
Mm-hmm.
he stole home. I mean, I'm like, the guy was in the midst of his peak. I mean, he was on fire and he was doing it all. And then, like, I listened to the radio feed and Chris Welch was like down to earth explaining it. And then, but you got the guy on TV. He stole the most exciting man in baseball is doing it again. I'm like, jeez. I mean, the guy, like, you know, Ellie's really kind of fizzled out recently, but he's trying. I mean, he's really got to find his groove again.
Mm.
But the, I mean, with the way the rules are nowadays, no shifts, which sucks. And they, you know,
Oh my God!
when I listen,
Right,
when I
right.
listen to the
Because so hitters can have a chance.
when I
So
listen to the,
go
go
ahead,
ahead.
please. Well, I just want to make a point here. Now, again,
Yeah.
you guys know I'm not an F ball fan or anything like that. Okay,
Yes.
but let's imagine that in F ball they would outlaw the blitz, for
Eh,
instance, because we don't want quarterbacks getting hurt. There shouldn't be a blitz.
pussies.
That's not going to happen in F ball. But in
No.
baseball, they take a viable strategy that's been around since the dead ball era. The shift has been around that long, right? A
Right.
viable strategy. Look, this guy's a dead pull hitter, all right? And I use Ted Williams as an example, the 1946
Yep.
World Series. What did the Cardinals do? Man, they had everybody in the right side of the infield
Shift. Yeah.
because
Shift to the right.
and Williams could hit to all fields. Williams could hit any damn thing he wanted, but he
Yeah.
was a pull hitter. And you know what? That was a viable defense. And Ted Williams said, I respect what the Cardinals did. And he
Right.
said, I wasn't going to hit to the opposite field. He said, they were playing to my strengths. I'm going to try to play to theirs. Williams got it, man. This myth got it. And yet somebody said, well, there needs, whatever their reasoning it is for taking away the shift, right? It's unfair. Or you can have a little shift. It's strategy. And F
Yeah.
ball's not going to take away the blitz. What are some of the big plays in the other games? I don't even know, right? Strategies. They're not going
The
to take it
breakaway
away.
in hockey. Yeah, they're
Oh
gonna take
yeah,
that out. Yeah. Right.
games will go faster too, right? So World's Gamer says with how they're moving things in terms of rules, we might as well just scrap innings and make it a home run derby league. Yeah,
There
right,
you go. Well,
right.
I mean,
I
like
I know,
the,
man.
I
But all that,
I
I
had a
still
thought,
love
but I forgot.
baseball. For all the things happening to it, I still love baseball.
You
So
know,
yeah,
I
Williams
won't
only
be.
hit 200 in the 46 World Series. The Cardinals did what that was sound baseball. The shift is sound baseball. World's Worst Gamer says he doesn't love baseball. Well, maybe you don't, but maybe you do. I don't know.
You know, I
I
won't
love
be
it. I will always
surprised.
love it. But I think a lot of that love is a lot of my love of baseball is because, well, mainly because I've said to you guys, I'm not a sports fan. I'm not. I am
Right.
not. I'm not a sports fan. I'm a baseball fan.
You're a baseball fan.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not. I'm not. I mean, I'll watch boxing, but usually the boxing I watch is the classic stuff. You know,
Yeah.
if it's Ollie Frazier, watching like one over a couple nights, I was binge watching a bunch of stuff, watching Rocky Marciano's fights and stuff like that.
Ah,
Um,
yes, the
the
Bluffton Blockbuster.
Brockton, yeah, who wanted to be a
Brockton
baseball player.
Blockbuster.
That was his first love was
Yeah,
baseball.
he was
But
he wanted to play ball.
yeah, 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 not a very strong arm. Isn't that funny to think about? Rocky Marciano not
Oh,
having a strong arm. But here's the thing, man. Right? So baseball, with all its tradition and all these time tested strategies, and if we're
yep.
talking about the shift, and yet the quote unquote younger sports, which they are, right?
Hmm.
So are maintaining what they're doing. I know hockey made some changes to lessen the fights and stuff like that, but I mean, but the strategies are still there. And I can't imagine the NFL saying we're getting rid of the blitz because we don't want quarterbacks getting hurt. Far as I know, they still blitz, don't they?
They do blitz. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but baseball stops the shift, and pitcher can only throw over however many times to first base. And let's make, as I think it was Big Clue said, let's make the bases the size of pizza, or was that World's Worst Gamer? Somebody said the base is the size of pizza boxes, and it harkens back to what Todd said 2.5 hours ago. I wish
Yep.
MLB would embrace its past. How can you talk? You talk about a game. National League began in 1876. Let's not worry about what came before.
Right.
1876. So you had rules changes. The game is still evolving until in 1893 we basically have modern baseball in 1893. So everything worked in 1893. There were changes that need to be made. I will concede that. Batting helmets, thank God for them. You know,
Right.
other things, okay? But they experimented with the mound. They had to lower the mound after the 1968 season because look at Danny McClain's numbers, look at Bob Gibson's numbers, and Bob
30
Gibson
wins in
still
68. That's insane.
right. And look at Bob Gibson, a 1.12 was it earned run average in 68.
Hmm.
But my point is all right. So they're trying to achieve balance in the game, but still maintaining viable tactics and strategy. How does getting rid of the shift
It don't.
you might as well take a tiger and take out his incisors. Bernie
I mean,
says he stopped watching the National Hockey League in 1975, started watching again this year. Can't believe how much better the athletes are today in the National Hockey League. So I haven't
don't be
watched.
surprised.
Last
Go ahead.
full baseball game I watched, World's Worst Game, was a minor league game this year that I went to, and I think I'm going to one next week. I haven't been to a
Wow.
major league game in a while, so.
The, don't be surprised if in a few years or so
Mm,
they. This goes back to I just thought of my thought before. If
mm.
they start implementing a a slaughter rule, B, limit
Oh
on extra
God,
innings,
I know.
and C, a time limit on the game. Don't be surprised if they start doing that. Because
Well, it's funny. They used to have a slaughter rule in baseball in the 1840s, but it wasn't
yeah,
called that. It was just that the first team to get 23 runs or aces, as they were
it
called,
was
that was
aces. It
game
was
over.
over.
Yeah, I know they're gonna have a mercy rule like they have in Little League baseball. And you know what?
10 runs and it's done.
I won't be
A team
surprised
could
to
not
see
bat at all.
well double right. I'm not going to be surprised to see only double headers, 7 innings each, but games shortened to 7 innings. That this shit is coming, and at that point, I might say, you know what? All I'm going to do is play sim baseball because it can be as pristine as I want it to be.
Yes. My Going back to my thought.
Hmm.
When I listen to the MLB app sometimes, they have the balls, the absolute balls. I can't believe I'm saying this. The balls to
That's fine,
play.
man.
Do I?
No, I'm saying that's fine. This isn't This channel isn't for kids,
They
so
have
say it.
the absolute bollocks balls
Hmm.
to play a commercial that announces the new rules, and they have the nuts to say, "We asked for this."
But they didn't.
Who?
No, no, I don't. As a lifelong baseball fan, I never got an email or a letter or anything, and I don't know any baseball fan that did from the office of the commissioner of baseball saying, "Hey, thank you for asking for us, yeah, ending the shift and blah 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 blah." Nobody asked for a damn
You
thing.
spoke and the MLB listened. Yeah, right. Like some
Jeez.
average Joe Blow is going to say, "Oh, I want a pitch clock. I don't want to sit there for 4 hours and watch fellas run around a field all day long with a ball and a bat." And the, you know, but there's probably some traditionalists out there going, "F these rules. I'll never watch this game again. Don't send me any more letters. I'm done unsubscribing now."
Yeah.
Like, but the commercial has the nuts to say, "You spoke and we listened." Yeah, right. Prove it.
Nobody. World's Worst Gamer said he was never asked anything. Bernie, did Rob Manfred send you a letter saying, "Hey, listen, thank you for all those rule changes you suggested. We're going to implement them in the season."
Yeah,
Maybe Rob
yeah,
Manfred wrote
right.
to his wife to make sure he could get some that night or something. Come on, I mean, this is
I mean,
ridiculous.
d- you know,
Don't
when the
lie.
national,
Just be straight out and say we're changing the rules. That's all.
yeah,
Stop with the bullshit. We asked the fans and they spoke and we listened. You didn't ask
yeah, right.
anybody.
They have to bullshit so they could make it sound like they didn't do this all themselves.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah,
You don't hear the owners bitching and you don't hear the players bitching.
no, but they're not bitching because they are making more money.
You know what?
Both
Here's
of
the
them.
thing. I was sad to see, but I knew it was coming. The National League finally going to the DH. I knew that
Yes,
was going to happen. It was like, all
right.
right. I like the fact that they made the National League unique, but it's gone.
Yeah,
I can live with that. The one that I have the biggest problem with of all of them is that ghost runner in scoring position in the 10th inning. What do they have to invent a stat? So what is the stat for that guy anyhow? So it's
no,
10th inning. What's his stat? So
he
so
doesn't
for the
have any.
okay. So think about this. This is the first time in baseball history where somebody's on base in scoring position, and the only stat that could happen for that player is would count for his run total. That's it. This is the
Shit.
first time in baseball history where a person is on base
Yep.
and there's not a stat for that. He didn't walk, he didn't get a hit, there wasn't an error on defense. He's just on second base and he
That
scores a run. Unless I'm
well,
wrong, did I miss something? Is there a statistic? What are they awarding him? Did they say he walked and stole second? Is there a new walk rule that there was 5 balls pitched and he was able to take second base because it wasn't 4 balls to first base? If I'm missing something, let me know. But I don't think there's ever been a
no,
time
I think you're
in
right. I
baseball
mean,
history where
that
a man is on. I don't care. It doesn't even have to be scoring position. It can be on first. He had to be on there either because of an error or a hit or a walk or a miss, right, a drop third strike.
that that kind of reminds me. Like all the home team would have to do if it's still tied is two deep fly balls to the outfield. Done. That's it. That's
Hmm.
all you have to do. Or bunt and then do a deep fly. I mean, that's all you got to do. I mean, unless the defense screws you over and goes to
So
force the scoring position runner out, then you're screwed.
but so right. So Bernie says they do it makes them more money. Period. Yep. He says the players like the ghost runner. Warsaw Scammer said he'd rather a tie than a ghost runner, and there used to be ties in baseball, right? You were talking about
Yeah.
games called of cause of darkness, and what have you. Look, even the most casual baseball fan, I'm not talking about the people that come into my channel or that are a part of this YouTube sports gaming community. We're not casual fans, none of us. But
No.
I would hazard, Aaron
Yep.
and Bernie and World's Worst Gamer, that even the most casual baseball fan wouldn't say, "Oh yeah, just stick a guy out there in second base." They
Yeah. I'm
wouldn't.
surprised.
Could you imagine all the little league dads? out there, the guys that want to be like, they're bench jockeying and pissing off the little league coaches. Oh
Go
yeah,
on second.
come on. I mean, so this man's on. There's no way. So essentially, what Manfred would be saying is, we've asked the fans, and the fans said, yeah, we want a guy on there on first, although
Bullshit.
or on second base, and he did nothing to get there. Did
Yeah, it's
nothing to get there. There's no
he.
stat.
I bet the commish told them to say that. They don't ask the fans anything. It's like we're just a
I don't
bunch of
know,
zombies out
man.
there that are mindless oafs. That did I say oafs? Yeah, I said oafs. Mindless oafs
Yeah.
that blindly watch or listen to baseball, and they don't give a shit about us.
But see, the
I mean,
NBA is doing it right. My understanding from a friend, Alex Raffini, who's part of this channel, but he's,
how's he
Alex not
doing?
around. He's a huge NBA fan,
Yeah,
and apparently basketball is like just booming like crazy. Basketball, right? Baseball, right? Part of the reason basketball is doing that, right, is it's progressive. It's whatever. But you can't put a baseball diamond in the middle of the city, but you can play half court basketball, and NBA is
right.
getting in there. Okay, you can't put a baseball field, right? Just, well, we're going to build a field here in this part of Boston, and people in Boston be like, hello, you're not going to tear down our houses to build
No,
a
we're
baseball
not. We're
field
not losing our
for any
houses over a
city
damn
kids.
baseball field.
This is real estate, but you can play basketball in a half court. Right. So baseball, I think Todd's right. It needs to embrace its past. And I think
Yeah,
all
it's
these
not.
these these myriad rule changes, some of them, if they make sense, okay, pitch clock, of all of them, I think no, so World's Worst Gamer has said that NBA ratings are trash. So I guess it's still F ball. I don't know. I don't know. Certainly baseball's not. But baseball. I mean, people been they've been predicting its demise for ever since baseball started, whenever that was. But I mean, I guess I just the okay, the pitch clock. If I have to accept it, okay, I'll accept it. I don't accept the limited throws to first, and I certainly hate the ghost runner and the balanced schedule, because I
And the
can't,
amount of timeouts you can take.
and the elimination of the shift. Those things don't make
Right, that
sense to
too.
me. Those things come now. See, other people have argued that the NBA's politics have whatever. But again, I don't know enough about that, but I do know that just in terms of a physical space to play, the NBA can draw from the cities, and a lot of basketball players come from the inner cities where there isn't baseball to play. So I know that Major League Baseball is trying to do all kinds of things, initiatives to get inner city kids to play baseball, and I think that's great.
Right, right.
But again, there is that fact that of the four major sports, baseball takes the most real estate. An
Yeah.
F ball field is 100 yards, and they,
Hmm.
except for what the stadium looks like around it, it's the same. It's homogenous basketball courts and hockey rinks. But baseball those are big, big. They're big, man. You
They
look at
are.
games, right, on YouTube from the 1970s in the all-purpose stadiums like the Vet, Three Rivers, Riverfront. The football
Yep.
field fits in the baseball field. It's smaller, right? But it's a standard measure. But
I mean,
but F ball's got the whole imagination, because people still buy into the Super Bowl. And
yeah.
I've always felt that hockey players would say, "Hold my beer," right?
Oh my beer. Yeah.
Because people, oh, F ball's so rough. That's why we only have one championship game, because these guys couldn't do it. How many in the Stanley Cup? How many games do you have to win in the Stanley Cup? Is that a best of
4 out of
five?
7,
Okay, so that's a best of
just
seven.
like the World Series.
Yeah.
I mean,
Um.
it's like I used to think hockey
Okay,
was
Bernie,
ice
thank you for
dancing.
coming in. Oh, Bernie's hang. We're gonna close out here
Good
too.
night. Good
Bernie,
night, Bernie.
thank you. I know we're both
Thank you.
crazy. I didn't think this was going to go this long, dude.
It,
Oh
dude.
my god! Because I
It's
was thinking I was going to do a game, and then Go
It's 12
go.
minutes till 3 a.m. here in Kentucky right now.
Same here. Oh, till 3 a.m. Right. So I'm an hour ahead of you. It's go. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it's going on 3 here. Yeah, you're right. I thought it was 4. I'm like, screw this. We're off, dude. 10 minutes
We're done.
at most. It's you, me, and world's worst gamer, and that's it. And tomorrow I'll come on
And
here
then
and
there
look
were
that
three.
I've lost 27 subscribers, whatever.
Ah, you're good.
But nah, man, it's nothing personal. But anyhow, right.
Shit.
So it's like, so the same mentality that says, oh, f ball's so rough, and hockey players are playing a game that is more physical. It's more physical. These guys are
Hockey's
constantly
more
in.
physical than F-ball.
Oh hell yes, that's what I mean. These guys are in constant
Because you can't
motion.
just haul up and punch a person in F-ball, or you can't shoulder knock them down to the ice. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't do that in F-ball. I mean, well,
but you know what? People are still good. You know what? People are still going to tune into that, and they're going to get all these big music acts to do halftime. But one of the wonderful differences between uh, the World Series and the Super Bowl is in the Super Bowl, people talk about the commercials the day after. In the World Series, we talk about the series the day after it
I mean,
ends.
I always say,
I
like,
don't care that the World Series doesn't get the big commercials. I really don't care.
no, it don't, and that's not the point. The point is the games are good. Like I still say
October
one of the.
baseball, baby.
I'll still say over the times I've been watching baseball, I still say that arguably the best World Series ever played was the Giants and the Angels in '02.
It's a good World Series.
I mean, the Giants probably just went. They totally tanked after during that seventh game. It looked like, but I watched it
Mm-hmm.
on videotape. But I watched it because my dad taped it for me because they were watching it like we
Mm.
like you know. But it was one of the like, but there wasn't any like funny commercials or no bullshit, none of that. You had
Mm-mm.
Fox was doing their TV lineup for Malcolm in the Middle, The Simpsons, etc.
Hey,
All their
Carlos.
normal,
Welcome in.
mm,
Welcome back. Go ahead, Aaron.
they're doing the normal shows,
Yeah.
and they're plugging that stuff. That's okay. That's Fox, but
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, I don't watch the Super Bowl at all because one, it sucks. Two, all anybody gives a shit about is the commercials and how funny they are.
Dude, I'd rather watch
And
professional wrestling. Seriously. At least they don't make any bones about it. They say this is entertainment.
this
Because
is entertainment.
look,
It's
what is it,
scripted.
dude? What is it about the Super Bowl? Well, let's see who's playing. Who's going to be the halftime act this year? So
Yeah,
I mean, they've
it's
had
always some
Prince, they've had Paul McCartney, they've had the Who, Janet Jackson, famously.
the Rolling Stones.
Dude, they had the Stones.
In
So
Detroit, wasn't it?
I was doing a magic show, at a
Yeah.
place. They had the Super Bowl going on. It was at a horse track, actually. And I'm doing
Wow.
magic. People are loving them, going table to table, and all of a sudden, everybody's heads snapped to the television for Janet Jackson's mishap. I forget what year that was. Was that 2004, 2003? What?
2003.
2003. Yeah.
I believe it was. Yeah, it had to be. Actually, no, it was '04.
Was it
I believe,
04?
because I remember that because we were doing something for our church at night as part of the halftime testimonial, and then
Were you
we
guys
missed.
watching that part in your church? Did everybody see
No,
Janet Jackson? Bada boom, bada bing. Oh my God!
dude,
The
dude.
only time
So
I've had in a magic performance where it was like, um, what's going on here, man?
what? No, no, like we were doing something else entirely. Somebody had sent in like a videotape of a
Okay,
player doing like a religious testimonial and something like that. And we watched that instead
Janet Jackson.
of that halftime show, and then all of a sudden, either that night or it was the next morning. All everybody talked about was Janet Jackson showing her boob on TV.
Right? Oh my God!
I mean, I'm like, they're
Shit!
gonna bury this into our brains for months to come.
Forever and
You
ever
know,
and ever. Oh well.
for
Hey,
it's gonna,
there
I
you
mean,
go. I mean, here's the thing, buddy. All of us, we can just bemoan and all the changes that have happened in the national pastime, but the
Yeah.
fact remains, it's happened. But
Yes.
there is some hope,
Hmm.
and it's building up to it, right? So you have where baseball is still, even though there's some different rules and stuff. You were talking about Japan earlier.
Yep.
Baseball and in Latin America and everything, baseball is like a bloody religion, and it's still that love and respect for baseball is still there. I realize soccer is the biggest sport in the world, and I'm not knocking it. I mean, I've lived in two countries where you had to be careful what team you talked about, dude. You should get your
Right.
ass kicked, right?
Get your yeah.
Big time. It's
I
not,
actually
although
got
it's not so big in Ireland, but in the Netherlands, if you were from Amsterdam, you were an Ajax fan. If you were from Rotterdam, I'm trying to remember what Rotterdam's team is. Can't. That's where I lived, was Rotterdam. And I used to
damn.
have a guy that would come in wearing an Ajax jacket, right? So we would pronounce it Ajax, but you say Ajax in Dutch.
Ajax.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I said, I'm not really a footy fan, but I know that you're asking for an ass kick. And he said, oh, I love doing this. He said, in fact, he said, he said, I go to England. He said, I'll go to Chelsea. And he said, I'll wear a Manchester jersey. And
Just to
I'm
piss
like,
them
I'm
off.
like, they're even worse in England than they are anywhere else. Ireland, it's more like rugby there and stuff like that. But footy's there in Ireland. But the Irish aren't as, right. Rugby's their
I've never
thing.
watched rugby.
Well,
Never.
forerunner of F ball. I'm told. I've seen it. It's interesting. I've seen cricket. Cricket's fun to watch.
Cricket.
But
You know.
I think the big thing for us, and this doesn't do it for the 20 somethings, I guess, or whatever. But
Mm,
something I mentioned earlier that we Carlos says he tried to watch kickball and just can't get into it, is that we can play baseball and make it as pristine as we want, and we can have shifts, and we can have the pitchers thrown over all day. No clocks in
yes.
baseball, as may his memory be eternal, Mario Cuomo said in the Ken Burns baseball documentary. No clocks in baseball,
Yeah. No
right?
clocks in baseball. I mean,
So,
I
uh,
baseball used to be a non time limited sport. I mean,
but we still at least have that now. Is it the same as going to a ballpark and seeing the game that we knew that lasted for 150 plus years, as the professional game from 1876 on, right? It's We don't have that, but at least in a way we still have the means to say, okay, no matter how much you screw up baseball, I can still go back, and I was going to show you guys one night on the on a combination calculator the amount. In fact, I did the amount of possibilities that you would have with the baseball history collection, picking 30 teams out of that, um, all the time at random with no repeats in the baseball history collection, and the number was so huge I couldn't even read it. I stopped
that's
it. I
insane.
stopped at something like quintillion something.
Quint.
Yeah, and there was
Jeez.
still, that was only halfway up. That the number was immense, and so
You know.
I mean we have that, and with games like MLB The Show, I can just fire up a
Yep.
game on there, man. And I
I
can
mean,
still, and have, with MLB The Show 20 and 21 and all that, they're still the Cleveland Indians. Yay!
yeah, they're still the Cleveland Indians. I wonder. I wonder if in like so I, like that's what's so cool about the fact like it could be the off season, like nothing, no baseball on TV at all. All we got to do is put an MLB the show, whatever year we got, or we can
Exactly.
play Action PC or Apple, and boom, we got baseball.
Exactly.
You
Exactly.
know,
So when I'm
that's
listening
why.
to
Go
Ernie
ahead.
Harwell. I'm listening to Ernie Harwell. It's There you go, man. I'm just
That's why one of
listening
your
to.
videos you said where it's always summer.
It's always
True.
summer. It's always summer. It's
Very
always
true.
baseball. World's Worst Gamer says he has no problem with the idea of wearing a Devils jersey in the blue seats at a Rangers game. He says it's on his bucket list. He says, I hope to get into a fight. It would be an honor. And Carlos just laughing. But I think World's Worst Gamer is not kidding. Listen, guys, we got to
I
wrap
think he'd
this
do
up,
it. I
man.
think he would do it. I mean, like
So,
with
yeah, final thoughts, man. Then we're going to wrap this up. We're coming up on five
yeah,
hours.
no, baseball does need to inherit its past, and the fact that it's not is kind of disheartening to. But it's still, it's like the allure of being able to do like to listen to app like the fact that we could put baseball on anytime we want.
Yeah.
and it's just amazing. I mean, it's just we
Yeah.
got all of this stuff in front of us, and it's like you know,
Yeah.
it's we just, all we gotta do is click, boom, there it is,
Yep.
baseball,
Love it. Love it,
and
love it, love it, man. That's
what a
exactly
blast,
it. That's exactly it. So for me, baseball
dude.
will never die. It will
No,
never die, no matter what they do to it. And as sad as it makes me in the majors, and of course, all that cancer has to be tested first in the minor leagues. Um, you know what? Baseball will never die for me because I have virtually infinite possibilities in all these games that I play, and it's the same for the guys that play cards and dice,
yeah,
and
dude.
and so and I don't want the game to speed up. I don't care. I'll sit in a ballpark and I'll watch an 18 inning game. I don't like, geez, I got to go somewhere. No, but dude, I don't care if I was shagging Kate Beckinsale. I'd be like, yeah, there's a baseball game going on. So, pa.
Yeah, exactly,
Of
exactly.
course, maybe I don't know. I've never. Maybe I would. Anyhow, guys, thank you, Aaron. Most of all, so I can't thank everybody that's been here tonight. So close us off
Yes,
by first and foremost saying thank you, man. You always make it so much fun in here.
dude. You're
You're
welcome.
brilliant, dude.
You're
You're
welcome.
funny, smart. You know your baseball, and just great. Also, for anybody that catch and they're not, so I'll make a little thing tomorrow afternoon. I don't want any hurt feelings or people being pissed off. We're
Exactly.
we're intelligent people with strong opinions, and I'm not going to budge. I mean, I think that both Legends and Steve Tate brought up some great points, but they haven't changed my mind, and they won't. And I haven't changed their mind, and I respect that. I respect anybody that stands up for his or her convictions, right? It's not that I'm being a stubborn bastard, but I'm being a stubborn bastard. I have my convictions as an educator, and I can't tolerate something that says, well, something's bullshit without knowing anything about it. But that being said, and I know Steve and Legends, you guys aren't going to listen to this at all, but I hope you guys and everybody else in the chat that was here earlier tonight understand that my respect for you hasn't waned at all, and won't, because of the fact that you argued and you stuck to your convictions, and I respect that. I absolutely respect that. You know, you're not going to fold. I'm not going to fold. And at the end of the
I'm
day,
not
we still
folding
love
either.
what we're right, and we still love what we do, and we come together no matter our politics. I've made no. It's no secret. I'm a liberal, right? A lot of folks
Yeah,
in here are conservative, but so what? We're talking baseball. We love baseball, and we are in here as people who like to hang out with each other, regardless of whether we're conservative, liberal, um, purple, yellow, green, whatever our color is, whatever our religion is. It doesn't matter. We come together because we
right.
love baseball and we love gaming, which leads me to a final thing
Yeah.
that I've been talking about. So I'm going to start some non-baseball gaming on the channel. And so Talisman coming up, Age of Wonders 4 is going to be coming up, things like that. So because I want people to be engaged. World's Worst Gamer the other night, and what did you miss? It chased away 27 people. Hey, it is what it is, dude. It
Dude,
is,
I remember one night you were playing Warhammer.
you know. Hey, you got some love here from World's Worst Gamer. He says you are top cheddar for sure.
Top
So
cheddar.
but anyhow, so I want to thank everybody for coming in tonight. There are no adversaries here. It's all friends. It's family. It's all good. Aaron,
It's a
I'm gonna
family, man.
cut it off. Let's give us a good night from Harry Carey or whomever you want, buddy, and we'll close it out.
This is Harry Curry saying good night from Riverfront Stadium. So long, everybody.
All right, everybody. Good night. Thank you, and see you this evening for the draft. That will start just a bit after RGL Network's game, and that one's
In a
Pirates
few
and
hours'
Brewers.
time.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Aaron, I'm gonna go
See
ahead
ya.
and I'm gonna cut our call here too. All right, buddy.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. Good night, man.
Ciao, man.
Ciao. All right. Good night. Thanks, World's Worst Gamer, Carlos. Everybody, thank you.